Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Today is Thursday, May 5th, 9:13 a.m. We got about 17 minutes before the opening bell here. We're in pre-market, and I want to start off by saying Happy Cinco de Mayo. Make sure you take a shot out there for me today. Take a shot for LCAOD if you don't mind. But let's get started by saying this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. Live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The e-commerce stocks fall, signaling COVID boom slow down. So that's a headline alert coming in across the scanner here. E-commerce stocks fall. I wonder what e-commerce stock they could be talking about. Let's go check with Shopify. I know they had earnings this morning. And, oh, wow. Shopify's down here big in the pre-market right now currently. So they're definitely talking about them. They got a split date coming up soon. So, yeah, it's definitely near the split number right now. But, yeah, Shopify is collapsed here, you guys. They're down 14%. In pre-market right now. That's e-commerce they're talking about right there. I think Etsy's another one. Let's check with Etsy. That's another e-commerce stock. See where they're at. Oh, clap down 13%. So yeah, e-commerce stocks are definitely falling, you guys. So just be mindful and respectful about that. Yeah, retail's not looking good, man. That's what it seems like. So yeah, we're gonna be on retail all day. We're gonna be on retail all day, checking them out. Checking out the e-commerce, seeing if Shop has some continuation or not. We're going to be looking at everything. We're going to be looking at everything one by one here today, ladies and gentlemen. But man, I hope y'all had a good night last night. Hope you have a good day today. But yeah, yesterday was crazy. It was crazy, man. The Powell situation, you see, he got a lot of pump with it, a lot of Fed pump. That's all it was. But now the SPY's already back at 425 pre-market. So far the pump has already has lost momentum so far. You're gonna need to regain that $4 if you want to continue that momentum, all the momentum Powell brought into the market yesterday, basically. So we're going to see if it continues or not. The VIX was still high. That was my concern the whole time the market was going up yesterday. I was checking out the VIX. It was still high, even though it's coming down. It's coming back down from a super high, but it's still high. High is high. So yeah, I was looking at that the most. But I mean, I think everything today, it's gonna boil. Everything has to digest. I think we saw a bullish part of it yesterday. I always say this. I think we see two sides of the story, possibly. I see two sides of the story, possibly with the FOMC statement. I see it being a bull side. I can see it being a bear side. So I think yesterday was the bull side definitely. So we'll see if that bull side can continue. But we're still in a bear market. Just paying attention to the charts and numbers. That's still telling me we're in the bear market. But it was a nice run yesterday. It did have a nice little run. So yeah, that was cool. That was cool. But other than that, man, it looks like the jobless claims numbers came out, and it wasn't not looking good here so far. Well, the market is not taking it that way anyway. We're red in the pre-market right now. So let's see. We'll see how it opens up here in about 13 minutes. Breaking news: Elon Musk expected to serve as temporary Twitter CEO after deal closes. So Elon Musk is the CEO of Twitter now, you guys. So they'll be updating that on you guys' apps. When you go look at Twitter stock now, CEO will be saying Elon Musk. So Elon Musk expected to serve as temporary Twitter CEO after deal closes. So the deal's closed and they want to make Elon the CEO. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So I ain't gonna do too much talking, man. They say e-commerce is down. Let's see if it stays down. That's the whole key. If it stays down, stock gonna be looking good here for the market here, you guys. Today, all those gains can just get wiped easily here. It looks like some e-commerce, the e-commerce names got some other e-commerce names down right now too. Amazon has took all their gains back from yesterday. Well, half of them, a little bit. They're still up a lot from the week, but from being all the way to the ultimate bottom here, 2360s, 2370. So yeah, still up from that, high from that, but they closed at 25.18 yesterday. Now they're down to $39 in the pre-market, down about 1.57% to 24.79. So it looks like they're taking a hit from maybe Shopify and Etsy and eBay. Yeah, eBay did report too. So Amazon could just be taking a hit from everybody else. I mean, Amazon took the hit from first, so I mean, it shouldn't surprise you that Shop's down and all these other e-commerce stocks down. Kind of seen that coming here, LCLD. But yeah, what to expect next, man? It's just really how the SPY, which way the SPY is going today. So that's going to be the key. Watching the SPY all day and watching the triple Qs and just seeing the direction it's going. A lot of people think it's bullish direction now, just off of Powell's statement yesterday. But I'm here to tell you guys, don't get fooled, don't get tricked, don't get trapped. Fed announces 50 basis point hike, biggest hike since 2000. But yeah, don't get fooled, don't get trapped. I mean, it can go either way here, obviously, you guys. But I mean, I wouldn't just jump on the train of bulls yet until they can really show strength and momentum and start breaking through resistance. We're not seeing that yet here. So, I mean, we still want to stay very, very, very cautious until we really confirm a breakout. Yesterday, some people are already saying that was confirmation. I don't think so. I don't believe so. I think it's going to take a little bit more. I think I'm going to play the 3 to 5 day rule. I'm going to give it a few days, you know what I'm saying, before I really digest the direction of this market. It's just a lot. It's a lot going on outside of the market that's controlling the market. So I can't tell you that it's just can get straight bullish out of nowhere right now. I'm not a market maker, but I just do my research. I look at the charts and numbers, you guys, and it doesn't seem to be saying that to me. I mean, even though the momentum, yeah, it did go up yesterday, but those numbers wasn't new, you guys. We have been in this range for the past, I say 2 months almost, but I mean, I don't know. It's almost probably like a month and a half, but we'll see, man. We'll see. We'll see. Just patience. Patience will, determine it all, and that's just what I try to stick to, and have people to stick to that too as well. And it defeats the guessing game. So just stand back, chill out, relax. But e-commerce does have the indices in the red here, pre-market so far. So we're gonna see how much lower they're gonna keep taking this market here right now, because as of right now they got the spot pulled back about $4 right now. These e-commerce stocks. So we'll see. We'll see how bad it is. The jobless claims numbers. It looks like the market's not taking really positive. So we'll see how that ends up here in about 8 minutes. But we're gonna go ahead and start getting ready, you guys. Let's start getting ready, start getting focused. It's time. It's go time. It's go time. Hope you learned something. Hope you earned something today. Good luck, everybody. See you on the other side. See you at 4. Today is Thursday. It's almost Friday. We almost at the weekend, y'all. We did it. We made it. The market keep reversing on us, but it's all good. We got Leonard P to explain how all that works out. Reverse by Leonard P. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle up top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. I got that blood high. They say, Leonard, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey,
take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind be racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you sent it, I sent it, we sent it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' run. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man's. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west land. Yeah, we got it in the business. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trap.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the.
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Yeah. Hey, start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems. I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lessons I chose. Yeah, I've been worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see a dollar, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not in their way. I'm in disbelief. Don't playing a victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna go back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pad. Oh.
All right, you guys, we got about 1 minute here. The market is about to open here. It looks like e-commerce is just dragging itself down here near the opening bell. So we'll see how that looks in the open market here in a second. We got about 2 minutes. We're about to get started here today. 1 minute, 1 minute. Let's see. It looks like there was a briefing going on, but it went off, so I don't see nothing else right now so far. So we'll wait. Market is about to open any moment now, you guys. Ding, 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 ding. Market's open. Come on. Give it a second, you guys. So they are free falling here. The e-commerce giant is free falling. I would give it. It's only been 1 minute, you guys. Give it a couple minutes. It's been 1 minute so far. Now we let things digest a little bit, sink in. All right. So far, the Spies just pulled back here. It's been 4 minutes, guys. It's super early. So we're just watching charts and numbers here very closely here this first 7 minutes, you guys. SPY looks weak here today, guys. Looks weak. I'm not seeing all that action yet from yesterday. Amazon's down here by a lot. Let's see what Booking did. Booking actually went up. They're doing good. Travel's actually straight. It's coming down now. A lot of volatility, you guys. A lot of volatility. Okay, so just monitoring charts and numbers here. First 10 minutes been a lot of volatility, you guys. They don't really know what they want to do here. It looks like they're credit spreading. Everyone's in the channel so far. I will give it a few more minutes here. It's trying to find itself right now. So the SPY's back at VWAP, getting rejected so far. Let's see where the open market is at now. Open market is red here too. We got all the indices in the red. The Nasdaq's down about 1.74%, and you got the S&P 500 down. What you need? You got the S&P 500 down about 1.12%, you guys. And the Dow's down about 90%. So we're in deep red right here, you guys. We're in deep red. The market is super bearish right now. What happened yesterday, you guys? What happened to that momentum? SPY's coming down 422 now. 423, 3 cent low today so far. Oh man, what happened to the bulls? Oh man, what happened? Could someone tell me? I don't know. Okay. SPY still selling here, you guys. 422, 83 cent here. I'm not saying no type of buying here. We're saying straight selling pressure to open up here today. SPY's coming down 422.72, 422.70 here. So the SPY's definitely back testing here. We're not getting no confirmation that the market was going to keep going from yesterday. Amazon's coming down too. They're down $87. They're at 24.30. I can live paycheck to paycheck, and I'm fine with that. Oh. I used to run from my problems. I was an athlete. SPY's coming down still, 422.55. SPY's still coming down, y'all, 422.40. $422.33. This would have been the time to buy the puts today, this morning, or before you close. Mother freakers. Timing is everything in this market. Timing is everything, you guys. But don't worry, you guys. I told you, don't get excited. I told you that wasn't smart money yesterday. That wasn't the official bulls. I know the bulls when I see them. I know smart money when I see them. I follow them all the time. That was the Fed yesterday. You could tell that just was the Fed. That was a Fed rally. That was just the Feds, literally. That's all I can explain. That was the Feds. I used to run from my problems. I was an athlete. SPY coming down, you guys. 422.16. SPY still selling, you guys. So if they don't pick it up here, it's gonna start getting ugly after a while. They needed to pick momentum up really earlier. You just kill me with that shit, bro. SPY coming down still, you guys. They're still selling over there at the SPY. 422.05 the low. SPY still coming down, you guys. $421.83 new low. So they just been going backwards so far. All right, you guys. So we just monitoring here. I'm just watching very, very closely. We just closed the position here, LCAOD, and that was a huge win. We needed that one. That was a huge win right there. Feel like we probably could have held all day, but you know, you want to book profits. That's the name of the business. That's the name of the game. Book profits, and you know, book profits. Ask questions, ladies. You know, that's just how it works here. That first number this morning, so it would have been probably a little bigger. Fine so far right now, though. Oh, you coming back in action, Jackson? So we're gonna get them off of the screen. Let's pull up something else here. Let's pull up the IWM. Let's check with the IWM, see where they're at. Just closed the Shopify put, you guys. 425 put. Like I said, I feel like I could have held it all day, but they're not. They're being stingy on the payment. They're probably waiting on a lot of people to get out so they can go lower. You know how it go. But I mean, book profits. I swung it. It was free. It's not like it was a day trade or anything. So who cares? Let's go ahead and book profits. Congratulations. Me and another client. Congratulations. Good job. Good play. Really good play. I think it'll keep coming down though all day for real. I really do believe that. But I just feel like I said I want to book profits here. These levels. You know, you just want to. But you know, can't complain. Like I said, can't complain at all. They really kind of being stingy on the payment. Like I said, started out about 3, took that, never saw it. So it probably end up at high 30 by the end of the day. Like I said, I had a 425 this week put, closed it at $28. It'll probably end up closing at about 35, maybe $40 possible if it keeps dropping today, Shopify. So congratulations to you guys if you're gonna play it or whoever is in it. Good job. Good shout out to the Wealth Group. But yeah, man, that was a nice little play right there. Nice play. It's been a good week here. It's been a very profitable week. So I really done hit over my profit goal this week. I'll probably just chill now. But yeah. So yeah, they waited. They definitely waited on us, you guys. Look, Shopify still coming down now, $3.99 Shopify. So they waited for everyone to get out that they needed. And they just found more sellers, you guys. They found more sellers, and it's still dropping here. We closed at about 402. We closed at like 402. So it's at 400 now, 399. So it's all good. It's happening. Spot's still coming down though. That's what I do notice. The spot is straight bearish here right now. We got some puts coming back to life here in the portfolio as well. I think that's what all that was this morning, why it was up that much, 16.5. I'm trying to figure out why it was 16.5 and not. Let's see why. Let's see why. You, Joe, see why? So yeah. Can't complain though. Can't complain with winning. You know, can't complain with winning, you guys. Can't complain with winning. This Shopify still coming down though, you guys. I think Income is hurt. I didn't know. It does look like they do got a stock split announcement coming up. It did say something about an S this morning. I don't see it now. Let me see. Let me pull up Shopify's chart. I think they do got a stock split coming up. Like a stock split date coming up soon. Let me pull it up on the big screen. I don't know for sure. I need to really check that because I've seen a lot of people talking about it, but I just know that they're clapped for sure. So they might be splitting their stock. I have no idea. Their clap definitely. Like I said, we just closed LCLD. We just closed Shopify put. 425 put. We swung it for earnings. We closed it at 402. $402, and it's at 401 right now, so they're still dropping. They probably will still keep dropping the remainder of the day. It looks like they can bottom out at about 300, 306, but I didn't want to wait that long and see if it was going to do that. You know, it fell from 487 all the way to 402, so it's just kind of like book profits and come back later if you need to. But other than that, I don't really feel the need. Don't really feel the need at all. That just covered a lot of stuff right there. Just took out some gains. Just paid myself for the new month and money coming back in. So it does. It looks like a split date is like I think Oh wow. So they do got a 10-1 split on June 29th. That's probably why they're going backwards to 10-1 split June 29th. So they'll after June 29th, Shopify share price will be reset. It won't be 400 anymore. It'll be a little bit lower, probably like $200, maybe $100 or something like that. They'll have to figure it out. But yeah, you guys, that's just what it is. Like I said, we closed that at 402. We're not gonna be greedy. We could hold all day if we wanted to. We could have, but. It kind of skipped out on me at 395 this morning. Did it really fast. Didn't really give it to no one. Did it in about you got 10 seconds to grab that 395 level on Shopify. But I don't know. It's a thin, skinny needle right now. I don't know if they'll even retest that. They possibly might. Maybe next week. I would definitely say by next week if they don't try to push up, they're going to continue to sell off. But we're out. Like I said, we closed at 402, so we're done with shop for the day. Probably won't look at them no more just to, keep your mind focused on other things here in the market. That's just how we like to do things here at LCAOD. So Apple's coming down. Let's see what Facebook's doing because they did pop on us here yesterday. They did finally break that resistance, but they did pull back here at about 215 now. So still up past that resistance level that they couldn't break 210 last week for earnings. They did go up to 224 yesterday with the Powell meeting. But it does look weak now. The whole overall market does look weak here technically. SPY still selling here, you guys. Shopify still coming back down. Everything's coming down. Amazon's down. Amazon's down 100 here, you guys. The market is back red here. So tried to warn you guys, don't get overly bullish. It wasn't the time to do that. Trust me, I would have knew. I've been investing for a while. I would have known if it was the time to get overly bullish. I would have loaded calls and told you guys all day. But nah, that's not the case. Nah, I roll here. We like to have patience. We read charts and numbers. Numbers don't lie. So that's just what it is. Now, the timing on things, yeah, we did time some things a little bit off here. But it's cool. It's cool. It's all good. It's all love. But in the meantime, between time, since nothing's going on, the market is just selling. That's all you see right now. SPY 420.97, new low today. IWM's coming down. Market's still coming down, you guys. Everybody's selling now. Shopify's at $3.99. They're still selling. Everybody's selling. E-commerce is hurt. Let's check with Etsy. I think they're still selling as well. Yeah, Etsy's still selling. They're at $91. Everyone's selling, you guys. There's no buying pressure at all today. Straight selling pressure here today. We have no briefings going on. So with that being said, we're going to take a quick break. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and the market is in deep red, pulling back here. Really almost looks like all the gains from yesterday. The Nasdaq's down at about 2.79%. SPY still selling off, you guys, 420.75. The Russell's down about 160 here. The S&P 500 is down 1.86. The Dow is down about 1.45. So yeah, you guys, deep red here. Market still selling. Shopify still selling $3.98. Chipotle's down 38. Airbnb's down. So a lot of earnings gains this week. They all gave them back here. Amazon's still down. They're back at $2,400. AMD's sliding. They're back. They're down $4 here. Everybody's selling, you guys. Ethereum's going down. Crypto's not looking good right now. So like I said, digest. The digestion phase for the market right now is, you can tell it's not looking so good here. NVIDIA's even selling. They're coming back down. They're down 10. But yeah, like I told you, I feel like yesterday was probably the bullish side of it, the bullish perspective of the market. Now we're getting the bearish perspective of the market, and we were already in a bear market, so keep that in mind. We're getting a bearish perspective, and we were already in the bear market. So yeah, it got a lot more room to fall here than it does to go up, considering that was the top here yesterday, and it has been since April. At the end of April, you guys, we haven't broke past 429. So that's what I was trying to warn some of my clients. We haven't broke past certain resistance, so I wouldn't just trust Powell and his nice fancy words for the first day. I would let the statement digest, and as you can see, it's not digesting well here. It's taking a huge dump. It looks like the market might have the runs. So the VIX is up at 7.51% here at $27.33. The VIX is high. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, you guys.
One rap. Go Spizzy. Boogie Left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane, run it up, get on, stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, let the money. Make the money, make the standing. Just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one right.
When is the night? That's Monday? Next Monday?
Baby, I don't see you flying. Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out, cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too, nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you, you're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright.
No, that put it in the rush.
No one talking this bitch. No one talking this bitch. Crucial 808. Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the songs. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the stick in the function. Roll up the crash, dummy in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. Get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ox, I can't come down. Talk shit, out the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little hits gon' shut him down. I ain't do fronts then, bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running, till it's not run down. I don't do dubs, I do heaps to nuts now. You worry, he gon' get paid when he touch down. They say I'm a dirty boy, got mud in my cut now. Pressure get black, they quit the shutdown. Yeah, they quit the shutdown. She see I'm up, she wanna fuck now. Shit was depressing, it ran my trust out. If I ain't got my stick, he gon' get punched down. Yeah. Come caught what you need. Stay the fuck on the sidewalk, you not in the streets. I left him off on the block like some cleats. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the song. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the stick in the function. Roll up the crash, dummy in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. They get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ox, I can't come down. Talk shit, out the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little hits gon' shut him down. Crucial 808.
I'm a gym nigga. I just play freestyle. It was hard. I was like, you know what's up? I'm a gym nigga. Me, I'm a shooter. You feel me? Russian.
No one talking this bitch. Crucial 808. Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the song. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the stick in the function. Roll up the crash, dummy in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. They get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, out the gut, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little skits gon' shut him down. I ain't do fronts then, bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running, till it's not run down. I don't do dubs, I do heaps of nuts now. If you worry, he gon' get paid when he touch down. They say I'm a dirty boy, got mud in my cut now. Pressure get black, they quit the shutdown. Yeah, they quit the shutdown. She I'm up, she wanna fuck now. Shit was depressing, it ran my trust out. If I ain't got my shit, he gon' get punched down. Come caught what you need. Stay the fuck on the sidewalk, you not in the streets. I left him off on the block like some cleats. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the song. She fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick in the function. Pull up the crash, dummy in the rush. Up goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. They get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, out the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little skits gon' shut him down.
Crucial 808. It looks something off though. Nah, it look real. That do look the same, but you know what I'm talking about though, like the real versus fake. Like they look exactly the same, but like it's something. It's one thing that makes it fake, and then one thing that makes it real. You get what I'm saying? That's what you got to find out the difference. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're back here from the break here. The market is selling deep red here. So at this point, travel industry is the leaders pushing for an end to COVID test mandate. Travel industry leaders push for an end to COVID test mandate. So travel industry leaders push for an end to COVID test mandate. Confirmed here now with us. The market is deep red here. It has gave all the gains back from yesterday. The NASDAQ is down 3.24%. They were just up 3% yesterday. Now they're down 3% today. All the gains are back in the market, you guys. Back towards investors here. The market is selling here. The pump that Powell put in. Basically, the market is putting it back today by going down here. And the NASDAQ's down, like I said, 3.21%. The S&P 500 is down about 2.25%. The Dow Jones is down about 1.68%, you guys. So this is all ugly here. And it's only been almost 30 to 45 minutes. It's not even been a long time here. And so think about that. We still got to wait for Euro close and all. So the European market, as usual, selling us. That's been the usual here lately anyway. The European market has been selling the United States, selling to the United States here. And the United States usually has to make a decision if they want to continue to sell with the euro or do they want to, continue to bounce it here and go back up in the channel. That's why I was back to the play we had, the Shopify. We could have held it, but I mean, like I said, it's just taking a risk with profit, and you don't want to really be doing that. That's very risky. I mean, they say when you got free profit there, book it. So that's just what we try to stick to here at LCAOD. That is the nature of the business. That is the name of the game. When you book profit, you win, you guys. That's just how it is. You got a higher number than you started with at the beginning of the week, then you win no matter what. That's just how it is. So, but like I said, we could have, been disciplined and had patience and held the winner there all the way maybe to the end of the day. But I don't know if the United States is going to buy it up at 11:30 a.m. or they're going to sell it off. I have no idea what they're going to do. So I do see money in front of me, so I do take. And that's just what we like to do, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully you guys can learn from that. Just explaining that today. Like I said, up about 13% today. Good look considering, company just paid itself again. Do it every month. I do it every month. So it's only 5 days into the new month and already heading back to where everything we just took out that fast. So that's just how it works, man. That's just how this market works. That's how investing works. That's what investing is all about, you guys. So yeah, but the market is in deep red, man. Apple's down $5, you guys. Chipotle's down. Everybody's down. Facebook's down. FedEx is down. GameStop is down. Google's down 100. Lulu's down 20. McDonald's is down. MongoDB's down 30. Moderna's down 11. Microsoft's down 10. MicroStrategy's down 25. It's a lot of people that's down a lot here today, you guys. Netflix is down 11. So it looks like they're really not even taking that FOMC statement pretty good, pretty positive, like Powell saying. A lot of people's calling Powell a weirdo, and they call him a stock market freak. He loves the market too much that he can't even admit that we're in a recession right now, or he can't even admit that times are hard right now because he loves the stock market so much and he believes in it so much. That's what a lot of people are saying. So it's a lot of tick for tack, a lot of back and forth going on about the statement right now. So it's still digesting. Now, obviously, here and today it's taking a dump. Yesterday we saw a pump. Today, now it's in the bathroom taking a dump. But the market is going to eventually move out of this motion too, you guys. So keep that in mind here. I see more selling pressure coming here soon. At this point, the SPY will definitely back test 405. Or I can see, honestly, I can definitely see the SPY retesting going up back to 429 and really trying to break out of these ranges here at this point. That's been on a wide range on the SPY for about a month and a half now, about 405 to about 429. So it's kind of in the middle right now. It can go either way. It's at 419. It's been selling all day here today. So we're going to see which way it ends up going. But other than that, we're just tuning in to charts and numbers today, you guys. Not seeing no briefings, nothing going on live here yet. So we can tune into some headlines, tune into ABC News headlines, and then we can tune into NBC headlines, see what the word is around the economy right now.
With high transmission, or now that vaccines and new treatments, do you think we can kind of handle a surge if that's what this comes to without having to go that far?
I don't think it would be popular, but I think it's entirely feasible to say that we may have a return of mask mandates and or vaccine checks at particular locations. I think it's too early to say that they're going to happen in a widespread area because, again, they're not going to be very popular, but I think it's entirely possible we'll see them. I do not think lockdowns are in our future. And I say that because when we talk about these levels of layered protection, oftentimes people who oppose them will jump and say, don't lock us down again. That is never on the table. No one has ever suggested that in the current era when we are right now in the pandemic. But I think it's feasible that the mask recommendations have come back, that they may be followed by mask mandates should we see the levels continue to increase in the way they are right now.
And doctors are investigating now why some patients are reporting that their COVID-19 symptoms have returned after they finished courses of Pfizer's antiviral drug Paxlovid. Experts are still encouraging people to take the drug if it's prescribed to them. So what do you make of these reports and recommendations?
I think it's extremely important that people continue to still take the medication if it's indicated, because it is still by all means preventing those severe cases. But Diane, it should provide the public some reassurance that the drug manufacturers, public health agencies, the FDA are taking these cases very seriously, even if right now it's a lot of anecdotal reports and about 2% that are reported. And one of the biggest things that we need to tease out is if somebody is high risk, for example, if they're immunocompromised, do they need an extended dose of Paxlovid? Because if your symptoms return back on day 5, we can assume that that person is still infectious, which means that there's not only a risk for themselves because of the viral load, there's a risk for people around them who may not have the proper level of protection. So it's important that we figure this out and we make those necessary changes depending on the individual.
It sure is. All right, Dr. Patel, always great to have your analysis. Thank you.
Dan, thank you.
Coming up, new dramatic testimony from Amber Heard in the legal battle between her and Johnny Depp. Stay with us.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free.
All right, looks like we just found a briefing. I think it just started because, as you guys saw, I wasn't saying anything earlier. So yeah, this did just start 5 minutes ago. Let's tune into this. This is Moving the Markets here. It's going to start to anyway. It says officials give testimony on southern border for Senate Homeland Security Committee. So this has a little bit to do with the market. I would be looking at the defense names here, the defense stocks. But it does have an effect on the market. So let's tune in and listen.
This year, so far, 2022, it's
SPY coming down as soon as it started, 418.11.
it's an historic high. We'll see what happens this summer because typically we would expect more people to come. Also, because of Title 42 possibly ending, we are expecting a lot more people to come. And that's one of the big issues we talked about yesterday. I mentioned that about 1 million people come to the border unlawfully are allowed into the United States. Most of those are asylees, are applicants for asylum. About 85% of them from Mexico or Central America. We don't have good numbers for the other countries, are eventually turned down for that asylum. But only a very small number, as we heard yesterday, are ever deported. So that's that part. But with regard to Title 42, another roughly 1 million people were turned away at the border under Title 42, meaning they were processed, about 40 hours of processing, and then they were sent back to their home country if they came from other than Mexico or sent back to Mexico. And so that's 2 million, when you think about it, unlawfully coming to the border, 1 million coming in, being released, 1 million being turned away. If Title 42 no longer applies, math will tell you it looks like that number may double in terms of those admitted into the country, even though they came to the border without proper documentation. Some say it'll be more because traffickers all over the world our asylum system. And so
SPY coming down, y'all. 417.75 new low. 417.75 new low. We see some contract equity starting to pick up here. Some SPY puts starting to pick up here. You should be tuning in and check it out, seeing what you got.
Actually increase legal immigration to be able to address our workforce challenges in this country and the need for us to have people who come to the United States legally with skills. But that's makes us, in America, at least for our legal immigration system, probably the most generous country in the world. The 750,000 people who come in to the legal system. On top of that, we have people who evade the Border Patrol at the border. So we don't know how many that is. And we're going to talk today about the Border Patrol about this number. But what Rodney Scott says, who's the former chief of the Border Patrol, who I know is well known by many of us, is that he thinks that's about 400,000 people a year who evade the Border Patrol, evade being apprehended, and are added to the 1 million people who show up without papers and are allowed into the country, typically under asylum. On top of that, around 400,000 people a year. So we'll get some better numbers on that. But that just gives us some context of why there's such a deep concern when we're down there on the border. And I think every one of us have been there on this panel probably many times. And our staffs have been down there many times, including very recently. This is why the Border Patrol tells us that they believe that they will lose, as they say, operational control. We can talk what that means today of the border unless something is done. So this is a huge issue. On top of it, of course, we have an unprecedented amount of illegal drugs coming into the country, particularly this synthetic opioid called fentanyl. And it is streaming in. We'll talk about that today, why that's coming in. The Mexican transnational crime organizations are now specializing in this. It used to come from China, as you know, mostly through our U.S. mail system. Now it's mostly coming in through Mexico, being produced in Mexico, often with precursors from China, and often pressed into pills. And our citizens that we represent are dying of overdoses, partly because they don't know what these pills are. They may say Xanax, they may say Percocet, something else, but in fact, they're fentanyl. This is leading to a record number, again, not a 15-year high, but a record number of overdose deaths in my home state of Ohio and around the country. So this is another border crisis that we have to address. We'll talk more about how we might do that. This, again, is a situation where policy makes a huge difference. President Obama deported or removed over 315,000 unlawful migrants in 2014 alone. In context, the Obama administration removed 65% of the migrants that entered unlawfully that year. In contrast, President Biden has deported or removed about 56,000, we heard yesterday, about 5%. So 65% versus 5%. And of course, we have many more people who are in the queue right now. The backlog is about 1.6 million people for asylum, as an example. So unfortunately, we have a situation where not only are we allowing more people in, but we're not having people leave once they're deemed not to be qualified to be asylees or otherwise are here illegally. And that's just a reality. And people know that. And the traffickers know that. And that's why they have such success in getting people to come to our border, charging them outrageous fees, often treating them very poorly, as we know. The administration's response to all this is to say we'll have a plan in case the surge gets worse. In fact, the plan states that the first pillar of border security is, quote, "We have doubled our ability to transport non-citizens on a daily basis with flexibility to increase further," end quote. So much of the plan is...
Whoa, you guys, Amazon is really selling here. They're down 6.14%, you guys. They're down $155 today. So we are seeing new lows here. We're seeing these numbers pick up new lows, different numbers here from the week. From starting out Monday, Amazon was right. They wasn't this low. They was right at 23.70 on Monday. They went all the way back to 25.11. Now you see today is Thursday. They're at 23.65, you guys. Amazon is down huge right now. Tesla's even coming down. They slipped up from 950. They're almost back below 900. So just remember, like I said, the statement is out. You're starting to really get your confirmation on your direction here. I think they're still playing the both sides of it here. This is the bear side, but just keep in mind, if the bulls can't pick it up from here, we were already in a bear market anyway. So shouldn't nothing surprise you here. You should already start to realize your direction.
Right hand. Do you swear the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Our first witness is January Contreras. Ms. Contreras currently serves as the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Health and Human Services, Administration of Children and Families, which is responsible for the care of unaccompanied minors. Assistant Secretary Contreras, a native of Arizona, previously served in the Department of Homeland Security as an ombudsman for Citizenship and Immigration Services, and most recently served as the CEO and Managing Attorney for Arizona Legal Women and Youth Services. Welcome, Ms. Contreras, to the committee. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Chair Peters, Ranking Member Portman, and members of the committee. It is my privilege to appear on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm January Contreras, the Assistant Secretary at the Administration for Children and Families, or ACF. At ACF, we are responsible for the care of unaccompanied children and for uniting them with family or a vetted sponsor. We carry out this duty through our Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR, which administers our Accompanied Children program. I was sworn in on March 31st, and while I've only been on the job for 1 month, I am firmly committed to effectively managing the Unaccompanied Children's program and prioritizing the safety of each child who comes into our care. During my first week on the job, I visited Fort Bliss. I wanted to see the children and our work up close. It was important to me to also meet with frontline staff. What I have witnessed in my role is the tireless work of the dedicated and skilled team at ORR and the many partners who have contributed to our mission. As I meet with you today, I believe we are prepared to continue safely serving all unaccompanied children referred to us. We currently have 8,390 children in our care, and we have an overall capacity of 15,500 across our network. ORR is able to promptly accept referrals and limit the amount of time children spend in CBP facilities to an average of 23 hours. Unaccompanied children have generally not been subject to Title 42 since November of 2020. However, we are planning and preparing for any potential increase in referrals that might result from the termination of Title 42 for adults and family units. We have developed contingency plans that allow us to build capacity as needed, and deploy additional case management supports should referrals significantly increase. Today, we have cooperative agreements for 13,613 beds in our standard network for children. This is the highest number of standard beds in the history of the Unaccompanied Children Program. We have and continue to build greater capacity for more standard beds for kids, including adding to existing grants and funding new grants, authorizing hazard and incentive pay to retain and recruit staff, and working closely with CDC on COVID mitigation measures to keep children and staff safe. In addition to our standard beds, ORR has also utilized influx care facilities and emergency intake sites. Out of the 14 emergency intake sites that were utilized last year, only 2 remain active. Pecos EIS and the ORR EIS at Fort Bliss. Although emergency intake sites are temporary, they do allow us to quickly add beds for children when we need them. We also continuously work with our contractors to ensure that emergency intake sites are safe and appropriate placements for children, and that they provide key services, including robust case management and mental health supports. We are in the process of transitioning both of the remaining emergency intake sites to influx care facilities, which are required to provide the same services and supports as our standard shelters. And finally, we are conducting regular outreach to explore potential use of public and private properties that could be utilized as temporary influx care facilities as needed to accommodate increased referrals. As a child welfare agency, we know that the best place for children is with their family. Over the past year, ORR has implemented policy and process changes to expedite the safe placement of children with family and with vetted sponsors. Examples of this work are in my written testimony. ORR continues to focus on strengthening our work to carry out our duty to unaccompanied children and to ensure that ORR can adapt its capacity for their care. The Unaccompanied Children Contingency Fund included in the President's fiscal year 2023 budget would help address this by providing a reliable source of funding when referrals require ORR to add new capacity. While I am new to this role, fulfilling our legal and moral obligation to care for unaccompanied children will be my highest priority. I know that many of you have been key partners in supporting ORR's mission, and I look forward to working with all of you. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Contreras. Our next witness is Blas Nunez Neto. Mr. Nunez Neto serves as the RAND Corporation. Welcome to the committee. You may begin with your statement.
Thank you very much. Chairman Peters, ranking the committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity to come back home to HISGAC to discuss these critical issues. Migratory surges along the southwest border have unfortunately become a regular occurrence over the past decade.
Excuse me, sir. Could you make sure your mic is on and maybe bring it a little closer?
Closer. Is this better?
It is.
All right. So migratory surges along our southwest border have unfortunately become a regular occurrence over the past decade under presidents of both parties. Over this period, we have seen as well fundamental changes to the nature, scope, and demographics of irregular migration, even as our encounters along the border have increased to unprecedented levels this year. There are currently more people displaced from their homes in the world than at any time since World War II. And in our hemisphere alone, there are significant diasporas of Venezuelans and Haitians and a growing number of Nicaraguans being displaced to neighboring countries as well. There's little doubt that a number of...
Hey, Amazon's sliding, you guys. They're at $23.45. The market is selling off here. The SPY just tagged $417.43 low today.
...leave their countries. And this administration is committed to addressing the root causes of this migration. At the same time, though, we must acknowledge that our immigration system, and particularly our asylum system, are outdated and were not built to contend with the populations and volumes that we are now seeing at our border. For decades, the vast majority of individuals encountered at the southwest border were single adults from Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. Over the past 2 years, though, we have seen an unprecedented increase in migration from countries we have not traditionally encountered along our southwest border, which accounted for more than half of our unique encounters thus far this year when recidivism is factored in. In fact, roughly 25%, a full quarter of our encounters, are from Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba this year, countries that as the committee knows, we have also seen a sharp increase in children and families encountered at the border, more vulnerable populations that require additional care. These changes dramatically affect our ability to efficiently and humanely apprehend, process, and remove migrants encountered at the border. Our system was simply not designed historically to handle these flows. Despite these challenges, DHS has taken concrete steps since last fall to prepare for the eventual lifting of the CDC's Title 42 order. These preparations will help us to address the challenges at our border more effectively while protecting the safety and security of our communities. The plan that was developed after many months of work has 6 principal pillars, which I address in depth in my written testimony. The first is surging resources to support our border operations, and this includes deploying more than 1,000 additional law enforcement personnel to the border, constructing additional soft-sided facility, and implementing robust public health protocols at the border, including our new vaccination program for migrants processed under Title VIII. The second pillar is increasing the processing efficiency within our border management and immigration systems. This includes really innovative work to create digital A-files and electronic notices to appear, which will realize substantial savings in time at the border, as well as en route processing and our enhanced central processing center model. The third pillar is our ongoing work to administer consequences for unlawful entry. We will and are committed to firmly but fairly enforcing our immigration laws, and this includes applying expedited removal to all non-citizens who are in fact removable. It includes focusing prosecutions on non-citizens whose conduct warrants it, including those who are seeking to evade capture at the border. And it includes our efforts to speed up the asylum system through executive action for those who are not detained through the asylum officer rule and through the dedicated docket. The fourth pillar is our ongoing work to bolster NGO capacity and support border communities by working closely with and providing support for NGOs and community stakeholders, efforts that Congress has supported with funding and for which we are deeply grateful. The fifth pillar involves our efforts to target and disrupt the transnational criminal organizations and the human smugglers who spread misinformation and put migrants in harm's way for profit. The sixth pillar involves our efforts to work regionally and collaborate with our partners in Mexico as well as throughout the hemisphere to enhance legal avenues for protection and opportunity throughout the hemisphere, but also to ensure that partner governments are in fact enforcing their borders and not just letting people pass through on their way north. As we prepare for the end of Title 42 on May 23rd, DHS is working night and day to address the irregular migration challenges at our southwest border. However, we recognize that executive action will never be an adequate stand-in for congressional action in this space, and we urge Congress to work with us on a bipartisan basis to enact legislation that can help this country modernize its immigration system, streamline asylum processing, better secure its borders, and provide hope to migrants in the region that they will have legal opportunities to come to the United States. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez-Neto. Our next witness is Marianne Tierney. Ms. Tierney is currently serving as the Senior Coordinating Official for the Department of Homeland Security's Southwest Border Coordination Center, leading efforts to establish operational plans and secure resources. Ms. Tierney comes from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, where she served as the Regional Administrator for FEMA Region 3 since 2010. Ms. Tierney, welcome to the committee. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My full written testimony has been submitted into the record. I would like to start by recognizing the thousands of men and women of the Department of Homeland Security who work tirelessly around the clock, often at significant peril and personal sacrifice, to secure our borders, enforce our laws, and ensure the fair and humane treatment of all, consistent with our values as a department and as a nation. I thank these and the many thousands of other dedicated public servants of DHS who serve and protect our country and the American people, no matter the challenge. I appear before you today having just completed my assignment as the Senior Coordinating Official with the Southwest Border Coordination Center on April 29th. On April 1st, as we all know, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention announced that, as of May 23, 2022, Title 42 Public Health Order will be terminated. Title 42 is not an immigration authority, but rather a public health authority used by the CDC to protect against the spread of communicable disease. I would like to discuss and share some of the steps the SBCC has taken to prepare for the termination of Title 42. First, the SBCC has implemented measures to secure additional resources via agreements with other federal agencies and contracts across 3 lines of effort: transportation, facilities, and personnel. This includes expanding holding, ground, and air transport capacity, increasing utilization of law enforcement officers from across the federal government, adding contract security guards and processing support staff, and expanding medical services. These efforts allow CBP officers and agents to perform their vital national security mission, as opposed to processing and other administrative work. Second, the SBCC and Customs and Border Protection field leadership have established recurring and operationally focused engagements with state, local, tribal, and law enforcement officials to share information, understand challenges, and coordinate actions on the ground. Additionally, in April, FEMA awarded $150 million in humanitarian funding to the National Board for the Emergency Food and Shelter Program. The National Board will award these funds to eligible state and local governments and nonprofit organizations that have aided or will aid individuals and families encountered by DHS at the southern border. These funds can be used for food, lodging, and transportation costs. Organizations will have the opportunity to request reimbursement on a quarterly basis, as well as to request advance funding. Organizations can apply for reimbursement of expenses back to January 1, 2022. Third, DHS launched the Southwest Border Technology Integration Program to digitize and automate non-citizen processing. Today, over 70% of Title VIII cases are reviewed and signed digitally by Customs and Border Protection, which saves up to 14 minutes per case. We project this has saved over 20,000 hours of agent time already. Additional efficiencies are being implemented specifically targeted at expedited removal, so non-citizens encountered at the border but can be quickly removed. Everything possible is being done to enable officers and agents to spend less time processing arrests and more time in the field. Fourth, the SBCC is rapidly developing and testing innovative models that will co-locate Customs and Border Protection, ICE, HHS, and non-governmental organizations at enhanced centralized processing centers to eliminate inefficiencies and process non-citizens. This model will allow CBP to swiftly triage non-citizens and encounters based on risk, ensuring that higher-risk individuals are held in secured, hardened facilities and until they are placed in detention pending expedited removal. Fifth, the SBCC is working to alleviate overcrowding at CBP facilities by employing mobile in-route processing. Border Patrol is outfitting buses with necessary technology to support processing non-citizens while in transit. CBP can move non-citizens out of their facilities faster while retaining the integrity of biometric and biographic screening processes and ensuring non-citizens apprehended at the border are placed expeditiously into removal proceedings. Ultimately, the goal of these steps and other efforts focused on longer-term strategies to create lasting, scalable, repeatable structures to respond to irregular migration events. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Tierney. Our next witness is Chief Kari Huffman. Chief Huffman currently serves as the Acting Chief Operating Officer for the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, ensuring that CBP is equipped with the personnel and resources necessary to carry out their frontline duties at and between ports of entry. Chief Huffman, who has served in the U.S. Border Patrol for over 3 decades, previously served as CBP's Acting Deputy Commissioner and Executive Assistant Commissioner of Enterprise Services. Chief Hupman, welcome to our committee. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, and members of the committee. It is an honor to testify on behalf of U.S. Customs and Border Protection and discuss CBP's efforts to secure our borders and promote safe and efficient flow of lawful trade and travel. I currently serve as CBP's Acting Chief Operating Officer. However, my career in border security has spanned 37 years, the entire Western Hemisphere. While the border has always been a dynamic environment, there is one constant I am reminded of every day. The men and women of CBP have a complex, important, and frequently dangerous mission. One we are called to perform within the spirit of vigilance, service, integrity, and honor. It is in this spirit that CBP, while conducting our border security mission, remains the most humanitarian law enforcement agency in the country. Our border protection mission and ethos necessitate that we provide life-saving rescues, shelter, medical treatment, nourishment, and clothing to those we encounter. We regularly conduct rescue missions, deliver babies, feed children, and work with child care providers to ensure proper medical care. Notably, through extensive DHS and CBP efforts, we have created an unprecedented medical support and healthcare system inside a law enforcement agency. That's an unprecedented feat. Simultaneously, we remain vigilant and responsive to other border challenges and responsibility. Last year, CBP conducted more than 13,000 life-saving rescues in often extremely dangerous conditions and terrain. We continue to interdict hundreds of thousands of pounds of illicit narcotics, prevent dangerous people and goods from crossing our borders, enforce our nation's laws, and ensure the efficient flow of lawful trade and travel that is vital to our economy. These critical functions will continue when and if the CDC order, what we generally refer to as Title 42, comes to an end. CBP's operational response will be, as it is now, grounded in three key principles. First, enforce the law and implement administrative policies. Second, ensure individuals in our custody are provided care and afforded rights. And third, work collaboratively with our interagency and private sector partners. First, CBP is a law enforcement organization. We are committed to enforcing our nation's laws and implementing the policies of the executive branch. To that end, CBP will continue to utilize our immigration authorities under Title VIII, as we have done throughout our agency's history. These authorities include a range of enforcement options to hold individuals accountable for entering the U.S. illegally, including placing individuals into appropriate removal proceedings. They also allow non-citizens appropriate access to make asylum claims and provide for urgent port of entry humanitarian parole on a case-by-case basis. Which brings me to our second principle, the commitment to provide care and affording rights to individuals in our temporary custody. From the moment of initial contact with an individual, CBP procedures are designed to identify the correct processing pathway for that person, including appropriate options for those in vulnerable populations. Thanks to the support provided by Congress with FY22 funding, CBP is expanding temporary holding capacity, increasing the transportation of migrants away from overcrowded sectors for processing, and providing additional medical resources to protect the health and safety of migrants and, by extension, our personnel and our communities. Third, it is important to recognize the interagency efforts in this area. CBP is one of many organizations involved in addressing border security mission. Working together with our partners, CBP is making numerous preparations to ensure we can scale our operations as necessary to respond to the areas of greatest need. While I am here today representing one agency, I cannot stress enough the importance of Congress' continued support to the missions of not only CBP, but also ICE, USCIS, FEMA, HHS, the Department of State, the Department of Justice, and others. We are all part of a great number of efforts collaborating across the immigration spectrum. As evidenced by all the witnesses present, collaboration is key and support from Congress is vital. The border has always been a dynamic and complex environment. For CBP, we will continue to do our part in enforcing the law, ensuring individuals are properly cared for, and being a trusted partner to all other entities working on this effort. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you, Chief Hoffman. Our final witness is Emily Mandrella. Ms. Mandrella serves as the Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Department of State's Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs, covering Cuba and regional migration. Ms. Mandrella previously served as Director of Legislative Affairs for the National Security Council and most recently served as Executive Director for the Center for Democracy in the Americas. Ms. Mandrella, welcome to the committee. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, distinguished members of the committee. I welcome the opportunity to testify regarding the Biden-Harris administration's priorities on regional migration. This is a pivotal moment for our hemisphere as we broaden the shared responsibility on humane migration management across the region. The Department of State is actively working with governments, the private sector, civil society, and international organization partners throughout the region to increase cooperation and address our shared responsibility to humanely manage migration and to provide protection for those fleeing persecution or torture. Regional leaders recently concluded a hemispheric ministerial meeting on migration and protection, co-hosted by Secretary Blinken in Panama, April 19th and 20th. Secretary Blinken urged collaboration on stabilization of migrant and refugee receiving communities. The ministerial shined a light on the need to work together with international organizations and multilateral development banks to stabilize those host communities. President Biden will host the 9th Summit of the Americas, June 8th to 10th in Los Angeles. As the only meeting of leaders from across the Americas, the summit serves as the most important forum to address our region's shared challenges and opportunities. The 9th Summit marks the first time the United States will host the event since the inaugural gathering in Miami in 1994. The theme of the 9th Summit, Building a Sustainable, Resilient, and Equitable Future, represents a shared vision developed with the region's governments, civil society, and private sector. The summit will produce concrete outcomes, including in responding to the pandemic, building strong and inclusive democracies, addressing irregular migration, and increasing equity and inclusion. The President announced our intent to adopt the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection as an expression of leaders' commitments to addressing irregular migration and forced displacement. The Department of State has worked diligently to implement the administration's comprehensive approach to migration, which includes, in addition to elements managed by my colleagues on the dais, the U.S. strategy for addressing root causes of migration in Central America and the collaborative migration management strategy. The Biden-Harris administration's comprehensive approach builds on both significant U.S. government resources and substantial private sector investments to support the long-term development of Central America. To advance the root causes strategy, the Vice President brought together private sector leaders through the U.S. government's Call to Action initiative that has generated more than $1.2 billion in commitments to create new jobs and opportunities for people in the region. As part of the Vice President's Call to Action, Microsoft is connecting 4 million people to broadband access across the region, with nearly 1 million already connected to date. Nespresso will invest $150 million to double the number of farmers it works with in the region, and MasterCard is bringing 5 million people into the formal financial economy while digitizing 1 million micro and small businesses. Parkdale Mills is investing $150 million to support a new yarn spinning facility in Honduras and an existing facility in Virginia, supporting 500 jobs in each location, demonstrating the effect that these efforts can bring benefits to the U.S. economy as well. Through these long-term efforts, the Biden-Harris administration continues to make significant progress toward creating hope for people in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras that a better life can be found at home. Highlights to date include the U.S. government's $300 million Central America Local initiative, empowering local organizations to address drivers of irregular migration in their own communities, also delivery of more than 15 million COVID-19 vaccines to Northern Central America. We also continue helping to hold migrant smugglers accountable and conduct programs to support victims of gender-based violence, survivors of human trafficking, and unaccompanied migrant children. New U.S. government programs and scholarships improve access to education for nearly 18,000 returning or potential migrants and at-risk youth. The administration is doing its due diligence to prepare for potential challenges at the border. We've alerted countries to the upcoming changes in processing and requested flexibility and cooperation with regional partners as regional migration flows change, including repatriating individuals without a legal basis to remain in the United States. The department actively seeks to identify and respond to disinformation about migration. We work with interagency partners to track and combat disinformation, especially that circulated by smugglers about U.S. migration and border policy. I'll conclude again by underscoring the growing sense of shared responsibility across the region to work together with partners on a new approach to regional migration. Chairman Peters and Ranking Member Portman, members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mandrella, and thank you to each of our witnesses for your opening comments. I'm going to start questioning with discussion of Title 42, which I'm sure will be discussed quite extensively during this committee, and we'll have some other issues. But we know that Title 42 has severely limited border security enforcement strategies, like the consequence delivery system. The consequence delivery system started back in 2008 and was designed to impose escalating consequences on individuals who are crossing the border illegally. And quite frankly, it worked. And I have this chart to show how consequence delivery system worked. As you can see here from 2008 when it went into effect, these are folks that are coming across the border on a repeated basis, but it significantly decreased the number of folks coming across the border until you can see there in 2019, where we have a huge increase. That's when the Trump administration suspended the consequence delivery system to implement Title 42. So you can see once that happens with Title 42, a major spike once again going up of folks that are coming repeatedly over the border. Under Title 42, migrants are pushed back to Mexico with no consequences, and they have no reason not to keep trying. And they keep trying. They come back many, many times, as you can see that increase. And then it levels off. That flattening is with the Biden administration. It then flattened at that point. But you see this huge increase going back to the days before consequence was put in place. Now we have incredible strain because of folks coming over constantly. In fact, since the start of fiscal year 2021, the Border Patrol has encountered more than 900,000 migrants that they have seen at least once before, but they've probably seen them many, many times as they keep trying over and over again. There are no consequences. That's been eliminated with Title 42. So they keep trying until they get through. And when Title 42 is terminated, it's my sense that consequences need to be in place, like expedited removal and prosecution to decrease these illegal crossings and these repeat offenders, which are skewing the numbers we see over here. It's just because people are coming over so many times, the numbers are up, and that's a consequence. Because the consequence system is gone, with Title 42, you start seeing a big increase there because of repeat offenders. So my question for Mr. Nunes-Neto, does the department plan to reinstate consequences to reduce the rate of repeat crossers who have taken advantage of Title 42 public health order?
Thank you for that question, Chairman. And you are exactly right that under Title 42, the lack of any real consequences.
Sorry, would you start over, please?
Yeah, so thank you, Chairman, for the question. And you're exactly right that under Title 42, the lack of consequences leads to, roughly half of individuals being re-encountered subsequently. And we are committed to imposing consequences as part of the administration's plan that, again, is in my written testimony. Part of those consequences is really ramping up our use of expedited removal for those who are removable, and also, doing a focused prosecution campaign on individuals whose conduct warrants it. And that includes individuals who are recidivists, who cross multiple times. It also includes individuals who may seek to evade capture. I would note one thing, Chairman, which is we've actually already begun implementing consequences for recidivists. It's starting about 2 months ago, we began an effort to identify Title 42 recidivists and start imposing expedited removal on them to levy a consequence. And we plan to continue to increase that in the coming weeks.
So if I can paraphrase, without these consequences, we're putting a real strain on our folks at the border because we've got people just coming over, sent back to Mexico. They come back later that day. They come back the next week, the 2 weeks, constantly. Huge strain. Once consequences are in place, we can reinstate that. Title 42 is allowing people to keep coming over and over again, constantly inflating these numbers. Now, once consequences put in place, you would expect to start seeing a decrease again, like we saw in the past, which seemed to be pretty successful prior to Title 42?
I think that's absolutely correct, sir.
Great. Title 42 has also eliminated the safest and most orderly pathway for asylum.
Speaking of redefining things for the future, I know that's what you are doing all over Africa and starting. Speaking of redefining things for the future, I know that's what you are doing all over Africa and starting.
There's a good likelihood there could be longer lines. There could be some delays, slow things down. But the port directors have the authority to make the decisions, to form the lines as they need to, and use those things processed to move it as efficiently as they can. We're going to build on a lot of the past lessons we learned when this was going on previously and continue to process them through that way.
Thank you. Ranking Member Portman, recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think we need to be straight with the American people as to what's happening here. And let me just comment, if I could, on your suggestion that there be consequences for people who enter multiple times and how that would address the problem. I think it's fine to have consequences, but that's not the issue. Agent, you just told us that you're preparing post-Title 42 not for people to have consequences for multiple entries, but for more asylum seekers, didn't you? That's what you just told us, right?
For those that come to the port of entry and make an application for asylum. Yes, sir.
So you're expanding your capacity to deal with asylum. That's what's going to happen. I mean, the alternative to Title 42 is not that people are going to stay home. The alternative to Title 42 is that they're going to do what they cannot do now because of Title 42, which is apply for asylum. Do you disagree with that, Agent?
Sir, I don't think I understood your question.
What's the alternative to Title 42? It was suggested by Mr. Nunez Neto a second ago that the alternative to Title 42 is that repeat offenders in particular are not going to come over because they'll have consequences. The alternative that you stated is that you're going to have more people coming and applying for asylum. That's what you're preparing for, right?
Sir, we're prepared to allow whoever comes to the country the they can afford the access to our asylum system if they have a right to do so. Right, that's what we're
That's
required
what
by
you
law
said.
to do.
You're going to increase your capacity for it. That's what's going to happen, right?
Yes, sir, we intend to increase our capacity to process
No, but
whatever
answer my question, and let's just be honest here with the American people. Right now, Title 42 is the ability for you to say to about 1 million people a year, we're going to turn you back. And by the way, they aren't turned back to Mexico in cases where they're not from Mexico. You actually process them for roughly 40 hours, and you send them back to their country of origin. It might be Ecuador. So it's not what was described, but, and those people obviously are less likely to be repeat offenders because they're thousands of miles away. But what you are saying is that without Title 42, you're going to have a lot more people who come to the border and say, I have a credible fear, and like others, they'll be allowed to come into the country. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. So, I mean, guys, we can talk about this and try to play politics with it and say the administration has all these plans and consequences matter, but the reality is we have an asylum system that is broken, and until we fix that, it's not going to be solvable post-Title 42. That Title 42 is not sustainable. I get that. It's a public health authority. It's not meant to be an immigration law, but it's all we have right now to keep the system from being totally overwhelmed and to keep not just 1 million people being released into the country every year who come unlawfully, claim asylum. Remember, 85% at the end, at least of Mexicans and Central Americans that we know of, are not given asylum, and yet they are not deported. The numbers we have are that there are 1.2 million migrants who have received a final order of removal, and we are removing 56,000 a year right now. That was the number in 2021. And that is less than 5%. So that's the issue, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I wish it were easier, but it's hard because we have to deal with the asylum issue. Mr. Nunez Neto, you were on this committee. You know this issue well. Do you disagree with anything that I've said?
Sir, I think it is clear that under current law, migrants who arrive at the border have the opportunity to claim asylum. And, as a department and as a country, we enforce those laws. I think, as the secretary noted yesterday,
let's just back up for a second, if you could, please. And I apologize, but we don't enforce the laws in the sense that what the laws say is that we're supposed to detain people pending the process of asylum, and we don't do that. We don't have the beds to do that. The expedited removals, in fact, in the budget for this year are reduced even further, specifically with regard to detention, which is mandated by law. So we don't do that, and we can't do that. You can't do that. We don't have the space, right? We have 24,000 beds. We're talking 1.2 million people who have been put into expedited removal. Is that correct?
I don't think we have ever had enough beds to detain everybody through the process, sir.
Maybe we haven't ever had enough beds, but isn't that the reality?
Yes, sir. We do not have enough detention capacity to hold everybody who's.
According to Secretary Mayorkas, not even close. Not even close to. I mean, we have 7,000 or 8,000 people a day coming to the border right now, unlawfully, and we have 24,000 beds. And because of social distancing, because of COVID, we have fewer beds even than that, I'm told, even though Title 42 is about to expire. With regard to COVID, we're still applying it to the beds. But that's another issue. The problem, I guess, that I'm trying to get at is that unless we fix the asylum system, there's no way to allow you, Agent Huffman, to do your job, and your men and women who I've talked to, and they're the ones that tell me they are scared to death of what's going to happen when Title 42 goes away, because there's no alternative. And the 6 pillars that were just talked about, again, we can go through this, but 1,000 new Border Patrol agents, my understanding is the budget asked for 300, something like that, so I guess you're going to take them from other places, including the border with Canada, in making processing work faster, enhanced processing on buses while people go into the interior, working with non-governmental organizations to process people faster. I mean, all that's fine. all that's fine, but it doesn't deal with the problem. It just puts more claims to be adjudicated, and they're in the United States for 6 to 8 years before their case is resolved. Is that correct?
So it is correct that people who are not detained on average take 6 to 5 or 6 years to go through the ER process. I would note, sir, if I may, that we have tried to
Erica
tackle
says
the
6 to 8
asylum
years.
process through the asylum officer rule by executive action, but we would welcome a bipartisan effort on the Hill to work on this important issue.
Well, I would too, and there are ideas out there that are, I think, very promising. One would be to have an expedited adjudication process at the border. Senator Sinema was here earlier. She and Senator Cornyn have a proposal along those lines with processing centers. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's going to be expensive, but it's absolutely crucial to me that the last people coming in are the first people who are told, we understand that your country has issues and that the economics are a real problem. You look at the Migration Policy Institute here, indicates that between 75% and 91% of migrants who are coming to the border are coming for economic reasons. We get that. That's why the asylum policy is leading to adjudications of only 15% being accepted from the majority of these countries. So we've got to make that decision early, send people back home if they don't qualify, allow them in if they do, and that is what will send a message to the traffickers and to these families that it doesn't make sense to make this arduous and dangerous journey north. So I would love to work on that, but that's not what is being proposed here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Portman. And just want to, if I can clarify, maybe to put this simplify it a little bit as we discuss some solutions here, is when we talked about the consequence system, that really deals with the single adults that are coming across who aren't going to be able to, they aren't applying for asylum. They're just trying to get across the border. Under 42, they just get sent back, no consequences. They keep coming back. It drives those numbers up for those individuals. And so, well, most of them don't. It's they're just coming across from Mexico, and they're not going to be able to go through that process. It's going to be very difficult. Then there are the asylum seekers. You're absolutely right about that. That we have to deal with that process, and that's something Congress has to deal with. We have to come together and fix this, and I'm committed to working with you and others on that. I think we're reviewing some legislation together right now related to that so that we can deal with it, and I look forward to working with you to deal with that aspect of the problem. We got to deal with both of these problems together. I totally agree with you in that respect. I need to go to Armed Services Committee to ask some questions, so I'm going to turn the gavel over to Senator Carper and recognize Senator Carper for his questions.
Yeah, thanks so much. If you give me the gavel, I may not want to give it back to you. So, I just want to welcome back to this committee a number of folks that are here as witnesses and staffing the witnesses. Welcome back, and thank you again for the great work you did here with our committee and for the work that you're doing today. My first question, actually two questions, are going to go to Secretary. Is it Mandrala? You pronounce it Mandrala or Madrala?
Mandrala.
Thank you. Everyone on this committee, ma'am, knows, just about everybody knows I'm a pretty big root cause guy. I always focus on what is the root cause, not just the symptoms of problems, but it's a topic I bring up frequently when talking about migration at our southern border, and that's because until we address the root causes of migration, like crime, like corruption, like lack of economic opportunity, we're going to continue to see folks arriving at our border for the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years to come. I believe that building strong diplomatic relations with countries in the Western Hemisphere is a critical part to stemming the flow of migration in the long term. I just ran into Ken Salazar, former senator, former Secretary of the Interior. He's in town, and he's now our ambassador to Mexico. He was in the Dirksen building, in the cafeteria having breakfast. And I had a chance to talk with him a little bit yesterday, and they said, I want to come down to Mexico and the Northern Triangle sometime later this year, and maybe bring some of our colleagues with me. But anyway, we talked a bit about root causes. I'm still a big root cause guys, but I think building strong diplomatic relations with countries in the Western Hemisphere is a critical part to stemming the flow of migration in the long term, not just the short term, but the long term. And we got to work in lockstep with countries in the region to ensure that we're doing all we can to address the push and pull factors that force so many of them to flee. With that in mind, Secretary Mandrala, Could you please take a moment to update us on the State Department's diplomatic efforts to tackle the root causes, some of the root causes, not all, but some of the root causes, and engage with countries in the region? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. President Biden, through an executive order in February of last year, directed the Department of State to work across the interagency to draft a strategy to address root causes of migration, recognizing that we have engaged in efforts to address root causes in Central America before. He directed us to learn lessons, apply those lessons, and to put in place a strategy to do it better. He directed that alongside several other aspects of a comprehensive approach to regional migration, including reforms at the border and another line of effort that we call the Collaborative Migration Management Strategy. And this is a strategy to manage migration along with regional partners, strengthen border enforcement in the region, promote a sense of shared responsibility, strengthen protection systems in countries throughout the region as well. On the root causes strategy, we drafted and published a strategy last summer to address root causes of migration, such as insecurity, lack of economic opportunity, and governance issues. And we have been working in partnership with governments in the region, civil society, private sector actors as well to implement that. I'll share with you a few highlights of the first year of our work. I mentioned in my testimony, the Vice President announced and is working with private sector leaders on the call to action, promoting investment from private sector entities in Central America that can create jobs and improve standards of governance as well. The call to action has secured $1.2 billion in commitments from private sector actors to invest in Central America. Those commitments will generate 70,000 jobs in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. Additionally, two other highlights I'll share is that we have allowed for access to education for 18,000 young people in Central America through scholarship opportunities, and 70,000 business owners access to credit. This is in addition to efforts that we are conducting through our Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement to train police on better and more humane security tactics, more efficient security tactics as well. It is a commitment of the Biden-Harris administration to, as we are working to address root causes of migration, to make sure that our efforts to promote strong governance is a through line and underpinning everything that we do, recognizing that without gains in governance, without governments that can provide for their people, gains in the security realm and the economic realm will not be sustained.
Other than that, though, that's a pretty good list, really.
Thank you.
Are there, very briefly, are there any additional pathways available to expand in-country processing to other migrant groups, especially those that would inevitably end up at our border? That would be for Mr. Nunez Neto, and then again for you, Madam Secretary. That question, please. Go ahead. Any additional pathways available to expand in-country processing to other migrant groups, especially those that might end up at our border? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. We have been working to expand our ability to, issue H-2A and B visas in the region. I think, are also enhancing refugee processing in the region. That said, I think we do have, under current law, limited legal pathways, and one of the things that I think we would really want to work with Congress on is the ability to better match, workers in the region with the badly needed jobs that we have in the U.S.
All right, thank you. And Secretary Mandrelli, anything else you would add? Additional pathways to expand in-country processing to other migrant groups?
We recognize that legal pathways is a critical component of the strategy to effectively manage migration throughout the region. And these are pathways to the United States as well as to elsewhere, other countries that are standing up legal pathways, temporary work opportunities, et cetera. I'll mention a program run by my colleagues in the Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration, and it's the Central America Minors Program. In September 2021, the State Department and Department of Homeland Security expanded the eligibility categories for U.S.-based relatives who can apply for their children in Northern Central America to access the Central America Minors Program. This is a legal pathway for individuals to apply from their home country to access the United States. And then, as Assistant Secretary Nunez Neto mentioned, we are also working to expand temporary work visas to the United States and encouraging countries around the world to also stand up and augment their own temporary work opportunities for individuals from Northern Central America.
My thanks to both of you for those responses. And I think the next person in line is from Oklahoma, James Langford. Senator Langford, you're next. And if she returns, I think Senator Sinema would follow you. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Senator Carper. Thanks to all of you and being here. I've got a bunch of questions, and so if I could ask everyone to be brief in your responses on it, let me try to go through several things on this. Let me start with the Deputy Assistant Secretary Mandrela. There are ads that are up on radio ads and such encouraging folks not to do migration in the United States. Does the State Department actually run those, yes or no?
Encouraging individuals not to migrate to the United States?
Yes.
The State Department does have robust messaging efforts throughout the region. It depends on where you're talking about, but some of them, yes.
Yeah, Northern Triangle, as far as Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador on those. Could we get the budget for those and also the copy, the text for those on it? That would be very helpful for us to be able to see what's actually being used.
I'd be happy to follow up.
Thank you. There's I talked to Secretary Mayorkas recently, and we were talking about his 6-point plan that he's put out, which I have some significant questions on. There's a section of it in the 6-point plan that says they're going to work with countries in Central America on trying for them to be able to enforce their borders as well and also have asylum seekers there. I asked him the question of what leverage are you using on those countries to encourage them to actually enforce their borders? His response to me was State Department actually is in charge of that. So let me ask State Department, what leverage are you using to encourage countries in Central America for them to enforce their borders? What are you doing there for them to stop irregular migration that's just passing through their country and heading north?
We have strong partnerships with countries in Central America, and many of them are enforcing their borders for their own reasons and through their own to protect their own national interests. During COVID-19, the height of the pandemic, many of the countries imposed public health requirements, additional document checks and additional public health requirements that prevented transit through their borders for public health reasons, for example. We are supporting, through our foreign assistance, training of border personnel, for example, to train them on more effective and more humane enforcement tactics. But I would say that most of the countries in the region are conducting those enforcement actions out of their own national self-interest.
So there's no increased engagement with them to be able to put leverage on them? Because obviously we had 2 million people encountered, quote unquote, coming across our border last year, many of those from literally all over the world, many of them coming through Central America. So is there an additional effort that's coming to be able to slow down that quantity? The 6-point plan implies there's something new.
Oh, absolutely. We are engaging with them on a regular basis out of Washington, trips down to the region through our embassies on a range of priorities, including border enforcement, including accepting back repatriations of their nationals who have no legal basis to remain in the United States, and also to identify emerging trends and identify needs associated with those emerging trends.
But that's not additional border enforcement. That is repatriation. That's others. I'm asking specifically what's in the plan, what State Department is doing to put leverage on countries to enforce their own borders. You talked about training that you've done in the past, things that they did during COVID years ago. We still had 2 million people last year, many of those crossing through those borders. What are we doing now to encourage those countries to enforce their borders?
Well, for example, when we notice a trend working with interagency partners of a certain nationality that's arriving in larger numbers at our border, we will carry that information, including the routes that those individuals are transiting, to countries throughout the region and look for areas of partnership. If they're arriving by air, countries may decide through their own sovereign decision-making process to impose visas on those nationalities that are arriving by air that can and that have been proven to be conduits to large flows of irregular migration, to impose visas on those nationalities to make sure that those that are arriving by air are not intending migrants to the United States. And we also know that if one country imposes a visa requirement, it's very easy for those routes to be diverted elsewhere. So we make sure that we are alerting and working in partnership with countries throughout the region so that that route is not diverted.
Great. Could you get us that plan, that idea? Because again, I go back to, that's helpful, by the way, on the visa piece and people flying in, but people that are walking across borders, and we're seeing that border to border to border to border at times. We've all talked about this for years. If they'd only enforce their borders, it's much harder to enforce ours. What I'm trying to get to is, what is State Department doing to provide leverage to countries to say, stop, actually enforce your border? It's different than training, it's different than visas and all that. And if we can just get that in writing, that'd be very helpful to me. And we'll follow up with that. Assistant Secretary Nunez Neto, it's good to see you again. When you and I visited in February, I believe, when you were in my office, we had talked back and forth about the guidance that you provided to Border Patrol agents, USCIS asylum officers to evaluate claimed vulnerabilities during the screenings to determine whether a migrant should be placed in MPP. I asked for that. You said, no problem. Just as a heads up, it's May. I don't have that yet. And so if I could get that, my office will follow up with you on that request again. But that'd be very helpful to be able to get that. We're trying to be able to figure out the usefulness of the MPP and the way that screening is actually done. And the officers, when I was there in February, getting a chance in January to be able to visit with the officers on the ground, they were fuzzy about it. I came back to ask what's being handed, and you said, yes, there is guidance. I just haven't seen it yet. So can I get that?
We will certainly follow up with your office on that, sir, and happy to provide a briefing and the documents we were able to.
The documents would be great to be able to get on that. So you had just mentioned earlier to Senator Portman in your conversation that we don't have enough bed space. It's interesting to me, in the budget proposal that DHS has put out, they actually request 5,000 fewer beds for single adults and 2,500 fewer beds for family units. Your testimony is we don't have enough beds. The budget request is we need even fewer. And I'm trying to figure out still, when there's the ongoing discussion about May the 23rd, that on May the 23rd, the plan is to end Title 42 at the border because there's no COVID at the border, but we still have restrictions on our detention facilities that we can't use every bed because there's still COVID in the detention facilities, but not COVID at the border. So Title 42 is going away at the border, but we can't hold them. We've got to just wave them through to be able to come through and can't do detention. It's a double hit here. You're still limiting the number of people that can be held in detention, and you're asking for fewer beds while you're saying we need more bed space. I'm just trying to figure this out.
So to be clear, Senator Portman asked whether we had the ability to detain everybody we encountered. And my response was that the department has actually never had enough beds to do that. You know, we are focused right now on reviewing every step of the expedited removal process to try to compress the timeline. It takes historically 6 to 8 weeks to remove people in expedited removal who, you know, either are found not to have a fear or who appeal that decision and have the no fear finding upheld by an immigration judge. That's just too long, frankly, and it's been the historical average. So we are really working to maximize the beds we have by getting people through the process much faster. But, you know, one of the challenges we have, frankly, is that a quarter of our encounters right now are from countries we really can't remove people to, and we just do not have good options for, you know, individuals from Venezuela, from Cuba, and from Nicaragua, where we just don't have the agreements in place with those governments to remove people, even if an immigration judge does find that they are not, you know, they don't merit asylum.
Senator Langford, I'm going to have to ask you to hold it at that point. And well, but there'll be a second round, I understand, and you may want to take advantage of that. All right, Senator Sinema's joined us, and you're recognized, please. 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Yesterday, this committee heard from Secretary Mayorkas regarding the DHS plan for handling the expected influx of migrants. I have not heard the detail I need to be confident in the government's plan. In order to meet this moment, DHS needs to be able to share operational details regarding how they plan to move migrants through the processing system in a manner that will keep Arizona communities safe and treat migrants fairly and humanely. So, Ms. Tierney, Arizona communities, NGOs, and local and federal law enforcement officers have been struggling to keep up with the flow of migrants for years. Yesterday, Secretary Mayorkas indicated that work to get resources on the ground in Arizona are well underway. I've not yet received specific details that allow me to be confident the government will be prepared. On which date will Arizona border sectors have all the necessary resources, including sufficient infrastructure, transportation, and staffing, to implement the administration's plan and avoid further burdening Arizona's local communities?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So what I want to do is talk a little bit about the 3 lines of effort that you referenced. The first thing I want to discuss is personnel. We are in the process of moving additional federal law enforcement officers across the southwest border to include Arizona, in particular the Yuma and.
All right, you guys, the European market just closed 2 minutes ago. So now the United States is in full control here. As you can see, the Euro market just sold this entire testimony here. Since it started, the market has just been selling here. Now I'm getting a buy signal come in here on the charts right now saying to buy the SPY right now since the Euro market is closed. Nice little strong bounce here coming in. Basically, the United States is taking over the market, so they can either bring us back up here to VWAP, maybe inside the channel, maybe just right here to the lower band. Then they might fade it back down here like the Euro close, or they might bring us into the channel and bring us back to the upper band. You know, never know right now with the United States in control here and what's on their mind. But the whole e-commerce got the market selling off today. Etsy sold off here about 16%. Shopify sold off about 17%. And it hurt a lot more e-commerce names, you guys. Amazon is down about 7%. So they still got earnings continuation going on to the downside. eBay's down, Wayfair is down about 18%, eBay's down about 10%. So it's e-commerce stocks today. I think they have figured out what's been holding the market at its highs. There was the e-commerce stocks, obviously, and they're getting pinpointed here, and they all missed on their earnings report, and they don't have the bag actually anymore due to the pandemic and inflation. So it looks like they're pretty normal now, and all those e-commerce stocks are getting normal. They're getting really normal, you guys. But the algorithm just told me, buy signal just kicked in here in the market. So that's probably just the United States just first entering here. I wouldn't trust it yet. I'm really just trying to just pay attention to charts and numbers here. I see what they just did. Think about where we were just at. We closed yesterday at about 428, 429. Now we're all the way back, basically where we started at 414 here today. So it can go either way from here, you guys. We were in the bear market, still is in the bear market, heading towards a crash at these levels. But the market is selling off, you guys, and that's the headlines here today. The NASDAQ is down 4.34%, you guys. 4.34%, 4.36% now. So the S&P 500 is down 3.13%. This is deep here. You hear what I'm saying? 3 to 4%. That's not good. That's ugly. The Dow is down 2.62%, you guys. So it is ugly here today. The market is just selling off here. This is what you call a market sell-off. But the Euro market is closed. The European market is closed. The United States, we are in full control. Let's tune in and see what's going to happen next. Give it about 20 minutes to confirm if they're going to go back to VWAP or they're going to continue to make lower lows today.
Problem. Do you have specific Arizona details?
I have top line details here. I do not have specific Arizona details, but we can certainly get you that offline. I do want to note again, it's a system. And so Yuma, Tucson are a part of a network of sectors on the southwest border. And I do encourage you to look at the whole system, not just specifically what's in Arizona, in particular with holding capacity, because that's where the air and ground transport contracts and plussing up those contracts will help with the lateral decompression.
I appreciate that. As you are aware, we've had significant problems with transport in Arizona already, with continuing concerns around migrants showing up at the Sky Harbor Airport, for instance, without appropriate travel plans. And airport personnel have been taken away from their duties of helping passengers get safely from one destination to another to provide assistance to migrants. As you mentioned before the hearing, some of that has been alleviated. It has not been solved. It doesn't sound like there is a very specific plan with actionable items to address this prior to May 23rd.
Well, Senator, I do want to, thank you for that comment and question. I do want to highlight some of the things that have happened, and specifically around the Sky Harbor Airport, which I know is a particular pain point for the airport, the county, and something that you've raised multiple times. Our lead field coordinator, which is the senior CBP official on the ground in Arizona, has convened detailed operational discussions with both the jurisdiction in which Sky Harbor Airport is, as well as the airport, to discuss how they can better coordinate their actions. And from that, a few things have happened. The first one is the identification of a site for drop-offs that's not specific to the airport, working with the primary NGO that provides the drop-off services there. There's also been work with TSA to discuss security clearance processes to ensure that people who do arrive have the right documentation and that TSA has access to the right system so that they can properly screen people without delay, avoiding people missing their flight and then having to be stuck at the airport for several hours or a day or two. Another issue is ticketing. And so the lead field coordinator has convened discussions with both Southwest Airlines and I believe it was United Airlines to discuss how to better coordinate ticketing as well as moving people through the airport to their gate. So there are things that have been done tactically to address these issues. And as we discussed before the hearing, and as I will highlight here, is it completely solved? No, it is not. But there are a lot of things in process and also completed to have alleviated some of the issues. I do want to note, though, there is, as we discussed it before the hearing, a limit to what we can do, because once people are processed out of CBP custody, the federal government has few levers to actually provide support. And so there is a lot of coordination that will have to happen between CBP, the non-governmental organizations, the local officials, and entities like the Sky Harbor Airport to ensure that we can move people through the system and avoid some of the pain points that you have highlighted previously.
Mr. Chair, I know that my time has expired. Might I be able to ask one additional question?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. So my next question is for Mr. Nunez Neto. Street releases are not new to Arizona communities. For years, I've been working with Arizona's local mayors and our counties to help relieve the burden caused by these street releases. The DHS plan indicates that there is defined criteria in place, which our local CBP officers will use to determine whether and how to perform street releases in particular communities. So what is the criteria that DHS is utilizing to make these decisions about street releases? And what steps will be taken to minimize the burden that's placed on Arizona communities in the case of street releases?
Thank you, Senator. I'd welcome also Chief Huffman's views on this. You know, we are working hard to minimize the potential for street releases. We acknowledge that they have happened, you know, really consistently over the years when particular parts of the border become overstretched. We have put guidelines in place. We'd be happy to share with you, more detailed information on that. I think in general, the safety of the community and public safety is kind of the North Star in this space, and we try to ensure, if there is a need to release migrants, that we do so, as Marianne noted, in direct coordination with local NGOs and local authorities in order to make sure that they have somewhere to go and a place to sleep. Chief Huffman, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Well, I just concur with what, do I have time to go answer the question? I just concur with what Mr. Nieto answered, that the local CBP officials and local, they work closely with the local officials. They understand the stress, this burdens it, but as we all know, CBP is just the first step. And when you encounter somebody, and once the systems just get so strained, sometimes you have to make the choices of those releases. And so when you have to do so, you do so in coordination with the NGOs if they're available in general, and make sure you're in coordination with your state and locals. But as obviously, we'd like to not have any street releases if we could avoid it at all.
Mr. Chairman, I know my time's expired. I just will note that there have been repeated stories in Arizona, including the mayor of a small town in Arizona called Gila Bend, in which there are no shelters and no bus stops. That mayor was actually transporting migrants himself to the Phoenix area because of street releases that were unplanned and unannounced. So I have grave concern that this will continue to be a burden on local Arizona communities. Additionally, leaving migrants without any place to go, without safe harbor, particularly as summer temperatures rise over 110 in southern Arizona. Mr. Chairman, I have an additional 12 questions that I'll submit for the record, and I'm interested in hearing a lot more about these plans. As of this moment, I do not feel confident that the system is ready for this mass migration that could occur as early as May 23rd. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sinema. Senator Scott, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'm from the state of Florida. We have quite a few people have moved to our state from foreign countries, and we like immigration. But what's going on in Florida right now, people, they have no belief that our federal government has secured our border. They have no belief that there's a plan to secure our border. They are seeing friends and some families lose their lives because of the unbelievable increase in drug overdose with the fentanyl that's coming across the border. They read the stories about the number of terrorists that have been caught, and they know that there's so many people that have not been caught. So they assume there's a lot of terrorists that have come in the country since Joe Biden got elected, and none of this seems to get any better. CBP encountered 221,000 illegal immigrants along the southwest border in March, a 33% increase compared to February, and the highest number in 22 years. Most concerning is the encountering of a historic number of illegal aliens from countries beyond Mexico and the Northern Triangle, who now represent nearly 40% of all border encounters in March. In contrast to fiscal 2012, encounters of foreign nationals originating from outside Mexico and the Northern Triangle were 2% of encounters. In fiscal 2021, the figure had increased to 22%. First off, Mr. Nunez-Neto, how many countries are there, and how many countries are representing people that are coming across our border illegally now?
Thank you, Senator. It is, common each year to see individuals from dozens of nationalities at our border. I think what's changed is just the sheer volume from countries we don't traditionally receive people from, and predominantly that has been this year Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, which account for about a quarter of our encounters.
So how many countries are represented? How many countries are there in the world, and how many countries are represented of people that have come across illegally that Border Patrol has picked up?
I don't have the specific number in front of me, but it is normally, in the high dozens.
So there are about 200 countries in the world, depending on who you asked. And the Del Rio sector reported that last fall that migrants from 106 countries crossed their sector in fiscal 2021. That's just one of 9 southern border sectors. Ranking Member Portman said in March that there are people coming over the border this year from 150 countries. The numbers are staggering and reveal a fact that cannot be ignored. This isn't a regional problem. Apprehensions of illegal aliens from distant countries like Syria, Lebanon, Romania, India, Turkey prove that the Biden administration's radical border policies have sent a clear message to the world. Come across our southern border, it's wide open. The rest of the world clearly believes that if you can get to the southern border, you can come across. So, Mr. Nunez-Neto, do you believe our southern border is closed?
As the Secretary noted yesterday, Senator, there's no doubt that we are facing severe challenges on our border. I would note that it is in line with historical trends to see large numbers of countries encountered at the border. But again, the key difference that we are currently seeing are just the large numbers of individuals from countries like Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, and Brazil, and Haiti that we are not accustomed to seeing at the land border.
Is the border closed?
The border has and continues to present a challenge for us.
So do you think our country has a right to have a secure border? Because Secretary Marcus has come and testified. I don't see anything happening. If I'm a business guy, if I went into business and you saw a 33% increase in something bad happening, somebody would do something. I was down in the Arizona border a few months ago, and what the Border Patrol told me is this is the first administration that they can't say that they can see anything happening. It's just fascinating to me. We got people dying. About 1 out of every 3,000 people in this country died of a drug overdose last year. It's staggering. So let me go to Ms. Mandrella. So the Biden administration is supposedly having talks with Cuba now. So I'm from Florida. We have a lot of people that are Cuban descent. They know the atrocities of the Castro regime for decades. They were furious when the Obama administration had their appeasement, which didn't work. I can tell you story after story. I can tell you one story of the lady I know that after Obama's appeasement, The Castro regime cut off her hand, stuck in the mud so she would die of infection. And you know what her atrocity was? She complained that somebody closed a school in her area. And now we're back. My understanding is we're back talking to them again, we're talking about the same appeasement stuff that's going to do nothing. We have 1,300 people in Cuba prisons right now that peacefully protest July 11th. Some of these are kids. They're being tortured. They are going to die. I have not seen one thing the Biden administration has done. I've called the White House. The White House has not done one thing to call this out. And now my understanding is you're having conversations with Cuba. So are you going to take them off the state sponsor of terrorism list? Are you going to take away the sanctions? This doesn't make any sense to anybody I know and have watched all the atrocities and have had their family members put in prison for doing nothing.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. And I will say that we absolutely share your concerns about the human rights situation on the island. And President Biden himself, Secretary Blinken, and several other officials from the State Department and elsewhere in the administration have publicly condemned human rights violations.
No. Joe Biden has not said one word. I called Joe Biden. I called the White House and they hung up on me. Joe Biden has not said one word about the atrocities. He's not said one word about these 1,300 protesters. I asked him to do it. He will not do it. And by the way, I asked when this was going to happen. I said, you got to get the internet back on. And they said, oh, yeah, we're going to work on that. There's been nothing done. Or is there anything being done to get the internet back on? So these peaceful protesters or the other protesters can talk to each other? Nothing. They said, oh, yeah, we're going to work on it. That was last July. Not one thing has happened.
Senator, I'd be happy to follow up with you to share some of the statements that have been made publicly by administration officials.
Joe Biden.
I'll share that we absolutely share your concerns about the human rights situation on the island. The political prisoners, those that were protesting peacefully July 11th and desired to in days following and before that were arrested, remained in prison, many of them with harsh sentences, as you rightly point out, some of them minors. We have made those concerns publicly and we share those directly with them as well.
I'd like to see where it is because I haven't seen it. The president hasn't said a word. Number two, are you taking them off are you going to take away the sanctions or are you going to take them off the terror watch list?
With respect to the migration accords or the migration talks that occurred a couple weeks ago, the U.S. and Cuba over several years, over several decades, brokered migration accords, 84, 94, 95, and 2017, to commit both sides to several measures that would promote safe, legal, and orderly migration. And administrations for decades now have met on a biannual basis at a technical level to discuss the implementation of the accords. And the meeting that occurred a couple weeks ago was a resumption of those migration talks to discuss compliance with the migration accords on both sides to promote safe, legal, and orderly migration. As you know, the challenges of Cuban outflow of migration is tremendous at this moment. Individuals spending their life savings, risking their lives in many respects, subjected to mistreatment by smugglers and traffickers as they make their way overland to arrive in an irregular fashion at our border. And so it's imperative that we work together with partners throughout the region and
So
speak
that means
directly
that's
with
a yes
the
then.
Cubans.
That's a yes that's on the table, that you're going to take away the sanctions.
Oh, no, sir. I'm responding specifically to your question about
My
the
question is,
migration
are you going to
talks.
take them off the terrorist watch, are state-sponsored terrorism, and are you going to eliminate the sanctions?
Oh, sir, I have no comment on either of those.
So if you have no comment, that's a yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Rosen, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, and as I said to the Secretary, it really was disappointing that only after the administration announced that Title 42 restrictions would be lifted at the border did DHS release a plan to Congress for dealing with the change in policy and, of course, the expected surge at our border. It's also concerning that the plan seems to lack important details about how the administration is going to make sure that our border is secured. Moreover, things like surging resources to the border and improving coordination between NGOs and government solutions that DHS, well, frankly, that they've just...
All right, now the European market is closed. The United States is really starting to push like they want to make lower lows right now. That's what it seems like so far in first 20 minutes. They might switch it up here, but I don't know today. It really seems on here. Pressure's on, you guys. We're down bad. The NASDAQ is down 4.45%. The S&P 500 is down 3.30%. The Dow Jones is down 2.85%. So it's getting ugly here. We got Tesla. They're starting to slide here to the downside too. Bears over there clawing at Tesla right now, A85. They're down about 7%. So this is ugly, you guys.
Key thing that I will note is that the Southwest Border Coordination Center has brought together departmental components as well as the interagency to coordinate their actions in a way that perhaps may not have been done before. And through that, we have better aligned our priorities. We have identified specific objectives and tasks, and every day a team of dozens is working vigorously to execute against those tasks. And that's why in the past, I would say 45 to 60 days, there has been a substantial plus up in both the acquisition of resources as well as the deployment of resource. There has also been a significant movement in several policy areas, which Assistant Secretary Nunes-Neto could go into. So that is one key thing that I think is different and has improved outcomes come May 23rd.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Senator. I think there's a number of lessons that have been learned over the last 2 years. I think, starting with the fact that, because of the lack of consequences under Title 42, the number of people who just keep trying to come back, is really extraordinarily high, and that puts a lot of strain on the system. So the need to have consequences for those who don't have a legal basis to stay in the country, I think, is a key lesson learned. I think additionally, as their senior coordinating official, Mary Ann Tierney, just noted, there are a number of initiatives underway to really kind of look at the system from beginning to end and find efficiencies at every step of the process, from encounter to referral between CBP and ICE, to how ICE manages expedited removal in its facilities. One of the things that has been a historical issue for not just DHS, but also DOJ, is the fact that all of our immigration processes are paper-based, and the printing out and scanning of documents takes an extraordinary amount of time and pulls our frontline law enforcement personnel away from their law enforcement duties. And so we are working to digitize the notices to appear and to create an electronic A-file that will, I think, have really kind of revolutionize the way we process at the border. We hope to have a lot of this done by the end of the year. And I think, we will see huge gains across the entire immigration continuum as part of that.
Thank you. Ms. Tierney, do you have anything to add?
And again, thank you for the question. So, as you know, CBP is the first, just one agency in the overall continuum that works the border security issues, and we're usually the first one to encounter people, and then we're kind of in the process of having to deal with them first. But the ultimate pathways or where they go is dependent upon other parts of the program. So I think one of the key lessons that we've learned, and this started back in 2019 when we first saw the big push, is that the shifting demographics of who we deal with, from going from single adults to family units back to single adults, is very challenging to have the right type of facilities to do the processing, to the temporary custody, those kind of things. So that turned out to be a big challenge across the board, because historically we were built to deal with single adults. That's how our system has worked, and that's how our facilities were worked. So we learned how to quickly scale up and change that. And we started using the soft-sided facilities a lot, and we were able to configure those soft-sided facilities in order to work better for us, to be able to detain and process and then move on to the next stage for those things. So that was key to us. As Mr. Nieto mentioned, the improving our processes in between the organizations, in between to move them from the technology issues, to get away from paper and start switching to digital. Those are important. But I think one of the key things that I think is important is that this is kind of one of the first times where CBP has not felt we're out in the fight alone for this situation. We seem like to have a better whole of government approach this time, and so that's really helpful. It helped us last spring and summer when we were dealing with an extremely large number of unaccompanied children, to finally get fully coordinated in a unified team to process this thing. That same process is we're using now as we get ready for for Title 42 to go away, because we are dealing with unprecedented numbers. There's no question about that. I'm probably the only guy that was on the job here in 1986, and we set the first record of 1.6 million encounters that year, which was very, very difficult to do, and we've gone through several like that. But over the time, we've learned how to take better care of those in our custody, how to process faster, but also to make sure we have all the team players involved in it, from within the Homeland Security plus DOJ, Department of State, all involved to help us deal with the situation.
Well, thank you, because I do think we have to take these lessons learned into a coordinated whole of government approach, turn them into an action plan like digitizing so you can share better across agencies, being able to modernize our facilities. But we have to have a plan that's robust, coordinated, and humane and dignified. And so I look forward to working with you on that. I'm going to submit my next question for the record, because all of this really begs the need for comprehensive immigration reform that really does take these lessons learned and turn them into a humane, dignified, robust action plan, not only at our border, but for our immigration as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got dueling charts here. I don't expect you to be able to read all the detail here, but a picture does paint 1,000 words. Just so you know, the gold is single adults, blue are family units, red are unaccompanied children. What we have here is 10 years worth of monthly apprehensions. And what's interesting about this, I kind of told the story yesterday with Secretary Mayorkas, but let me tell a slightly different story. Over the last 8.5 years, on average, we had about 30,000 adults being apprehended at the southwest border monthly, about 30,000. Very steady. What we had in 2014 was the humanitarian crisis of unaccompanied children and family units exploiting our asylum laws. Same thing happened in 2019. Something different is happening now. First thing, you'll see an explosion in single adults. Now, we're hearing this yesterday and again today that they want to explain this away as from repeat offenders. The chairman's chart showed 25% of the apprehensions were repeat offenders. This is from 30,000 to well over 150,000. Chief Huffman, do repeat offenders account for going from an average of 30 to over 150,000 single adults being apprehended on a monthly basis?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I believe you're correct. The math doesn't add up to accomplish. There is a significant amount of recidivism folks involved in the Title 42s. We know that.
Recidivism back here too, right?
Yes, sir. And going all the way back to when we were counting to 1986, recidivism are in all those numbers. There's no question about that.
So there's something else going on here. Let me suggest where you really started seeing the single adults increase was during the 2020 presidential debates, when every Democrat presidential candidate said they weren't going to deport anybody and they're going to offer people free health care. Now, again, if you look at the chart, there's some pretty remarkable breakpoints. For example, number of apprehensions dropped precipitously right after President Trump was elected. People thought our laws were going to change. We're going to tighten up the border, so they stopped coming. They found out, no, nothing really changed, and they started surging. Then President Trump did real consequences. Return to Mexico was a real consequence, and it worked. It pretty well stopped the flow of unaccompanied children and family units exploiting our asylum laws, and all that we were left with were single adults until the Biden administration. And once again, family units and unaccompanied children exploiting our asylum laws took off. So we've just been nibbling around the edges. This is surreal the last 2 days, what we've been talking about here. Nothing that's going to fix the problem until we actually talk about the root cause. And the root cause is the credible fear standard. It is so low in comparison to what the asylum standard is. Getting asylum is actually quite difficult, isn't it, Mr. Nunez-Neto? You have to be persecuted or fear persecuted, being persecuted. Economic migration doesn't count, correct?
Sir, you are right that there is a wide difference between the statutorily mandated credible fear interview at the beginning of the process.
And that is the root cause of the problem, right? Because the vast majority of people that come in here, they are coached to say that you're afraid to go home, credible fear, and they get waived in, never to have their claim adjudicated, and we have somewhere between 20 and 30 million people in this country undocumented because of that fact. The credible fears bar is so low in comparison to what the actual asylum standard is, and until we fix that, we're going to continue to have this kind of flow, particularly with an administration that's not willing to do what the previous administration did and offer a real consequence. Real quick, what are those consequences we stopped talking about? I mean, the main consequence is expedited removal. We're still doing that, correct?
Yes, sir, we are still using expedited removal.
So the only other consequence we're talking about is we're not writing down their name. And I don't know, we used to actually remove them like 100 miles or quite a few miles away from the entry point. That was a consequence. Do we do that anymore, Chief Huffman?
Yes, sir. We're still having some interior repatriation flights. When the flights are available, we can do that. We are, yes, sir.
That's still a consequence. So again, we're still doing some consequences. We still have expedited removal. We're still doing that, and we'll still have that flow. So I guess my question, first of all, for Ms. Mandrala, you talked about disinformation in South America. What is that disinformation?
Sir, thank you for the question, Senator. We've seen smugglers and other bad actors use information, twist information, craft disinformation about U.S. border policies in such a way to...
Specifically, what do they tell them?
We've seen information that would suggest that that certain nationalities would be granted entry without consequence to the border.
Let me stop you right there. Isn't that exactly what's happening here? People are granted entry without consequence. Last year, close to 1 million processed and dispersed. Another few 100,000 known gotaways because we're so overwhelming Customs Border Patrol. We're not going to fix this unless we're honest. So the reality is what the people are being told in Central America is largely true. You come to America, you cross the border, you say, I'm afraid to go home, and you are home free. Isn't that the reality, Chief Huffman? Isn't that exactly what the agents on the border are having to grapple with? There's nothing they can do because that is the policy of this administration, process and disperse.
So I'll speak to what I think the agents up front and without regard to policy, but there's a level of frustration because they believe that many people are quote gaming the system or making fears they may not really have because it's possible to do that. They ideally though we like to focus those are single adults that we do have a clear path for removal that we can put into expedited removal. They can have those claims assessed. That's what's well to do. The biggest challenge, as you know, comes when we're dealing with the other populations such as family units and that seem to exploit that. And as we go to applying consequences further up, and we intend to, and we have been somewhat, and hopefully we'll be able to increase our consequences of the criminal prosecution aspect as the courts start opening up and we're able to prosecute more cases there. The next concern would be, of course, is that single adults will start becoming family units again, as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, they'll sell children to make a family unit. When I was chairman, we had testimony in $84 a child was sold to form a family unit. So there are no consequences being applied here. Well, there was with Return to Mexico, but that was dismantled first day of this administration. So again, we have to actually understand what the root cause is. Sure, there are push factors, but the main root cause is the pull factor, the reality that you can come to America, say you're afraid to go home, and you're home free, you get to stay. That's the pull factor. That's why you have this problem. Until this administration is willing to recognize that root cause, we're going to continue to have an enormous problem, even though the Secretary won't admit it's a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Hassan, you're recognized for your questions.
Well, thank you, Chairman Peter. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Portman for this hearing. I want to thank all of the members of this very distinguished panel before the committee today to discuss ongoing efforts to secure the southern border. Chief Huffman, I'm going to start with a question to you. I recently visited the southern border for a third time. and was there in early April. I am concerned, after that visit, that DHS is not more widely deploying the technologies that you are using to help secure the border in some locations. Greater deployment of integrated and autonomous cameras, radar, sensors, and additional technology to detect and deter the unauthorized aerial vehicles, or UAVs, that smugglers use would expand CBP's capabilities, address existing security gaps, and be a force multiplier. Congress has previously appropriated millions of dollars for these technologies, some of which CBP has not spent. Chief Huffman, what is holding up CBP's deployment of smart border technologies, particularly to strategic locations? Does the department need additional funding for any equipment or to surge resources in order to complete required reviews or plans before the technology can be deployed?
So thank you for that question, and thank you for, obviously, thank you for the funding. That's extremely important. The technology provides the CBP as a whole, and Border Patrol in particular, the level of situational awareness is critical to their success, and for your recognition of that is important to do that. So the main reason between the lag between the obligation and the funds of the deployment is generally real estate issues and environmental issues. It's not a lack of resource issue. It's the process where you have to acquire. If you're acquiring property, right, or you're acquiring those things, working through those other, it's regulatory issues that we work through. We're working through those as quickly as we can, and intend to be deploying all the technology that we've assessed as quickly.
So would it be helpful to you? I mean, when you work through regulatory issues like that, it takes personnel to do that. Would it be helpful to you to surge personnel who do these regulatory processes?
We have, well, it could very well be on the particular case. It all depends on where it is and what you're trying to accomplish to do that. With our office that does that, it works off real closely with the different programs to do that.
Right.
If they need personnel, they ask for additional personnel and try to meet the timelines necessary. But certainly, if we have an opportunity to speed it along with that, we'd certainly be happy to do and look into how that could help.
Well, I would look forward to working on that with you, because we've got to get that done, because that strategic deployment of that technology is really critical.
Yes, ma'am. I couldn't agree more.
Okay. Let me ask you another question, Chief. In your testimony, you noted that CBP is shifting Border Patrol agents and CBP officers from other locations to assist at the southern border. When I visited the border last month, personnel there said that while these temporary duty assignments certainly help address increased migrant flows, they are taxing for the agents, officers, and their families, and they're not a long-term solution. I'm also concerned that the continual and likely increased shifting of personnel to the southern border will have a detrimental impact on travel, trade, and security along the northern border. How will CBP work to increase personnel at the southern border and continually and reliably meet these staffing needs?
Again, thank you for that for two reasons. One, that anyone that takes care and concern about our front force, our workplace, it's important to us. So I appreciate your care and concern about that. It's a very challenging time. There's no question about that. And families have been, people have detailed it up to those areas, to the problem areas, and we try to minimize that as much as we can. Some of the things we're working on is, one, for the first time ever, we're establishing these contract processors to get agents back to the field, which may relieve the need to bring more down. We're increasing our use of the remote processing to allow people to stay using technology to stay on the northern border and process those ways as well as another process to do that. As we increase the hiring of our Border Patrol processing coordinators, also those things are all efforts that we're flying to affect the personnel issue, to deal with those issues, to increase more people on the front line organically or with contractors or with resources in there to do that, so we will have less likely to do that. Those thoughts takes a while to evolve as we get to those places to where to function like we would like to. We rely upon our leadership in our northern border ports and northern border sectors to balance their resources as well as they can to address those, to minimize that. Lean heavily on our Stone Garden partners in those areas as well to help us address all those things across the enterprise. And it's a big case of risk management is what it is. And that's what we're trying to do the best we can in those situations.
Well, I understand you're trying to do the best you can. I am also obviously concerned that as we stand up more resources at the southern border, we attend to the security and trade and travel at the northern border as well. And I, again, look forward to working with you to make sure that happens. Ms. Tierney, The first pillar of the DHS plan for southern border security focuses on surging additional resources to support border operations, including medical support resources. The plan indicates that DHS is expanding medical support and COVID-19 mitigation protocols and was preparing to be able to provide medical care for up to 18,000 people per day by the end of April. Ms. Tierney, did DHS make its deadline? And how can DHS ensure that frontline operations have the necessary medical resources and support if 18,000 people were apprehended tomorrow?
Senator, thank you for that question. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the medical support plan. So currently, CBP has over 800 contract medical personnel capable of providing 24/7 medical support. They're also authorizing travel and pay for the current personnel to, again, move around the southwest border based on requirements. There's also been work with the federal interagency to identify and secure federal medical teams from across a variety of departments. That is underway, and those requests for assistance are in process. There's also work to plus up the contract that exists currently, and that is also underway with the task orders against that, as well as I mentioned the interagency agreements. So there is medical personnel on site now. There will be a federal interagency support between now and May 23rd, teed up and employed, and then the expansion of the existing contracts.
So does that mean that in your assessment with those resources in place, that if there were 18,000 people at the border tomorrow, you would be prepared to meet the medical needs? That's what the plan said, you would be ready by the end of April.
Well, Senator, I think what I would say is, being a prudent and practical person, that we will have resources in place and we will have an ability to expand based on requirements. I think, again, as the Secretary and others have mentioned, if CBP were to encounter up to 18,000 people per day, that will place enormous strain on the system. And so I think it is unclear, whether the medical services that are currently in place or they're in the process of being in place could flex to that level. That is that is almost 3 times the number of people that are currently encountered at the border on average.
And I think one of my concerns, and Mr. Chair, I wanted to do one follow-up on this. I know I'm running over time, but one of my concerns about this planning, the discussion we've been having about getting ready for the eventual lifting of Title 42 is that people keep telling me, but we have a plan, and it isn't clear that having the plan and actually having the resources on the ground to meet the goals of that plan are the same thing. And so I appreciate this dialogue, but what I'm going to continue to follow up with all of you on is what does that mean in operational terms for the frontline personnel who will, in all likelihood, be seeing a significant increase in attempted migrant crossings when Title 42 is lifted. Now, I want to follow up with one other issue, Ms. Tierney. The DHS plan also indicated that the department is planning to expand its COVID-19 vaccine program to 24 CBP sites by May 23rd so that all age-eligible non-citizens who had not already been vaccinated would receive their first dose before they traveled beyond a processing center. Ms. Tierney, is the department's 100% vaccination plan based upon current apprehension levels, or does it account for 18,000 possible daily apprehensions? Would the 24 sites noted in the plan be sufficient to accommodate all unvaccinated individuals, or would additional sites and resources be necessary?
Senator, thank you for that question. I believe you kind of had a 2-part question. I would like to address the first part because I think it is a very important point that is worth discussing in this forum. I think we would all agree that safety, officer safety, and the safety of the non-citizens crossing the border is a priority. And so the plan lays out the resources that we will need to have in place by May 23rd and have the ability to flex up to based on increases in encounters at the 12,000 and 18,000 encounter a day planning assumptions. So the plan lays out what we need to do. And what the Southwest Border Coordination Center, the people working in it, the interagency, is doing is actioning those planning items to actually resource the things that we need, whether it's additional federal law enforcement personnel, contract civilian processors to free up Border Patrol agents, contract security guards, buses, airlift, medical personnel. additional facilities.
Right.
That is what we have been doing and what we will continue to do in order to be ready for May 23rd and be positioned for additional encounters.
I am going to, the chairman is indicating that it is time to move on because we are well over time. That isn't the question I asked. I understand what you're saying to me now. I will look forward to following up with you. I would like in writing a response on the vaccination capacity. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Senator Hassan. Senator Padilla, you're recognized for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, first of all, and there's been a lot of talk for several weeks now about Title 42. Title 42 and what it means if and when it is lifted on May 23rd or another date. To remind us on the committee and to remind the public that what Title 42 is and what it isn't. Title 42 is not an immigration law. It's a public health regulation. The other thing that's important to remind folks is we're engaging in important conversations about immigration policy and the asylum process is that it is absolutely legal for people who come from around the world to the United States to request asylum. Doesn't mean it's automatically guaranteed, but it is lawful to request asylum based on conditions that one or a family is fleeing. So I personally was happy to see the administration announce an end to Title 42 and the resumption of asylum processing at the border. Now, I know some of my colleagues would like the American public to think that taking down Title 42 is a major shift in policy. But lifting a public health order, which is what Title 42 is, actually would only return us to our existing immigration laws, where people seeking asylum in the country are allowed to exercise that legal right. Now, this legal right has been on the books for decades. My first question is for Ms. Mandrala. What obligations exist under U.S. and international law to allow people to exercise their right, their legal right to ask for asylum, and what impact did Title 42 have on that right?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. With respect to U.S. immigration law, I'll defer to my colleagues on the panel. With respect to international law, there are laws in countries throughout the region. Each country's protection, the legal framework for protection and asylum is unique. One of the priorities of the State Department is to work with partner countries, select countries, to strengthen their protection mechanisms and to strengthen their asylum systems so that individuals seeking refuge in those countries can find meaningfully access in an efficient way protection in the countries where they seek it, and not be forced to take the journey to the United States in order to do so.
And second part of that's in a century of global health pandemic. But would be hard pressed to suggest that the absence of the ability for somebody to seek asylum, a lawful opportunity. When you limit or constrain lawful opportunities to migrate, that only serves to add pressures and demands for unlawful methods of migration. So I don't think it's been a success by that measure. Let me change topics here for a second. I want to focus on DHS's plans for the wind down of Title 42. Again, I was glad to see that one of the 6 pillars of the plan for the end of Title 42 is focused on coordination and communication with NGOs at the border, as well as with state and local governments. I think this coordination is going to be key to ensuring that groups have time to prepare and local communities do not become overburdened as they receive and support individuals who have been screened. California Welcoming Task Force, who have been working to support people who are coming to our country to seek safety. But they cannot effectively continue to do that without adequate communication and coordination from DHS, let alone financial assistance, but that's another conversation. I want to urge that the people working tirelessly at the department to prepare to return to a safer, more orderly, and more humane process at the border, particularly the SBCC, closely coordinate and communicate with NGOs and state and local governments, and not just in California, but across the border. Question for Mr. Nunez Neto. Can you walk us through the steps that you're taking as part of this plan to bolster the capacities and the preparedness of NGOs to receive non-citizens after they've been processed by CBP?
Yeah, thank you for that question, sir. And I'm happy to start the answer, but we'll hand it off to the senior coordinating official, Mary Ann Tierney, because the SBC is really where the rubber meets the road. So we have been working through FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Grant Program to provide resources to NGOs to help really, with the all the back end things that they do to move migrants and non-citizens along to their final destinations. We are deeply thankful of, Congress enacting additional funds for that program this year. I will say, as Marianne often notes, that there continues to be a gap between what the U.S. government can do and what the need is. And I'll maybe hand the baton over to her to describe how the SBCC is trying to fill that gap.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Senator, for that question. I will agree with you that I think California has a very robust system for addressing the migrant surge in that state, in particular, the California Office of Emergency Services, the City and County of San Diego, as well as the two primary NGOs servicing those areas. A lot of work has been done by the CBP lead field coordinator, again, the senior official on the ground responsible for coordinating all of this, to establish regularized and robust interaction with the state and with locals. For example, at the CBP Emergency Operations Center for Region 9, which covers California, Cal OES and Cal Health have representatives in that location. I believe that is kind of the gold standard and the ideal that I would personally like to see across the southwest border in terms of complete physical integration of those operations. In addition, a lot of work has been done with the NGOs. I'll use California as an example because one of the first things I did when I got this assignment was go visit the border, and in each of my locations, I did meet with NGOs and tour their operations and discuss with them their challenges. And that ongoing interaction and operational coordination was a key thing that I heard as well as something that was not as robust as it needed to be. And that's something at the SBCC with the lead field coordinators we have worked I would say relentlessly to improve through regularized and recurring meetings, both with NGOs and with state and local officials that have an operational role. That's occurred in California, as I mentioned, which I believe is the gold standard. That is occurring.
I hate to interrupt, but I don't want to be the only member that didn't go over his time. I want to ask one more quick question, but before I do, underscore what you just said. If California is the model through that interagency coordination and collaboration, then I invite all my colleagues on this committee and across the Senate to support replicating that model throughout the southwest border, not just on the California side. But my final item, just quickly, now DHS has indicated also that in preparation for a potential increase in migration, the agency will focus on targeting people who attempt to cross the border more than once for criminal prosecution as part of the agency's initiative to escalate consequences and conserve processing resources. The agency has also indicated that it will refer for prosecution, quote, those whose conduct warrants it. And while that may sound good at the surface level, I'm concerned about the plan to use prosecution as a deterrent without being, clear-eyed and focused on how it's applied. In the past, such deterrent policies haven't always worked, and instead were just used to punish asylum seekers, which we've already established is lawful. So it's a potential huge violation of U.S. obligations under the Refugee Convention. Question for Mr. Huffman. Does CBP have plans to refer asylum seekers for prosecution? And if not, how you're going to safeguard that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. As you know, that the United States government secures its border by proper application of administrative and criminal law. That's the method we use for securing our borders, and that's what we do. The plan to increase prosecution for those that warrant it, and generally will be primarily someone who's been referred for expedited removal. They've been removed and they've returned. They've already gone through that process already to do that. I can tell you that no one will be referred to prosecution simply because they're an asylum seeker. That would be well outside our guidelines. In addition to that, we refer cases for criminal prosecution if we feel they should be prosecuted. The U.S. Attorney has ultimate determination if they would go forward with that case. But as folks that as we say, the circumstances warranted would be people that may try to harm a Border Patrol agent, may put somebody else in danger, those kind of circumstances that increase the likelihood of it's a dangerous person. Could be their criminal record. They may have some sort of record also that warrants it, that may lead it to be more likely a candidate for criminal prosecution. There's a number of factors along those ways that can do that. Well, sir.
Thank you for a response. In closing, I just want to underscore, we'll be following up to ensure proper communication of that understanding, change in policies, training of folks on the ground and closer to the ground to make sure that what you're suggesting here is followed through in practice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Ossoff, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. Ms. Tierney, the United States must know and control who enters and exits our territory. That's a basic condition of sovereignty. The department expects, does it not, a significant increase in attempted unauthorized entry along the southern border this summer?
Sir, the DHS Office of Immigration and Statistics has published projections that show an increase in irregular migration post Title 42.
Is the administration prepared for this anticipated surge in attempted crossing?
Senator, thank you for that question. We have identified the needed requirements to meet the different levels of our planning assumptions, and we are actively working to both resource physical assets as well as policies and improvements to processing to meet those increased surges.
Thank you, Ms. Tierney. But my question is a simpler one. Is the administration prepared?
Well, sir, I think since some of these projections are higher than what CBP has seen previously, I think we are doing prudent planning. We are using the planning to identify the resource requirements that would be needed based on what experts like Chief Huffman and others identify as the need. We're working to improve policies. So I think we are readying ourselves, and we are going to be as ready as we can be come May 23rd.
Well, if you're not able to confidently state Congress, if you're not prepared, what's it going to take to get prepared? Because my constituents lack confidence that sufficient preparation is ongoing and that the administration is prepared. So if you're not prepared, what do you need?
Well, sir, I would not say that we are not prepared. What I would say is that we are preparing based on projections, based on requirements identified by experts. We are resourcing against those requirements, and we will have the necessary items in place for May 23rd. Now, again, I have been doing that. I've been an emergency manager for quite some time. I never feel like we're prepared enough. I always want to be more prepared than we need to be. And so we are doing everything we can to be ready. We have been working furiously, really, since the fall of 2021 to get ready. We are more ready now than we were yesterday, and we will certainly be more ready on May 23rd than we are now.
Thank you, Ms. Tierney. How will you measure success?
So we have identified we have identified for each of our major agencies items that would indicate stability. So like, for example, with Customs and Border Protection, the Southwest Border Coordination Center has identified a stability goal for Border Patrol that is having the twice as much holding as we have encounters over a 48-hour period. So, for example, if CBP is, if the Border Patrol is seeing about 6,000 to 7,000 encounters a day, which is what they're generally seeing right about now, then you would want to have about 13,000 to 14,000 holding spaces available. And I think that's an indicator of what the system can absorb and process through in the about a 48-hour period.
Thank you, Ms. Tierney. My time is limited, but I'd like you to walk me through several of the other metrics or qualitative assessments that you'll use to measure success? You say you're preparing, so, and I acknowledge that work is ongoing. How will you measure whether that preparation has been effective? You mentioned holding capacity relative to encounters. What are the other measures of success?
So time in custody would be another measure of success. Also, the ability to decompress Border Patrol stations through lateral movement and some of the other options that we have identified, like mobile in-route processing. Again, so, monitoring the capacity of the individual sectors, identifying sectors that are over capacity, and then being able to flex to address that overcapacity.
Thank you, Ms. Tierney. Ms. Contreras, I want to discuss with you the welfare of unaccompanied minors in federal custody. First of all, has ORR mistreated or previously subjected minors in U.S. immigration detention to abusive conditions, to risk of abuse, to sexual misconduct? Has that occurred in U.S. custody?
Senator, thank you for that question. As background, I want you to know that during my first week on the job, I visited Fort Bliss. I wanted to see what the care was like for the children as you are speaking to, and I thank you for asking about it. What we saw is ORR, we have the responsibility at HHS for our legal and moral obligation, and that's always first about the safety of kids. We have had situations when we had to move very quickly to meet a greater capacity in a short amount of time where we needed to improve conditions. And that has been the focus over the last year. So that now what you see are a lot of emergency intake sites were, of course, now demobilized. But you see the care that's needed, mental health supports for kids, case management so they have access to someone, recreation, health, safety needs, those have all been the priority.
Ms. Contreras, and I do want to get into the steps that are being taken now, and I recognize that this GAO report refers to misconducts and incidents principally or even entirely prior to your tenure. I recognize that. But this is a HHS OIG report. It talks about inadequate supervision, sexual misconduct, the abuse of children in U.S. federal custody. It is completely unacceptable that this has taken place. And so I want to ask you two questions, Ms. Contreras, with my time remaining, and these will be my final questions. I thank you in advance for your responses. The first is, can you give this committee and the Congress and the American people and my constituents assurances that preparations have been made, safeguards are in place to ensure that minor children in U.S. immigration detention are never subjected to this abuse again? That's the first question. The second question is, what specific steps are you taking to ensure that, and will you grant the Red Cross unrestricted access to ORR facilities that house migrant children? I'll give you the time with the chairman's indulgence to answer. That'll be my final question. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. On the question of access to the Red Cross, that's something that I would have to ask our team about, but I'd be happy to do that and get back to you. We welcome the oversight that comes from members of this committee, from our nonprofit partners, from the Flores Monitor. That's an important part of accountability and transparency as we carry out this very important mission.
I'm sorry, I know I said I was done, and the chairman's gonna tap me out with the gavel soon, but I mean, I do have here, this is a Red Cross press release saying HHS and ORR and FEMA have requested that the Red Cross provide support to ensure unaccompanied children have safe, clean, comfortable conditions in detention. So you are seeking this from the Red Cross, is that correct? Will you grant them access to facilities even when you don't ask for it so they can inspect these facilities and ensure that children aren't being mistreated?
Senator, that is something that I will follow up with. I haven't seen the letter, but again, we welcome oversight and we certainly value our partners. I don't want to end without addressing your first question about what is the commitment. You absolutely have the commitment of the ORR staff, of HHS, and certainly myself. 1 month into my tenure as Assistant Secretary, I have represented many kids as their lawyer who have been abused in many ways. And while we always have that possibility of predators being in existence, what we are doing at HHS, we're the Child Welfare Agency, is to make sure that we are taking every precaution, that we are staffed adequately so that there are eyes on our children, that we are using safeguards to make sure that we are keeping kids safe. So you have my absolute assurance that that is the #1 priority for us at HHS.
Thank you. Look forward to the follow-up on the Red Cross.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Hawley, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. Mr. Nunes-Neto, if I could just start with you. You are the acting Assistant Secretary for Border and Immigration Policy at DHS. Is that right?
That is right, Senator.
So it's your role then to help formulate and drive policy and implement those policies at the department. Have I got that right?
Correct.
So help me understand the administration's policy. Are you trying to stop illegal immigration anymore, or have you given up on that?
Sir, we are committed to enforcing the laws that Congress has enacted at the border. And as I noted in my testimony, we are expanding our use of expedited removal as we prepare for the end of Title 42, particularly for recidivist border crossers.
Okay, so that sounds like a yes. So that's a yes. You're still trying to stop illegal immigration? It's hard to tell, but you're telling me yes?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so let's just talk about a few of your policies, since you're in charge of policy, and you can tell me which of these has been effective in stopping illegal immigration. Okay, ending construction of the border wall. Has that been effective in stopping illegal immigration?
Well, I would defer to my colleague from Customs and Border Protection, but my understanding is that barriers on the border serve to slow irregular migration, not stop irregular migration.
So you're saying that the border wall is not effective. So maybe we should just tear the whole thing down.
The border wall is effective in rerouting migration, and it is effective in slowing the pace at which migrants can cross the border, which is particularly important in urban and suburban settings. In rural areas, what we have found is it is still fairly easy for migrants to make holes in the walls.
So interesting. So stopping construction of it, though, hasn't slowed illegal immigration. How about terminating the Remain in Mexico policy, which you've tried to do? Has that stopped illegal immigration? Or slowed it?
Sir, as you know, we are in the process of re-implementing the MPP program as part of the...
Yeah, because you're under court order to do so, but you've tried as a matter of policy to end it. So was that successful in slowing illegal immigration?
Sir, as our secretary noted in his prior testimony, his view is that the MPP program poses unjustifiable costs on migrants and illegally restricts their access to the asylum system.
Yeah, okay. How about ending our Safe Third agreements with Northern Triangle countries? Has that been successful in stopping or slowing illegal immigration?
Well, I would defer to my colleague from the State Department in terms of these international agreements, but only one of those agreements was even starting to be implemented prior to Title 42. And
have we seen a decrease in illegal immigration since you eliminated them?
Well, I think what you've seen, sir, is the impact of Title 42 on our border crossings.
Oh, okay. Since you mentioned Title 42, has the attempt to rescind Title 42, has that been successful in slowing illegal immigration?
Title 42, I think, has had a really interesting effect on migration in that, because of the number of repeat border crossers we see, it has actually inflated our numbers at the border. I think what you're
saying that the Title II restrictions have increased illegal immigration? Are you saying that the Title 42 restrictions have increased illegal immigration? Is that your testimony?
I think that the data is clear that Senator Johnson showed earlier, that once Title 42 restrictions were put in place, we've seen an actual increase in migration from Mexico in particular, and that's because of the lack of consequences.
So eliminating it will then, you think, decrease the amount of illegal immigration?
I think over time, once we start reimposing significant immigration consequences on people at the border through our use of expedited removal, particularly for single adults and particularly
Oh, wow.
for those from Mexico, you're going to see it decrease.
Wow, that is news. That is news, ladies and gentlemen, that this administration's position, you still clearly want to rescind Title 42, and you think that rescinding it will decrease illegal immigration at the border. So let's just talk about the facts here. Last year alone, DHS experienced a record 1.7 million border crossings. More than 2 million unauthorized migrants crossed the southern border during the last calendar year. In FY22 to date, there have been 245,390 illegal crossings in just the Rio Grande Valley and 195,289 in Del Rio. The number of single adults crossing in these areas is up 75%. Why is it up? Because of all of the policies that we've just talked about. Your policies are single-handedly leading to an explosion of illegal immigration at the border, and yet you're sitting here and telling me that border walls have nothing to do with it, that Title 42 will lead to a decrease in illegal immigration, that eliminating the Safe Third agreements have nothing to do with this surge. Good heavens! This is just remarkable. All right, let me ask you something else. Last week, DHS released a memorandum that lays out your 6-part plan to address the current. By the way, what would you call what's happening at the border? Is it a crisis?
I believe we're facing significant challenges at the border, sir.
Challenges. Is it a problem?
I think there are parts of the border where we have seen particularly problematic flows.
Problematic flows, parts of the border, but it's not a crisis.
It is a challenge, sir.
Okay. Let the record reflect that the witness does not think that this is a crisis. I'd hate to see what a crisis would be. I mean, who could possibly imagine? All right. I assume you played a role in drafting this plan. Let's look at some of the prongs of this plan. You want to bolster the capacity of non-governmental organizations to receive non-citizens after they've been processed by CBP and are awaiting the results of their immigration removal proceedings. You want to increase CBP processing efficiency in order to address overcrowding at Border Patrol stations. I have to be honest with you, as I look at this, it looks like an attempt to memorialize your efforts to help as many illegal immigrants get into the country as possible.
Sir, the third pillar of the plan is our efforts to impose consequences on those who try to enter the country.
Of which you have a demonstrated track record of doing precisely nothing of any consequence. You have presided over the most unbelievable explosion of illegality at the border in American history. And now what you're proposing looks like ways to turn this mass immigration into mass amnesty.
Sir, with all due respect, I think that Title 42 is not an immigration measure. It is a public health authority.
Well, you just told us a minute ago that withdrawing it would decrease illegal immigration. Look, with all due respect, nothing you have said here is remotely credible. If you think that withdrawing Title 42 will decrease illegal immigration, I mean, I invite you to have that discussion with the members of this committee, maybe particularly on the Democrat side. I think they'd be fascinated to hear that. I mean, believe me, I'll help them. I'm happy to talk about your testimony today. I'll be telling everybody about it. But you have single-handedly forced on this country a mass crisis that is endangering children, that is leading to an avalanche of drugs in my state, that is increasing criminality. And for you to sit here and tell me that eliminating Title 42 is a solution and that nothing you have done has had any consequence and that border walls aren't effective and that third safe agreements aren't effective and Remain in Mexico isn't effective, frankly, sir, you have no credibility whatsoever, and neither does the administration that you work for. What you do have, though, is responsibility for everything that's happening at the border. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hawley. Witnesses, you've been here a long time. We appreciate your testimony, but we're going to start a second round for individuals who have a few more questions. The second round, we're going to attempt to limit to 5 minutes. We'll try to be more effective than limiting initial round at 7 minutes, but we will have a few more questions here. First, Ms. Contreras, my question is for you. CBP facilities are clearly not an acceptable location to house unaccompanied minors, and you mentioned that in your testimony. But how is HHS cooperating across departments to ensure sufficient resources are in place to prevent vulnerable children from spending extended amounts of time in these CBP facilities?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I think we would all agree, that all of my colleagues on this panel, that HHS is the child welfare agency. It is our job to, when children are referred to us, be able to take them as quickly as we can into our care. What we see now is that the average length of stay in CBP is less than 24 hours, and that's an accomplishment everyone has worked very hard on. We have had a lot of coordination between our teams of ORR, CBP, and throughout DHS in order to make sure that we're coordinating and that we are taking care of children as soon as we can. What you see is there's been some co-location of staff that is a big part of being able to make that happen. So this remains a priority. We're glad that that number is down to less than a day in the custody of CBP, and that's something that will remain a priority in our work.
All right, thank you. Fentanyl and other illicit narcotics are harming our communities, and we certainly need to do everything we can to stop them from entering in the country. In February of this year, I led my colleagues in requesting additional funding for non-intrusive inspection systems that will improve CBP officers' ability to interdict these illegal drugs. Chief Hoffman, could you please discuss for the committee the impact of non-intrusive inspection systems on CBP's rate of narcotics interdictions?
Thank you for that question, Senator, and be happy to discuss that a little bit. As you know, as you mentioned, fentanyl is a huge threat to our nation right now, and we're seeing a lot of it, and the amount we're seizing seems to increase every year. Most of the fentanyl now that's coming across the southern border being encountered at the ports of entry, primarily in San Diego and Otay Mesa, two main areas we're seeing most of the fentanyl coming across. And then one of the main tools we use to use that, to encounter that, is the NI equipment that we're grateful to have. It helps us to be very successful in identifying that stuff, because fentanyl is a unique narcotic as opposed to big bundles of marijuana or whatever. It can be easily stored. What we've seen recently, though, is we've seen an increasing number of packages caught, but in smaller quantities, indicating they're adjusting their tactics as well. You know, maybe trying to beat our NI capabilities. The smaller the package, but more across increases their chances to get across. But currently, CBP is utilizing over 350 large-scale and over 4,500 small-scale non-intrusive inspection systems across the southwest border to inspect cargo, containers, commercial trucks, rail cars, privately owned vehicles. And we use them not just at the ports of entry, but some of our interior checkpoints as well. By FY23, CBP expects to increase the NI scans to these vehicles by up to 40% more with the equipment we have coming. And so as we're able to increase the scans, we obviously expect increased encounters of narcotics, but also the more we increase, the better we're able to deter future action on that thing. So it is a very important tool. We're very appreciative we have that, and we will continue to use that greatly across all of our borders.
So given it's an effective tool, and you'd like to spread it, how many additional non-intrusive inspection systems do you think are needed to fully equip all of our nation's ports of entry?
So I'm not sure the right number have that with me, Senator, but I'd be glad to get that back to you if I consult more with my OFO colleagues to give you the exact number.
Well, we'd like that, so I'd appreciate that. Another question for you, sir, is what efforts is CBP undertaking to ensure that the information gathered related to drug smuggling is shared among our partner agencies in order to better combat the transnational criminal organizations that are operating these operations?
Thank you, sir. I think I appreciate that question as well. Our ability to share information with our partners in this is key, but in order to be successful. So we participate extensively in different task force and that we partner with our different agencies at the federal level, state level, and local level, depending on what we're doing. We work closely with ICE and HSI on cases collaboratively. The information we gather at our encounters is shared with them almost all the time. I mean, we never cease to do that. Same with DEA. We facilitate information across the whole range, whether it's on our southern border, northern border, interior. We participates in a number of joint operations with our state locals and also our Stone Garden partners, and we share that information across in different meetings and things that we have in order to ensure we do that. I think that our ability to work together with all our partners and all agencies makes us a better place, a better organization, and much more effective. And we continue to do that on a regular basis. I've been doing this for many years, and we participate at all levels at all times, and it's just invaluable to be able to share that information with those partners.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Ranking Member Portman, you're recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the witnesses for their patience with us today. There's just so much to go over. Let me just talk quickly about what I think we've learned today. One is a deep concern expressed by just about every member of this panel, Democrat and Republican, about the lack of a plan in place to properly address the surge of migrants who will certainly be coming over the border when Title 42 ends. That's, I think, a consensus point. Second, an acknowledgement that the asylum process is totally broken and it acts as a magnet to draw people to the border and over the border. Here are the numbers. Secretary Mayorkas tells us the average asylum case processing time is 6 to 8 years. We heard today it's 5 to 6 years, but that's not what your boss says. But let's say it's 5 to 6 years. It's a long time when people are in the community, living in the community, working, and kids going to school, having children, becoming part of the community. There's a 1.6 million person backlog now on asylum claims being considered by the courts. 1.2 million people have gone through the process and received a final order of removal, meaning they should be deported because they were not successful in their asylum claim. And yet the administration has reduced the number of people being deported. It's now 56,000 a year. That's about 4%. In the Obama-Biden years, it was 350,000 a year. Incidentally, under law, Section 235 of the Immigration Nationality Act, there is a requirement for detention of unlawful migrants seeking asylum crossing our border without authorization. And yet, of course, we don't have the capacity to do that. This administration has reduced the number of ICE beds. We're now at 24,000 beds, much of which are already full. So that's where we are, and that's why it's true, I think, that there's a consensus here on this panel that this is broken, we have to fix it. On the illegal narcotics coming over, Agent, I appreciate the work your folks do. I was at Mariposa, the Port of Entry near Nogales earlier this year, saw the desperate need for more of these scanning devices you talked about to try to stop the fentanyl. The fentanyl is streaming into our communities. It's coming in at such high volumes now that it's reducing the price because of supply and demand. Huge supply, very inexpensive, and it is causing more deaths as a result. I'm a big fan of looking at the demand side. I've passed legislation, and it's working now on treatment and recovery and prevention, but it's impossible to deal with this flood and not have many more people dying of overdoses. We're at record levels right now. Here's the numbers that we have. Only 2% of passenger vehicles are being scanned. Only 17% of commercial vehicles are being scanned. That's it. And yet that's where 90% of the seizures attributed to non-intrusive inspections are resulting from. So this is where we're finding most of these narcotics. It's a huge increase in March, a huge increase from the last previous March, 300% increase from the previous March. It's at levels we've never seen before. And yet, think of all those trucks and cars that we're not scanning. So the question, Agent Huffman, is, how can we do better? There's a plan to increase that by the end of next year. And yet I look at the president's budget this year, there's zero in the budget for new scanning machines. So I guess my question for you is, are we on track at least to reach this number of 40% of passenger vehicles instead of 2% and 70% of commercial vehicles instead of 17% by the end of next year?
Yes, sir, we are on track. We are on track by the end of FY23 to be to increase the scans to scan 40% of vehicles and the 72% of the commercial vehicles respectively. And as you know, we certainly like to do more, and as we increase our ability to do so, we will do that. It's key that we're able to look at. Obviously, we'd like to look at every single thing that comes into the country if we have the ability to do that, because it's important to do that. And there's no question that fentanyl is a significant threat to us.
We provided the funding for you back in 2019 to get to that number of 40% at least of cars, 70% of trucks, and we should provide more of it. Again, in the budget, there's nothing on unaccompanied kids. Senator also talked about this. Kids have been mistreated in the past. As we know, there's lots of stories about it. Unfortunately, I got involved in this because of a bunch of kids from Guatemala. 6 of them were brought up by their trafficker, went into HHS custody. Then HHS gave them to sponsors. Those sponsors were the traffickers, the very traffickers who had treated them so poorly coming up from the border, lied to their parents, and they took them to an egg farm in Ohio where 6 kids as young as 14 lived in deplorable situations, underpaid, working 6-7 days a week, not in school. And luckily, a local authority found it. And this is one thing that got the interest of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations of this committee. Senator Carper and I did an intensive investigation. We've published 3 reports about it, and basically about the failure of the federal agencies to be responsible for the care of our unaccompanied kids. So, Ms. Contreras, I don't have time to get into this in the detail I'd like to, but as you know, we've done a lot of work in this area. We think it is totally unacceptable for the U.S. government to release unaccompanied kids, who are by definition much more vulnerable to trafficking, to unrelated sponsors and not to do more follow-up. Right now, we are told that there is no follow-up after 3 phone calls and that we don't know where 19,000 unaccompanied kids are. We cannot determine their safety and well-being. Is that correct?
Senator, thank you for that question, and thank you for your leadership on making sure that we keep our duty to children, and that includes post-release. What I would like to share is that the work that has been done to strengthen the post-release work, some of which you referred to, which are well-being follow-up calls. There are home visits in place now if there are concerns raised. The background checks and vetting that happens for sponsors is designed specifically to avoid the kinds of problems that have happened. We take the safety of kids very seriously. It's the number one priority, and we keep building on what our duties are. How do we carry out those duties to build up that post-release support as well, to make sure that they are in safe hands?
Well, there's a continuing issue, as you know, who has responsibility, and my hope is that HHS, under your leadership, takes additional responsibility for these kids. Someone's got to be responsible for their care. Let me ask you a very specific question as my final question, Mr. Chairman. HHS has cooperated with some of our requests for information. We continue to do oversight on this issue, as you know, but we have yet to receive documents that we have requested, and these were requested in January in a letter to HHS Secretary Javier Becerra. Can you commit to ensuring that HHS sends the remaining documents by the end of next week?
Senator, you do have my commitment that we'll go back and get the attention of who I need to figure out what it is that we owe you and how we can make sure that we follow up as promptly as we can.
I'll tell you what it is. It's very simple. It's the number of sponsors out there, the number of sponsors who have been denied, information that you would have, and it's not information that is difficult, I wouldn't think, to find, and very necessary for us to do the proper oversight. So I really appreciate your getting those to us by next week so that we can continue our oversight work. And again, to each of you, thank you for your service, and particularly to those of you representing people on the border itself. You have an impossible task. Thank you for what you do every day. The American people are asking a lot of you. I know it's very stressful, and I know there's been a difficulty in retention and recruitment, and we need to do everything we can to hold Agent, your people up right now, because it's hard already, and it's about to get a whole lot harder. And we owe them not just better policy in the administration, but better legislating, and we will continue to work on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Parman. Senator Sinema, recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to echo what Senator Portman just said about the respect for the men and women who serve in blue and green on the front lines of our border. I think that we can safely say it's a bipartisan agreement that we admire and strongly support their efforts. So want to pass along my thanks as well, particularly to those who are serving throughout Southern Arizona. Chief Huffman, robust migrant processing at ports of entry is a key part of the DHS plan for the southern border. However, Arizona's ports of entry were not designed to manage large-scale asylum processing. So this has the potential to create a volatile situation that is unsafe for our CBP officers and our migrants when bottlenecks occur and frustration rises. While the funding I secured for ports of entry modernization with my colleague, Senator Portman, in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will be very helpful in the long term. These modernization projects are still years from completion. What capacity requirements for infrastructure, transportation, and related staffing will be in place for Arizona ports to prevent overcrowding and disruptions to trade and travel? How many individuals will CBP have capacity to process in Arizona on a daily basis? And on what date will all those deployments be complete?
Thank you for your question, and again, thank you for your support for the men and women on the front line of CBP. They certainly, as mentioned, they're facing some enormous challenge, and it's going to get tougher. As far as Arizona and specifically, I don't have specific numbers to Arizona specific with me, but I can get those numbers to you to exactly what's in place, unless you have them.
Do not, Chief.
Okay, get those to what they are, but I do know that they're going to there are concerns about the volumes. It's going to be all of our ports of entry. Arizona in particular, as you asked for, safety and security of our folks are top in front of our minds at all the times. So each port, they will take appropriate steps if they need to, including temporarily halting processing if they have to. They will they'll reorder the lines. They have our mobile field force teams trained up and ready to go in case it does get a volatile situation to help control crowds. And if necessary, that they have to, they may even close down lanes or close down the ports until they can regain order. Those are the standard steps we've taken historically in the past when we've had challenges at our ports of entry, and they're well versed in understanding how to do those and execute those along the way if we get to those cases. We are, as we mentioned, are detailing people to those areas. We are building up the capacity to process throughputs. Arizona, as you know, is kind of a unique challenge. They don't have the same NGO support for follow-on afterwards that you do in other areas. And so as Ms. Tierney mentioned earlier, we're addressing those as well to try to get to move those through those things. I know you mentioned earlier about the other states, and wasn't although you were concerned about it, that wasn't top on your list, but those are key, as she mentioned, about having the system to allow us to decompress laterally and move those people. And when those people are processed through, they would be released in some area besides in the Arizona area and the Yuma area. So all those things have been taken in consideration as we try to work specifically on these difficult areas. The Yuma sector of the Border Patrol is one of the most challenging ones to deal with. It is the one that's always the first one to be over capacity because it's the infrastructure is such small there when we start getting traffic flows in there. So that's a number one focus that we're working on, trying to continue to find ways to decompress that, move people out of there, and minimize the impact as much as possible on the local community.
Mr. Nunez-Nieto, I'm pleased to hear that DHS has based part of their plan on the regional processing centers model that I proposed with Senator Cornyn in our Bipartisan Border Solutions Act. I know Senator Portman spoke about that earlier. These enhanced centralized processing centers will co-locate DHS components, nonprofits, and other relevant entities to help reduce systemic inefficiencies. I understand the pilot location became operational on April 29th in Laredo, Texas, and that this pilot will be used to work out the logistics for future centers. What factors are being used to determine future locations for these processing centers, and how long do you anticipate it will take to operationalize additional centers?
Yeah, so thank you for that question, Senator. This is something I think we are all very excited about, bringing innovation to the process at the border. I think these enhanced central processing centers have a lot of potential, to allow us to better triage the flow and focus, consequences on higher risk individuals, but then for lower risk individuals who are going to be referred into immigration proceedings and released, have facilities that allow us to co-locate with ICE, with potentially HHS, and with NGOs in order to have kind of a much more seamless handoff at every stage of the process within the same facility. I think what we're looking to see really is whether we realize those gains in terms of the handoffs between each step of the process and the time in custody that they're spending, actually being, held in CBP custody. We're also hoping that this process will allow us to, by minimizing the law enforcement footprint in the facility, have more of our law enforcement officers on the line doing their primary law enforcement function rather than doing processing. And a big part of that effort is going to be looking at ways to contract out the processing support. I believe that there is an expansion plan in place. I don't know, Chief Huffman, if you know the next locations. If not, we will get back to you on those.
I don't have the exact next locations now, but I think they'll lot the things about when you send these up, you have the ability as you see how traffic flows, you want to try to anticipate where you're going to need them the most. We can make some estimates of where we need them the most, but I think as we see the traffic flows, we'll be able to be as nimble as we can to be there to the right spot.
Thank you. We intend to follow up on that. Would like to hear follow-up information, and in particular, whether or not Arizona can expect to get an enhanced centralized processing center. We'll want to hear more about that, and of course, when we can expect it to be fully operational. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sinema. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each of our witnesses. Thank you for joining us today. And I think I speak for all members of the committee. We want to thank you for your commitment to addressing both the humanitarian and security challenges that we face on our southern border. I certainly appreciate the very thorough discussion that we had today about the administration's efforts to secure our southern border, preparations in advance of the termination of Title 42 public health order, and certainly the expected challenges that we're likely to face in managing migration changes that will occur when this order is repealed. These challenges are certainly not unique to this administration. We've seen surges in the number of migrants for the past decade under both Republican as well as Democratic administrations. And I think from hearing testimony here today, it's clear that until Congress and the administration enact some common sense bipartisan solutions to fix our immigration systems, these circumstances are going to continue to prevail. There are certainly many issues where we disagree. We heard some of those here today, but I think there's some areas of agreement as well that we should rally around. Increasing consequences for illegal entry, addressing the root causes of migration, increasing regional cooperation on these issues, and the need for bipartisan reform passed by Congress. I look forward to working with my colleagues and the administration on some of these common sense efforts. We will be working diligently and hopefully can accomplish what we need to accomplish. The hearing record will remain open for 15 days until May 20th at 5 p.m. for the submission of statements and questions for the record. This hearing is now adjourned.
Forward to hearing your testimony. Let me thank Ranking Member Graham for his cooperation and that of his staff. And today we are going to be discussing a very important issue that gets much too little attention here in the halls of Congress or in the corporate media. And that is that in a time, as everybody knows, when the middle class of this country is struggling, when people are working longer hours for lower wages, when half of our people live paycheck to paycheck, when people can't afford health care, they can't afford childcare, finding it hard to fill up their gas tanks. All over this country, there is a growing movement on the part of workers to try to organize and form unions, because they understand that if you have a union, you're going to have better wages, better working conditions, and better benefits. And yet, at exactly the same time that working people are standing up and fighting back and are interested in joining unions, well, you're also seeing that there are hundreds of corporations in the United States, including some of the very largest, that receive federal contracts that amount to many billions of dollars. They receive huge subsidies, they receive special tax breaks, and they receive all kinds of corporate welfare, despite the fact that these very same companies are engaged in widespread illegal behavior, including massive violations of labor law. And the question that we're asking today is a very simple one. Should federal taxpayer dollars go to companies that violate labor law and illegally prevent workers from exercising their constitutional rights to join a union? While corporations engaging in illegal activity against union organizing is not new, and it is widespread, this morning we're going to focus on one company, Amazon, who, as we speak, right at this moment, is engaged in massive, well-funded anti-union activity. As I think all of us know, just last month, Amazon workers in Staten Island voted to form the first union at Amazon. And Amazon is one of the largest employers in the country, almost 1 million workers. And this followed a union organizing attempt at an Amazon warehouse in Bessemer, Alabama. And organizing a union in Bessemer, Alabama ain't easy. And we thank those workers who are here with us today for joining us from Bessemer. From the very beginning of the union organizing efforts until today, Amazon has done everything possible, legal and illegal, to defeat union organizing efforts. The National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, found that Amazon's flagrant disregard of the law infringed on workers' legal rights to a free and
treated with fairness and dignity and respect. This action is also an important part of delivering on that responsibility. So I look forward to working closely with the Attorney General and his team to protect vulnerable communities all across this country and deliver long overdue justice. I'll now turn it over to Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Regan. We are grateful that you are able to be here today. The burdens of environmental pollution have long been borne disproportionately by members of minority, tribal, and low-income communities. No American should have to live, work, or send their kids to school in a neighborhood that carries a disproportionate share of environmental hazards. The Justice Department is committed to doing everything we can to address these disparities. That is why, as the Attorney General mentioned, we are issuing a comprehensive strategy on environmental justice to guide the work of all department components. This new strategy will ensure that the department is using every available tool to secure environmental justice for everyone. This means prioritizing enforcement of environmental laws as well as civil rights statutes such as Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits recipients of federal funding from discriminating on the basis of race, color, or national origin. The strategy directs department components to prioritize cases that reduce environmental harm on overburdened and underserved communities, including communities of color, tribal populations, and low-income rural and urban communities. To that end, department components, with the support from the new Office of Environmental Justice, will be tasked with developing protocols to assess the environmental justice impact of their investigations. We also know that securing environmental justice demands the meaningful involvement of affected communities in the decisions that impact them. So the strategy directs the new Office of Environmental Justice to work to build deeper connections with communities that are affected by violations of environmental laws. It also requires all 93 U.S. attorneys across the country to designate an environmental justice coordinator to help identify areas of concern in their communities and to establish procedures for members of the public to report those concerns. To sustain our commitment to environmental justice, the department needs a workforce that is informed about environmental justice issues and concerns. The strategy thus requires the development of environmental justice education programs and training opportunities for department personnel. This comprehensive strategy underscores the department's commitment to ensuring that all Americans have access to clean water to drink, clean air to breathe, and healthy, thriving communities where they can live, work, and raise their families. That is the heart of environmental justice. Thank you.
Let's start with Pam King from Illinois.
Hi, could you speak to plans to staff the new Office of Environmental Justice, in addition to Cynthia Ferguson, of course?
Yeah, so Cynthia's going to be the head of the office. There will be a detailee from the Civil Rights Division so that we have both parts of the two principal parts of the department. But in fact, this is going to be an all of government effort. We have in the recent appropriations subcommittee asked for additional money, and there will be obviously additional lawyers from the Environment and Natural Resources Division in the office.
Thanks for taking my question. Two questions. The first one is, can you talk a little bit about how quickly you anticipate investigations like the one in Lowndes County, Alabama being launched, and how will you prioritize which communities you target?
Okay, it's just I'm sorry, this sounds like a question for the EPA.
Well, the Department of Justice has launched an investigation.
You're talking about the Marshall, the fugitive investigation?
No, in Alabama. So the Department of Justice launched its first and only environmental justice investigation in Lowndes County, Alabama, looking at the waste there. And I'm just wondering if you're going to have other investigations like the one in Lowndes County, Alabama, and how you'll figure out how to prioritize communities to look into them, since it's obviously a big task.
Sorry, there's another thing going on in Alabama right now. Also in a county that begins with an L, so I'm sorry about that. But yes, so a principal part of the comprehensive strategy notes that we will prioritize based on communities that are most disproportionately affected by environmental violations and environmental crime. So that's the governing principle for how we're going to prioritize these.
And I could also ask you that there's this leaked opinion leaked draft opinion by the Supreme Court that seems like justices are going to be poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. What do you make of that leaked decision? And also, what avenue, if any, might the Department of Justice be looking into to impact women's access to abortion?
Okay, so that's a two-part question. On the first part, the Chief Justice has announced that he's asked the Marshal of the Court to investigate the leak. So I'm not going to have any more comment about that. On the second question, the document is not a final decision of the court, and I don't want to talk about the deliberative processes of the court. But what I will say is that the Justice Department has steadfastly been committed to defending the right to abortion. We are amicus in the Dobbs case. The Solicitor General herself argued on behalf of the United States in the Dobbs case. If the law changes, we will address appropriate next steps at that time. But what will not change is our commitment to defending the rights of women and all Americans.
Thanks. Just quickly on the investigation, has the department been consulted at all or playing any role in the investigation into the leak of that draft document? And then secondarily, can you just speak to what the department is doing to attempt to locate the fugitive suspect in Alabama, obviously a murder suspect and a correctional official?
Now I've got all the questions mixed together. Excellent. So again, on the first question, I really can't say anything other than the fact that the Chief Justice has announced that the Marshal of the Court will be doing the investigation. With respect to the fugitive investigation, the United States Marshals are now the lead agency seeking to capture both fugitives. They are armed and regarded as extremely dangerous. We need help from the community. So if anybody sees them, they should not approach them, but they should report to the police immediately.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Of Kyiv and push Russian troops back across the border
Their heroism in battle has been commendable. And indeed, they have won the Battle of Kiev, and Russia has lost. But that, of course, has come at a huge cost in terms of both the human toll and also the humanitarian toll. What we are seeing right now is that Russia's forces are regrouping and refocusing their effort on Ukraine's south and east. And as we look at Russian planning, it is also being refocused on Ukraine's south and east. And I want to share with you all something that I spoke about at the OSCE's Permanent Council recently, which is that we have information that Russia's initial planning included a plan for a forced capitulation of Ukraine's democratically elected government, as well as dissolution of local government structures. And that plan, to the best of our information, included plans not just for a new government in Ukraine, but also for a new constitution. So what I would say is that although Ukraine won the Battle of Kyiv, we're now seeing that Russia's playbook is being tailored for what it plans to do in the south and east of Ukraine. And so I would highlight for you reports that we have seen of abductions of mayors and other local officials. We have received reports of enforced disappearances of a range of folks, to include school directors, journalists, local activists, municipal officials. There have been reports of plans to impose a Russian school curriculum in the south and east. I think you've probably seen reports that Russia plans to force the local population to use the ruble. More recently, there have been reports as well that Russian forces have cut off internet and some cellular phone access in these regions in order to disable the flow of reliable information. And then finally, there is this phenomenon of the replacement of local municipal governments with these groups that are loyal to Moscow. And in addition to this, and this is something that I'd like to highlight, we believe that the Kremlin may try to hold sham referenda to try to add a veneer of democratic or electoral legitimacy. And this is straight out of the Kremlin's playbook. They organize these sham referenda, as you all know, in Crimea, in Luhansk, in Donetsk, and in other places. And what the Kremlin playbook calls for is delegitimizing, as I said, the democratically elected leaders and imposing fake people's councils, essentially made up of the Kremlin's puppets and proxies. Again, this is something that we've seen in the past, and we're looking very closely to see whether the Kremlin might try to orchestrate something like this in the near future. So just as Russia engineered these quasi-statelets, the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic, now we believe that the Kremlin may be trying to organize a Kherson People's Republic in the Kherson Oblast of southern Ukraine. And here's something that I also would like to highlight. According to the most recent reports, we believe that Russia will try to annex the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic, in quotes, so-called, to Russia. The reports state that Russia has plans to engineer referenda on joining Russia sometime in mid-May, and that Moscow is considering a similar plan for Kherson. Now, the international community, including the OSCE, where I work as ambassador, has been very clear that such referenda, such sham referenda, fabricated votes, will not be considered legitimate, nor will any attempts to annex additional Ukrainian territory. But we have to act. We have to act with a sense of urgency. And if you'll allow me, I will say a few things that we're doing at the OSCE in this regard. We are exposing Russia's actions. We're doing it here in Washington from the podium every day. My colleagues are. We're doing it at the OSCE. We're doing it in other multilateral fora. We are standing with Ukraine. We are isolating Russia diplomatically, which is the case at the OSCE. We are working to provide overtime and leaving no stone unturned to try to get humanitarian assistance to the populations in need across Ukraine. And we're working, in fact, at the OSCE on the ground to provide some of that humanitarian relief, as well as calling for a humanitarian pause and an end to this monstrous war of choice that Russia has waged on Ukraine. So that's what I've got, and I'm happy to take a few questions.
Great. Start with a few questions. Yes, sir. Speaking of Kherson, you mentioned Russia's political intentions. We also see pictures of how Russian troops are declaring victory and then installing a status of Lenin. Why are they doing this?
Well, look, I'm not going to speak to the political mythology that Russian forces are trying to impose on democratic Ukraine, but I think it speaks volumes that we have seen this sort of effort underway and jibe certainly with the propaganda that we have heard from Moscow.
Yes, sir.
Can you detail how specific are those reports and what's the source? Is this intelligence? And do you have any response plan to react to that? Any more sanctions?
So we think the reports are highly credible for reasons I'm sure you all can appreciate. I won't get into specific sources and methods, but we have every reason to believe that these reports are highly credible. And I can't, by the way, I'll just follow up on that. I cannot speak to whether Russia will be able to execute on its planning, but this is the planning that we are seeing.
There's been some reports that Russia, or President Putin might formally declare war with Ukraine. I wonder if you had any sense whether that's possible and what that might mean for some of these plans. You know, would that give them any extra ability to conduct the kind of things you're talking about?
Look, I know there's speculation that a formal declaration of war would allow Russia to engage in mass mobilization, but I can't speak to their intentions.
Sorry for being late and forgetting my phone, having to leave. But on the reports that you're talking about Donetsk and Luhansk and annexation, what can the OSCE actually do about this? We've already seen Abkhazia, South Ossetia. We've already seen Crimea.
Well, I think as the secretary,
you can come out and say, "Oh, well, we oppose this all you want to," but the reality on the ground is that both those two places are part of Georgia, that you would argue, are essentially not part of Georgia, and even though they're not recognized by anyone other than Nicaragua and Belarus, maybe, what actually can you do?
Well, part of what we're trying to do is to expose Russia's intentions. And as the secretary said some time ago, unfortunately, we have been more right than wrong in exposing what we believe may be coming next. And so that is part of what we are trying to do here. But of course, this all falls into the larger strategy of dealing with Russia's revanchism and imposing costs and degrading their war machine.
Okay, but then, look at Crimea. I mean, this is stuff that you don't have to warn about. It's stuff that's already actually happened. And, and you and others can say, we don't recognize Crimea as part of Russia, and yet it is de facto, right?
We do not recognize
I know you
Russia's
don't, but
attempted annexation, and
but
I would just remind you of the Welles Declaration, which held for many, many decades as a cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy.
I get that, but I'm just wondering, the OSCE seems to be completely toothless here. It can't really do anything.
Well, the OSCE, that's a separate question. The OSCE is a consensual organization, but it has engaged, first of all, it has a field presence in Ukraine. Project Coordinator's Office does exist inside Ukraine and assists with the disbursement of humanitarian relief. We have invoked something called the Moscow Mechanism, which is an accountability tool for documenting human rights abuses, war crimes, and possible crimes against humanity. And we speak out and we isolate Russia and Belarus diplomatically, as I said at the outset. So we're going to continue to do that. Look, the OSCE is not the perfect forum. It doesn't allow us to accomplish every goal, but we use it to the extent that we can.
Two questions, Ambassador Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
On the question of war crimes, I'm wondering what the OSCE's role has been. In particular, we're talking about the southeastern part of the country where we're hearing reports about mobile crematorium and other ways that Russia is trying to basically hide some of its tracks, allegedly hide some of its tracks in terms of what's been going on there. And so what effort are you making to collect with our allies and partners any kind of evidence and investigate and possibly prosecute down the line in conjunction with the UN and the International Criminal Court, and whether or not that's being complicated by efforts to cover it up?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the OSCE in early March invoked something that I just referred to called the Moscow Mechanism, the U.S. together with 44 other participating states. And as a result of that, we were able to deploy a fact-finding team that collected evidence on violations of human rights, on war crimes, and on possible crimes against humanity. That team then released a report a couple of weeks ago, which in fact stated unequivocally that war crimes have been committed in Ukraine. Now, I'm not an international lawyer, but my understanding is that those crimes then get prosecuted at the individual level. And so it is now incumbent on that fact-finding team and other similar accountability mechanisms to collect the evidence, preserve the evidence, and then eventually build cases so that everybody at all levels of the chain of command is held accountable.
The other question I wanted to ask you is there's been a discussion about replacing Ukraine's weapons with sort of NATO-grade weapons, and I'm wondering if OSCE is also kind of working in conjunction with NATO to be able to kind of phase out some of the more Soviet-era weapons and security systems that Ukraine has to give them sort of a overall post-Soviet arsenal that they can fight this war?
Yeah, this is not something that the OSCE is involved in. The OSCE does have a political military dimension, but it's primarily focused on military transparency and confidence in security building.
Saeed and Michelle.
Thank you, Ned. Thank you, Ambassador. Very quick question. We've heard the Secretary of Defense and I believe the Secretary of State talk about a weakening Russia. We heard the strategic defeat for Russia. What does that mean? What will that look like? Is that going
So I
to be
believe the Secretary of
like a
Defense
divided
referred
Russia? And then I have
to strategic
another quick question.
failure as the goal, and of degrading Russia's war machine so that it cannot prosecute this monstrous of a campaign against its neighbors in the future. And that does remain very much a part of one of our goals.
But okay, good. I just want to follow up. Do you expect the Russian president on May 9, a week from today, to make some sort of an announcement that goals have been achieved, victory was done, much like, let's say, President George W. Bush did back in 2003?
I can't anticipate what President Putin is going to do on May 9th. I know that so far the military campaign has been an abject failure, and the monstrosity and the barbarity of Russia's assault is plain for all to see.
Michelle.
You were saying that they still have monitors in Ukraine. Are they able to document some of these things you're talking about, the abductions, taking people out of Ukraine and forcing them into Russia? Do you have any sense of the scale of that? And then secondly, have you seen any indications that the Russians are stirring up trouble in any of these other frozen conflicts where the OSCE does have monitors, whether Transnistria or Nagorno-Karabakh or any of these other frozen conflicts?
So on your first question, the OSCE did have a several hundred-person strong special monitoring mission in Ukraine that was deployed primarily around the line of contact. And that monitoring mission did exist until a few weeks ago when it was evacuated, at first temporarily, but then Russia vetoed the mandate, essentially, of the SMM, or the monitoring mission. And so that mission is now in a wind-down process. As far as some of the other protracted conflicts on Russia's periphery, of course, we watch very carefully. There were some unexplained explosions in Transnistria just last week, and we continue to look very carefully. And it is, in fact, part of the OSCE mandate to monitor the security situation in and around Transnistria in Moldova. And of course, we watch Nagorno-Karabakh, Abkhazia, and South Ossetia as well.
A few more questions. Yes.
Situation in terms of rights violations in the occupied territories of Georgia, and the role of OSCE has always been so important for us. Against in this background, Georgia has repeatedly heard calls about the opening of second front, as in that now might be the time for Georgia to retake the occupied territories by military force. How acceptable do you think are such statements and calls?
We think that the Georgian government has behaved very responsibly when it comes to its own territories of Abkhazia and Skin-Bali region. And we have, of course, been steadfast supporters of Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. At this moment, there is an EU monitoring mission on the ground in Georgia, as you're well aware. And the OSCE also participates in something called incident response and prevention mechanisms on the administrative boundary lines of both Abkhazia and Skin-Bali region. And so we continue to monitor the situation.
Jane.
Thank you. When will the United States Embassy resume the work in Kyiv? Is it soon as possible?
Well, the Secretary has said that we intend to go back into Ukraine. I think there's already temporary visits occurring right now, but on a more permanent basis in the near future. I can't speak to the timing.
Jane.
Thank you, Ambassador. To follow up on Michelle's question, you've spoken of filtration camps in the past. Do you have an estimate of how many Ukrainians have been forcibly moved through these camps? And is there anything the OSCE is doing to try to track, once they're taken out of Ukraine, what happens to these people?
Yes, so we have exposed this brutal practice, or at least the reports of it. We have information from the Mariupol mayor's office that there are something like 4 of these filtration camps in and around Mariupol. I would expect there might be more in the south and east of Ukraine. Of course, this would be in violation of international humanitarian law and a war crime if people were forcibly being displaced from Ukraine to Russia. So the OSCE's human rights monitoring mechanism will continue to look at this. Of course, there's an issue of access, right? I mean, that's an active war zone right now. And so access is limited, but we're going to continue to look at this, absolutely.
Yes, please.
You spoke a little bit about this when you were asked about in one of your briefings a couple of weeks ago, but do you have anything more about those reports on children?
Can you repeat? I didn't hear the first part.
You spoke about this a couple of weeks ago in a briefing that you did. Do you have any more about reports about enforced adoption of children, Ukrainian children, in the context of these filtration camps? And also you followed up a little bit on the president's opinion that he believes that Putin is committing genocide in Ukraine. I know this is a long process in terms of a legal process, but you did comment a little bit on again, what you believed might attribute to genocide. Can you comment at all on the length or the timing of this process?
Well, so to the first part of your question, I would just say that if women and children and elderly and and other individuals are being displaced forcibly, as I said earlier, that would be a war crime, and it would just be appalling as a completely uncivilized endeavor. And so, yes, it needs to be tracked very closely, and documentation needs to be done to ensure that there is accountability for such actions in the future. I can't speak to numbers, I can't speak to specifics because the information is at this point quite limited.
Right, which one? Yours? Oh, I see. Which one?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, we back here. We are back here. I took a little extendo lunch, you guys. I'm sorry. I had to catch up on some things, some bills, and a whole lot of stuff, man. A whole lot of stuff. But we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. A long lunch today. You know, just had a little meeting with some clients, and man, we just talking about how this sell-off is just, this is crazy. Like, you know, these things, it can end up bad, man. I mean, everybody is waiting for the statement. The statement's out. Now it's like the truth is out now. I mean, you got stocks where they're at here. I mean, they didn't want to move to these numbers because they was waiting on the statement, but now the statement is out, and they're just moving to these numbers now, like they just was waiting on them. So it's like, man, this is crazy, bro. The Dow is down, you guys, 900 points again, like 2 or 3 days ago. So, man, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. But we are back from lunch. Like I said, I do apologize. I took an extra little 30 minutes lunch. I took lunch early at 12:30 today. And I should have been back at about 1:30, but I'm just now getting back here live with you guys. It's 2:24 p.m. And this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Oh, man. I think we're going to have a couple drinks tonight at LCALD. Oh, man. Shout out to Shopify. Even though they ain't looking too good, man. Shout out to the Shopify. Oh, man. Cashed out this morning. 425 put. It's looking good today, you guys. Feels good. Even though, I mean, e-commerce is hurting. Hey, this was what it was expected, you know. Shout out to the client who really wanted to just had that feeling, you know. And sometimes I tell my clients, when you wait, you'll really find something that you really need. And you'll really figure out, like, you know, that, hey, you can do it. I mean, you'll trust your gut feeling, and you'll really just, it seems like you know automatically when you do it like that. So shout out to that client right there, man. Good call out. But yeah, man, Shopify down, clap, e-commerce hurt. E-commerce hurt. It kind of put a little chip on Booking. Booking holding was up about 6, 7%, 8%, 9% this morning, but ever since they filled out, they realized what e-commerce was doing. They're like, oh, they started coming back down. They're still up about 3 or 4%. But man, yeah, man, the market is in deep red. Everybody, you guys, we're down bad here today. It's ugly. We're at the levels really at support. We're strong support right here. It can't flush. And that's just what the market is waiting on. We're waiting on every stock to see new numbers if it's possible. We're waiting on that. So I mean, I think eventually earnings season is going to continue. I think over time it will. It must. You know, they can't stop here. Etsy's clapped here. That was e-commerce. They're at $89. They're down about almost 20%. You guys, that's a correction there. Anything past 10, 20%, you got yourself a correction. Anything between 1 to 9%, that was priced in. That's what the market makers already expected it. So keep that in mind, you guys. Keep that in mind. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. The Dow falls 800 points now. They're trying to creep back up and get a little bit of gains, but it's ugly, man. It's ugly, you guys. The market is selling off. The Dow's down about 900 points. It's ugly. It's ugly. It is ugly. But you know what? Let's go ahead and get into the cover. The cover. You want to? Why do this? Oh, okay. Sorry, I got my assistant right here with me. Got my manager here with me to handle some business on the side while I talk to you guys, and I'll let you guys know what this cover means here today, and what it stands for. And then we're gonna get into the LCALD word of the day. LCALD word of the day. But you guys, how to invest into the future, man. How to invest into the future, you guys. I'm going to go over that with you guys here. You go ahead, trash that, get that out of there. Don't need that. Give me 1 second. Pull up. We're gonna do our earnings later. We'll show you guys that later. Pull that up. Look that up. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me pull it up here through this because sometimes I gotta pull it up like this. Okay, here we go. All right, whatever. We do it like this today. Sorry. All right, we're live. All right, we're live, you guys. I apologize. How to invest in the future. All right, so fintech. You guys should know this. We got Square, PayPal, Upstart, Sophie. These are good fintech names. A lot of these names, is the future here. Some would say you're crazy. You're batshit crazy. These are not the future. These are going down there of all value plays. However you choose to look at the future, you guys, just know that these are the companies you want to buy or sell into, regardless of because these are the companies that are going to hold the weight. Say if something happens to these big tech companies or these companies they're like classic companies, they're legend companies. They've been in the market for 1900s, 1940s, 1960s, 1980s, and stuff like that. It dates back for a long time, you guys. Some of these companies that just entered the realm of the business world, just now becoming in the stock market, just now IPOing. Square is one of them, aka Block. They changed their name here, but they call it Block now, but they still use the ticker symbol SQ. But people call them Block now. Their name is Block. Legally, they changed their name to Block. So BLOCK, but ticker symbol SQ. It's a nice company to invest in the future, you guys. They report today after the bell. They're gonna move a lot. This is kind of like a PayPal, So it just depends on how the market is gonna take this name. They're either gonna take this name as it's a value. It's either a value type fintech company or it's either a growth fintech company. I don't know. We're going to decide here. The market's going to decide here after hours. And I'm going to go with the market reaction. But these are fintech, and then you got your cybersecurity. That's what that briefing was about this morning. If you watch the recap, you can see what I'm talking about. The briefing that was this morning, the defense. About the border and stuff like that. It all dates back to, it all correlates with cybersecurity, you guys. And these are the stocks you want to look into. The U.S. they invest a lot into these cybersecurity stocks, obviously for everyone's security and sake. Yeah, you got cloud computing stocks. Salesforce is a good one. Twilio, they had earnings yesterday. They got the little after. Let's see the reaction right now. Actually, with Twilio, I need to check on them. Because they did a lot yesterday after the bell. They went down, up, but I don't know where they ended up being. Let me see. It looks like they opened up, they popped all the way up, and after hours at 129, it's actually sold off to 95 and went to 129. So they showed their spread, opened up at 123. Now they're back at 112, and they're just chilling right here. Went to 117. Now they're chilling right here at 113. So Twilio, that's Twilio, you guys. Cloud computing. Good companies, man. Good companies. Like I said, the future. So, how to invest in the future here. These are long-term stocks, really. If you look at it like that, too, these could be long-term options. Just put time on these plays right here. If it's the future, then that means you got a lot of time, more than you can imagine. Just look into it, you guys. I would really look into it. Clean energy, some clean energy names right here below. E-commerce. You see, that is down bad. That has the market really tanked, you guys. Amazon was a huge e-commerce stock. They did some things with Shopify from time to time. But yeah, as you can see, e-commerce is collapsed. Shopify is down here, you guys. They're down almost 13% today, almost $67 right now. Again, LCAOD, we sold at about 402, 401 this morning. And e-commerce is hurt, you guys. We grabbed a 425 put. They paid out over 2,000. Come on. That's the clear indicator, clear sign. E-commerce is hurt right now. E-commerce is one of the sections where, they got too much attention during the pandemic, and now they're just trying to reset. Keep in mind, Shopify got a 10-to-1 stock split coming up. And you know, just other names like Alibaba, that's China. They're hurt. China's not even open like that right now. So e-commerce is hurt for now. But future references, future wise, you guys, long term, these names will come back. E-commerce will get back on its feet. Believe that. It will. I don't know the timeline. I always say long term. I'm thinking about 5 to 10, maybe. It might take 15 years from now, but e-commerce will come back. It might even be less than that. It might be between 1 to 2 months. It might be 1 to 2 years. I don't know. E-commerce will be back. You just want to keep your eye on that. Like I said, it's the future, you guys. But you know, you got your cannabis. You know, that's the future too. The more legalization in each state, that becomes. You're gonna see people investing into that. You know, that's the future, you guys. That's the future. Cannabis is becoming the future. Weed is actually becoming the new normal here. Even in some illegal states, like they treat it legally. If you was out here, you would know that. You know what I'm saying? If you was really outside, you following me here. I ain't trying to get nobody in trouble or nothing like that. I ain't policing none of that shit like that. But if you know what I'm saying, if you outside, you know what I'm talking about right now. Like cannabis is really becoming the new normal. It's a growing thing here. It's actually good for you. I don't want to get into it too much here or preach it so to make you try or anything like that. But it's a good thing. I mean, it's really I think it's good for health. I think it's a cure to a lot of things that they don't want to tell us. But that's another story. But that's the future, you guys. I mean, like I said, I would look into it. You guys, for real, seriously. How to invest in the future, and these some of the top stocks right here you want to be looking into. Like I said, Shopify, e-commerce is hurt right now, so they're offering a deal here to the downside now. E-commerce stocks are, but that can change, and that can change. So you want to look into those stocks and figure it out. So that's it. That's just what it is, you guys. How to invest in the future. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are near power hour. The market is in deep red still. Oh my gosh, the NASDAQ is down 5.44%. The Russell 2000 is down 4.11%. The VIX is up 25.85%. The VIX is high. It's at $31.99. That's how much volatility shot up in the market today. And overnight, you guys. Woo! Wow. Now, you see how, like, the VIX was just $31 the other day, and it wasn't that high on the percentage. That's because it was going up, and it was coming down. But now that it was coming down, they took a dip. They cooled off on the VIX, but they're going back up. That's why you see it at 25%, you guys. So don't get it twisted. I always told you guys, you better keep your eye on the VIX. If the volatility is that high, that's never good for the bulls. It's always considerably, technically, a bear market. And that's just wanted you guys to understand that. But the Dow is down about 3.25%, you guys. This is ugly. 4 to 5% down day right now? Ouch, pal. What did you really mean yesterday? What were you really trying to say? So that's just a question you want to ask yourself as an investor right now, you guys. It's starting to kick in here. Some of you guys are holding shares and you holding these calls, and they ain't hitting on nothing. Yet. Anyway, if you got time, you good. But if you're looking at a tomorrow expiration, you probably want to be going ahead and closing that, you guys. Volatility is super high. That means nothing's going to pay for nothing right now, unless it's the downside. So keep that in mind. Oh, man, the market is in deep red. Wow. So let's check around and see what the headlines is, and then we're going to get into LCAOD word of the day.
Look what the Russians made a big deal. This is our offensive, this push in the east. This is what we always wanted to do anyway, because as they were retreating from Kyiv, they said this is the main goal. Everybody brace themselves. What's going on?
Well, it would appear, Terry, based on all the information we have, that their advance on Ukraine, and in particular in the east, has been slowed. While they have been able to make some progress, it's been negligible. And the Ukrainians have been successful in not only stopping the Russian advance, but also pushing them back farther to the east or away from Ukraine. And part of that is thanks to the assistance they're getting, both in military equipment from the U.S. and from the West, as well as ammunition. But as you mentioned at the top of the newscast, their will to fight, and that has not changed. In fact, despite the conflicting reports about what we've heard about the Russian advance on the plant in Mariupol, the Ukrainians say that they have not surrendered and they won't. And it's a similar story in all of the other cities. It's important to point out, Terry, that the Russians, yes, they have been able to take some of the smaller communities, but the Ukrainians have been able to take some of that territory back. So at this point, Ukraine, it does not appear that they are winning this war, but they're certainly not losing the ground that they were early on and are finding some success in stopping the Russians and pushing.
I don't want any more. No, thank you.
Which we formed last year. For the first time, the Interior and Justice Department will be guided by an advisory committee composed of law enforcement, tribal leaders, federal partners, service providers, family members of missing and murdered individuals, and most importantly, survivors. This commission will ensure that we hear the voices of those who are most impacted by this issue. It includes diverse experiences, backgrounds, and geography to provide balanced points of view. The commission will hold hearings, take testimony, and receive evidence to develop recommendations for the federal government to combat violent crimes against Indigenous people. The missing and murdered Indigenous peoples crisis is centuries in the making, and it will take a focused effort and time to unravel the many threads that contribute to the alarming rates of these cases. I'm grateful to those of you who rang the alarm and gave a voice to the missing. My heart goes out to the families of loved ones who were impacted by violence. We'll keep working to address this issue, and together, I believe, we will provide justice for survivors and families. And now I'll turn the floor over to Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco, who will share recorded remarks for today's event.
I'm pleased to join you for this important event on a day the President has dedicated to highlighting the crisis of missing or murdered Indigenous persons. This is an opportunity to reflect on the violence endured by far too many Native persons for far too long. It's also a chance to reaffirm our commitment to bringing justice and answers to grieving communities. Today marks a major milestone in those efforts as we take the next step in launching our joint commission under the Not Invisible Act. The mission is an essential one to reduce violence against American Indians and Alaska Natives.
Craig, let him do
it. Today, you'll hear from several tribal leaders about how important the commission is to that work. And I'd like to extend a special thanks to Secretary Haaland for her leadership here, both during her time in Congress and through the Department of the Interior's efforts to establish this commission. Today's announcement is a testament to her dedicated work and to the many people across Native communities who fought to make their voices heard. The Department of Justice is committed to supporting the work of the Commission. We're pleased that the Director of our Office of Tribal Justice, Tracy Toulouse, will serve as a co-chair of the Commission, and that he'll be joined by representatives from across the department, including from both our law enforcement and grant-making components. No one agency can solve this problem alone, and we're also grateful that the Commission will include representatives from our partners at the Departments of the Interior and Health and Human Services. But it is the appointees just announced by Secretary Haaland who come from outside the federal government who will form the backbone of the commission. These commissioners represent a diverse range of experiences, expertise, and perspectives, and critically, they include survivors who can speak firsthand to the urgency of the commission's work. They also include tribal leaders and members who know best what their communities need when it comes to making them safer. The Commission will issue recommendations to both the Department of Justice and the Department of the Interior on how to improve intergovernmental coordination, as well as how to identify best practices for federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement when responding to the violence directed at American Indians and Alaska Natives. I know that Native voices haven't always been heard on these issues, but this administration is committed to doing better, and today's announcement reflects that commitment. More broadly, the Commission also demonstrates the emphasis that the Biden-Harris administration has placed on addressing the crisis of missing or murdered Indigenous people. Last November, the President issued a new executive order, which reflected our whole-of-government response to promoting public safety in Native communities. The same day, I launched a new steering committee, which is dedicated to marshaling the
or
justice.
any indication that Belarus is poised to get more active in the war or in any way?
No indications that Belarus has intentions to become active in the war in Ukraine. We're not tracking indications that they're
we're live from the Pentagon. This just started.
In the war in Ukraine. On Mariupol, we still see Mariupol under siege from bombardment through airstrikes predominantly. We still assess that that Ukrainian soldiers are still at that plant. They've said it themselves and are still resisting. We again see the violence that's being visited on Mariupol and the destruction that's being caused there as a continued bombardment by Russian airstrikes in Mariupol. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Do you have any sense of how many Russian troops, even in very broad terms, might still be around Mariupol? We have been told by others about Russian troops leaving that area. I was wondering if you had any sense how many remain.
I want to be careful a little bit here, and because our knowledge of Russian force dispositions, it isn't perfect, Lita. I think in general we would assess that the majority of Russian forces, ground forces that were dedicated to Mariupol, have left and have moved to the north, the north away from Mariupol, and that a small number, roughly the equivalent of a couple of battalion tactical groups, are still in and around Mariupol at this time. Predominantly, the activity is largely through airstrikes in and around Mariupol, and certainly at the Azovstal plant. That's about the best I can do, Lita. Given that we don't have perfect visibility into every Russian unit. Idris.
Just two quick questions. Firstly, the Russians have claimed for a couple of days that they have hit Western and NATO weapons inside Ukraine. Any targeting you've seen or any impact on the flow of weapons? And second question, ahead of the May 9th Victory Day in Russia, are you seeing any change in tactics on the ground by the Russians? Are they being more aggressive, or is that not really something that's having an impact on the tactical situation by the Russians?
So on the second question, we've seen no. Let me back it up, Idris. In the Donbass region, we would still assess that the Ukrainians are putting up a very stiff resistance, and that the Russians have not made the progress that we believe they expected to make by this point. That's not to say they haven't made any progress. I think we would continue to assess it as incremental and uneven, but not non-existent. And again, we think that that's partly a big part of it is the Ukrainian resistance, but also partly through their own uneven efforts to fix the challenges that they had north around Kyiv. I can't say that looking at what we can see, that we can say definitively that there's a change in behavior or aggressiveness or momentum based on the coming day of May 9th. And what they plan to do or say on Victory Day, that's really up to them. I don't think we have a perfect sense, but I can't sit here honestly and tell you that we're seeing a correlation between the looming deadline of the 9th and the way they're behaving in the Donbass. It's still uneven, plodding, incremental, but they have made some small progress, particularly in the north part of the Donbass. So I think I'd leave it at that. And as for the shipments of supplies and weapons and material going in, that continues every day, including today. And we've seen no indication that that flow has been impeded. Does that answer? Yeah. Tara?
Hey, John. So I recognize your statement earlier saying that the U.S. is not providing intelligence directly targeting senior military officials. But can you provide examples of intelligence the U.S. has shared, past intelligence, that has been helpful to the Ukrainians in this fight that hasn't targeted a senior official?
Yeah, as I've said consistently from the podium, I'm not going to detail the intelligence that we're providing to Ukraine. I won't go any further than what I've said before, certainly no further than I went today. We do provide them useful intelligence, timely intelligence that allows them to make decisions to better defend themselves against this invasion. And I think the less said about that, honestly, the better. So I'm just going to...
It's about like their logistics or weather or anything like that.
It's not that I can't, I won't.
Okay.
I won't.
And secondly, yesterday Admiral Richard reaffirmed that it's the U.S. assessment that China intends to attack Taiwan by 2027. Is there any concern within the building here that all of the resources the U.S. is putting in to help Ukraine might make it more difficult in a defensive Taiwan situation?
So two thoughts, if I may. One, what Admiral Richard said, and also I think Chairman Milley said the same thing, that it's President Xi's intention to be able to have the capability by 2027, not the intent to do it by 2027. That's an important distinction. And then as for our ability in the Indo-Pacific. So first of all, I mean, our focus with respect to Taiwan is, as I put in my opening statement there when I was correcting the Chinese readout of the phone call, that we still adhere to the one China policy, and the support that we provide Ukraine is in complete keeping with the communiques and the assurances, but just as critically, the Taiwan Relations Act, and that is the provision and sales of military systems to help Taiwan in its self-defense, and that's the focus. And as you've heard the Secretary say, gosh, a bunch of times, there's no reason for cross-strait tensions to become a conflict. There's no reason for it to. It shouldn't. That we continue to not want to see the status quo militarily changed in a unilateral way, and we're committed to that Taiwan Relations Act and to providing the capabilities. Now, we've also heard the Secretary say, and he said it in budget testimony just this week, and certainly it's in our national defense strategy, that China's the pacing challenge. And if you look at our budget, which is a big one, $773 billion, a record number of dollars dedicated to research and development of new kinds of capabilities that get at what the Secretary calls integrated deterrence, which gets at our ability to defend our security interest in the Indo-Pacific specifically, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but certainly as we're talking about China right now, related to that. We have 5 of our 7 treaty alliances are in that part of the world, and we take those commitments very, very seriously. So there's an awful lot, if you just unpack that budget, to see that we are investing not only in capabilities, but in operational concepts to help us deter conflict with any adversary, and certainly we would consider the PRC a challenge in that regard, in a way that would I think be robust enough going forward.
I guess to ask the question in a better way, you have
I didn't think there was anything wrong with the way you asked the question.
Thank you. You have the sales of military systems for Taiwan, but you've also seen this ramp up for domestic production of systems, not only to help supply Ukraine, but to backfill U.S. stockpiles, backfill NATO members. So is there a strain there? Can both be supplied within not only the 2027 timeline, but the very near term.
Well, again, let's not get fixated on the 2027 timeline. But what we are doing to support Ukraine. So first of all, the short answer to your question is we're not concerned about that. That a focus on Ukraine is somehow going to take our focus or eye off the Indo-Pacific, or specifically our obligations under the Taiwan Relations Act. The material that we are sending to Ukraine almost completely so far has been under drawdown authority. So it's material that we have on our shelves and in our inventory and in our warehouses on our bases that we are providing to them because they're in an active fight. Right now, the focus of that is long-range fires and the artillery and all that because of the Donbass region. And that support, which we continue to provide, does not affect in any way our obligations under the Taiwan Relations Act or the other ways in which we're supporting Taiwan. Okay? Yeah.
Russia's Ministry of Defense just announced that they had participated in nuclear-capable missile strikes or launches, practicing these nuclear-capable missile launches in Kaliningrad, which is near the U.S. Baltic allies. Because of this, is the Pentagon considering ramping up its defenses on NATO's eastern flank? And honestly, how concerning is this that he has done this? He's had these actions. He's done previous actions with nuclear-capable launches, and Putin is failing or has been delayed in Ukraine.
Well, again, look, we've decried the escalation in rhetoric by the Russians now numerous times when it comes to nuclear weapons, and it's not the behavior of a responsible nuclear power to engage in that kind of rhetoric. And I would just tell you that, as I said many times before, we monitor this every single day. We're comfortable and confident that our strategic deterrent posture is well placed and robust enough to defend the homeland as well as our allies and partners. But it is uniformly unhelpful and irresponsible for the Russians to regard and speak to, boast about their nuclear weaponry. There's no reason to bring it to that level. I think we can all agree that the specter of a nuclear conflict between the United States and Russia is good for no one. Certainly not good for Russia, it's not good for us, and it's not good for Ukraine or the region. Has that exercise or has this rhetoric resulted in us changing the footprint on NATO's eastern flank? No. We are still at just over 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. The additional 20,000 that we've put in place since February is rotational. And they are still there on those rotational orders. I don't have any updates or changes to that, but there's been no change to footprint, not just on the eastern flank, but anywhere in Europe as a result of these comments or these exercises.
Okay, thank you. But if I may, you keep saying rhetoric. It's not just rhetoric. They are actually
And I said,
doing stuff.
I said, in addition to what these exercises, we've made no changes.
Okay, but how concerning is it?
I thought I answered that before. It's obviously concerning. I mean, as I said, this is not the behavior of a responsible nuclear power, particularly given what's going on in Ukraine right now and the focus of the international community on what's going on in Ukraine right now. Yeah.
So just to go back to the intel providing question for a second, the New York Times story states that the United States has focused on providing the location and other details about the Russian military's mobile headquarters, which relocate frequently. Are you saying that that is false?
I am not going to talk about intelligence sharing from this podium. I think you can understand why I'm not going to do that. We share relevant and timely information and intelligence with the Ukrainians that allow them to make decisions to defend themselves. As I said in my opening statement, it's not just the United States either. Other partners share information and intelligence with them, and they have robust intelligence collection capabilities of their own. I'm not going to talk about intelligence sharing with any more detail than that.
You did say. We do not provide intelligence on the locations of senior leaders on the battlefield.
I stand by my opening statement, but I'm not going to get into the eaches of every little bit of information sharing that we do.
Just one other on Taiwan. Can you just clear up a little bit of the, I guess, confusion out there about what artillery systems are being delivered or were offered to Taiwan? There is some reporting that an artillery system would be delayed because of a crowded production line. So what artillery systems has the U.S. offered to Taiwan?
I think that's a better question put to our State Department colleagues who handle the foreign military sales program. That's not something that is for the Defense Department to speak to. Yeah, Tom.
Thanks, John. Two questions. One is a follow on Taiwan. In regards to just the date of 2027, which was used twice this week, when you talk about the pacing challenge of China, does the Pentagon look at certain markers in its own way to keep up with the pacing of China? In other words, hearing China talk about 2027, whether they could achieve their goal or not, I'm not asking that. But does the Pentagon say, well, maybe we need to do X, Y, and Z by 2027, A, B, C by 2030? In other words, in the pacing challenge that the Pentagon is engaged in, are there markers, without you saying what they are there markers that the Pentagon hopes to meet to keep up the pace, so to speak?
We are obviously focused on the pacing challenge of China, Tom, and again, you can see that in our budget. It's factored into our national defense strategy, and we are moving as expeditiously as we can to make sure that we have all the relevant capabilities we need to deter conflict in the Indo-Pacific region, and should it come to it, there's no reason for it to be able to defend our national security interests and those of our allies. We're not pegging those efforts to dates on a calendar that have been professed by President Xi or anybody else. We're pegging those efforts to our own knowledge and understanding of the threat, and our own knowledge and understanding of our capabilities to address those threats. Mindful, Tom, that those threats change over time, so we also have to change our capabilities over time. And again, I think our budget that recently submitted really, I think, hammers that home very well. You can look; there's lots of things in that budget that get right at this, including the defense of Guam, the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, the investments in 5G, microelectronics, AI, unmanned. I mean, it's all in there, and there's no question that the pacing challenge of China was certainly informed the kinds of capabilities that we put in that budget.
My other question is on Sweden. Today and yesterday, the Swedish foreign minister is in Washington, and she had an interview yesterday with Swedish television, which I know you may not have seen, but during that interview, she said that the United States has promised security to Sweden should it apply to NATO. My question is, what advice or shared information did the Pentagon give to the State Department in advance of this meeting that the Pentagon could weigh in on this matter? Thank you. How did I do on that one, John?
Yes. Getting right at it, aren't you? Look, we strongly support NATO's open door policy. I think you know that. Both Finland and Sweden are close and valued defense partners. I think you know that too. Our militaries have worked together now closely for many years. Exercises and exchanges, and we value that relationship. And I think, without getting into specific details of what was discussed between Secretary Blinken and the foreign minister, which I will not talk about. Wait a minute. Let me finish my answer. We are confident that we would be able to find ways to address any concerns that either Sweden or Finland might have about the period of time between a NATO membership application and their potential accession into the alliance. Okay?
Just to paraphrase President Lyndon Johnson, I didn't ask you what you told the State Department. I asked if you did ask, and so you did contribute some.
I'm not going to talk about internal interagency discussions, and I'm not going to get ahead of the State Department here. This was their meeting, and they should speak to it. What I'm telling you is that we're confident, given the strong relationships that we have with Sweden and with Finland, that we would be able to find ways to address any concerns that they might have in that interim between an application for membership and actual accession into NATO.
Thanks.
Yeah. Tony, it says that you're here on the phone. So how do you want me to handle this? I mean, would you like to leave the room and call in, or?
Eye contact.
Okay.
Okay, at what point does the Pentagon assess that Ukraine will be able to utilize all 90 of those M77s in artillery fights?
At what? I'm sorry.
At what point does DoD assess Ukraine will be ready to use all 90 of the M77 howitzers the U.S. has provided?
I think only the Ukrainians can answer that, Tony. I mean, these howitzers belong to them once they get inside the country. And I can tell you, as of this morning, more than 80 of them are actually in Ukraine of the 90. It's almost complete. And we do know that, and you heard Secretary Austin say this the other day in testimony, that we know some of them are being used in combat because they've told us. But where they all are, as you and I speak today, and how they're being engaged, I mean, that's really for the Ukrainians to speak to. They belong to them now.
I have a gentleman question too, and Senator.
Thank you for pronouncing it correctly today. That's all right.
Thank you for being such an eloquent teacher.
You're welcome.
Senators Roy Blunt and Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut, Blunt of Missouri, both claimed that the U.S. has shipped a third of our Javelin inventory to Ukraine. Is that roughly accurate, or are they wildly inaccurate?
Yeah, with all due respect to the senators, I'm going to refrain from talking about our inventory levels. That gets into an operational security issue for us, and I don't think it's useful to speak to that with great specificity. I will just tell you two things. One, those systems have proven critical on the battlefield and are proving important now in the Donbass. And two, we make a readiness assessment every single time we draw down from stocks to give to Ukraine. And both the Secretary and the Chairman are confident and comfortable that we have not reached a point with current inventory that our readiness in terms of our capability to conduct anti-armor operations, should we need to do that, is impacted. Yeah. Heather from USNI.
Thanks so much. I have two questions. The first is that ship spotters have spotted a Russian missile frigate in the Mediterranean. Has there been any interactions with any American ships in the Med between the Russian ship and the American ships? And then also on a completely separate note, they've mentioned that our Navy and other military leaders have mentioned that there's been issues with recruiting. Is the military doing enough in terms of offering benefits to recruit Americans to the services?
So on your first question, I am not aware of any altercations or incidents between Russian and U.S. ships in the Mediterranean. As far as I know, any interactions thus far have been safe and professional. I am not aware of any events or incidents to the contrary. And on your second question, I would just tell you, first of all, if you look at the budget we submitted, there's some extra special pays and benefits that are in that budget, and we're asking for a 4.6% pay raise for our folks, both civilian and military. But there are other incentives in there, retention incentives. We want to make sure that not just our recruiters, but our career counselors have tools at their disposal to get in and to keep the best talent that we can out in America. But we've talked about recruiting in the last few days, and all the services, and the Secretary included, are mindful that the recruiting environment is growing tougher. There are more than enough jobs out in the American economy. The propensity to serve is not always as strong as we'd like it to be, and quite frankly, an uncomfortably large number of young Americans aren't able to meet the entry requirements. And then add to that COVID, which impacted our recruiters' ability to get face-to-face contact with young men and women. All of that has combined to make it a challenging recruiting environment. But the Secretary is focused on this. He has had discussions with senior service leaders about this. He knows that, and largely we are making, essentially making the goals that we needed to make across the force. It's uneven in each of the services, and I'll let them speak to that. But the Secretary knows, having been Army Vice Chief of Staff a while ago, he knows that recruiting numbers can be lagging indicators, and if you don't stay ahead of them and make sure you're focusing on it in the future, that you could find yourself in a hole. We don't want to do that. So he's focused on that very, very strongly, and I think that will continue going forward. I got time for just a couple more. Yes, ma'am, you've been patient.
So I circling back a little bit. These nuclear drills happened super close to Sweden, super close to Finland. You mentioned that the U.S. supports the NATO's open door policy. What message does the U.S. have to Sweden and Finland about what Russia is trying to do by kind of threatening them in this region? What's the motivating message the U.S. has for those countries?
Well, look, first of all, decisions to join NATO or not are sovereign decisions that these countries have to make, their leaders have to make on behalf of their people. And we certainly wouldn't get in the way of that or in the middle of that. I think I'd go back to what I said before. I mean, we have strong defense partnerships with both countries and healthy relationships that go back many years. We're confident, and I can't say it any more plainly than I just did, that should they need assistance or security security assistance. I mean, should there be a requirement for that in the interim between applying for membership and accession into the alliance? I mean, we are confident that because of the close relationship we have with them, we'd be able to work something out. And I think that's the healthiest thing that we can say right now. Again, these are modern militaries, very capable militaries. And we look forward, regardless of what decision they make, we look forward to continuing a strong military relationship with them.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think you're going to have to be the last one, Paul.
Two in here. One is following up on that. Could you be more direct? Does the Pentagon want or hope to see Finland and Sweden join NATO? And if so, what does it see that would bring to the alliance? And
that is a decision for Sweden and Finland, not for the.
As a member of NATO, you would have a view. The U.S. has to have a view on it.
We are not going to get ahead of the process here, Paul. These are sovereign decisions these countries have to make.
All right, you guys. There was spies at the low today right now. You hear what he's saying right here from the Pentagon. Secretary John Kirby. Don't sound good. The war's still going on. He just definitely just told us they provide for Ukraine from the stock market going down. He literally just said that. So I'm listening to this. This don't sound good though. The spies slide here with the low of the day. Pay attention.
Into the alliance, but those are decisions they have to make.
Okay, the separate thing is Ukraine has conducted a series of cross-border strikes into Russian territory and is believed to have carried out or supporters of Ukraine carried out sabotage missions in Russia. Does the U.S. see that this is a good strategy, or is it a risky strategy that might risky actions that actually might have risky strategic implications for Ukraine and its backers?
I think the Ukrainians should speak for the operations that they're conducting or not. We're not going to do that. Our focus is on helping them defend themselves against an illegal and unjust and quite brutally violent invasion in their country. And that's what we're focused on, making sure that they have the tools and the abilities to defend themselves. But I have not, since this began, nor am I going to start now, talking about Ukrainian operations in the field. Okay? All right.
Hey, since Jamie's not here, can I ask myself?
Sure.
Does the Pentagon believe that the defense minister from Republic of Korea will remain defense minister when the new president takes office?
And what's my answer going to be to that? I think that is a decision for South Koreans. Thanks. Appreciate it, everybody.
It's 3:12. I'm saying you grouping solo.
How many do you want to say?
I'll put it. Come on, try it. It's about 3:30, 3:45. So many people we can get in on it. If not, then 2 people. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. That briefing is done. We're waiting on Secretary Jen now. We will begin shortly. In the meantime, between time, let's get into the LCALD word of the day. Let's see. It's going to tell you everything right here if you should play or hold. This word of the day. It's been hitting on point, right? So far, we got soon, urge, and what was the one yesterday? It was a good one too. It was just like right on point. It was prize. Wow. Yesterday was prize, and boy, did we receive a prize this morning. Oh man, we're receiving a prize right now currently. SPY's coming down 410, you guys. Oh man. Okay.
I hope you're ready to sweat.
All right.
Grab a clipboard, pen, and fill in your name and email.
Yewande, a fitness instructor, uses
Hold on, Jan. Let me get into the LCALD word of the day. We have to do the LCALD word of the day, Jan. Wait. Nah, that wasn't her, though. All right, here we go. Oh, wow. Y'all not going to believe what this one is. Wow. Y'all not going to believe what this one is, you guys. Cash. C-A-S. Oh, my God. First, I just want to say, hold up. This is like spiritually being done here, you guys. I want you to know no one's picking this. I'm randomly scrolling through a student dictionary. And we're getting the word of the day from that. That is the word of the day. I just scrolled to the page and it says cash. C-A-S-H. Money consisting of dollars or loose change. To receive bills and coins in exchange for a check. Are you following me? Oh my gosh. I need a horn. Whoa, this is crazy. Let cash accumulate over days, you guys. LCALD, man. Word of the day. This was randomly chosen too. I did not pick this. I did not pick this the night before. We're not scripted here. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. I'm giving it to you straight raw. No script. No acting. This is straight truth. Breaking news right here. NASDAQ headed for worst day since pandemic started. That's breaking news. That's real. This is ugly. It's almost 6% on the NASDAQ. They're down 5.80%. This is ugly. This looks like the pandemic. This looks like 2020. We're heading right back there. We're there. We're here. We're below it. We're in it. NASDAQ headed for worst day since pandemic started, you guys. LCAOD word of the day. Let cash accumulate over days. Word of the day is cash. Money consisting of dollars or loose change. To receive bills and coins in exchange for a check. A check. Look at how these word of the days coming in, you guys. Going back to Monday, it was soon. It was something soon that was about to happen. I warned you. The word of the day warned you. Everybody warned you. The market's selling off and we're getting our direction. It's a widespread. Yeah, it went up yesterday, but it's been going down. So everybody's going to say it's going down. We're getting our direction. It's breaking news on Elon Musk right now. He's expected to serve as a temporary Twitter CEO upon the deal. That's breaking news. That's been out all morning, though. You probably already saw that. Elon Musk is the CEO of Twitter now, temporarily, because he brought him out. That's his company. He gave them that much money. Ain't nobody ever did that. That's his company then. He own them. Someone can buy you out, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you can be brought out in the world. Elon Musk is a prime example. He brought Twitter out. He's letting you know. Anyone can be brought out. There's no amount of money that you will say no to. There's a number in your head you want, and you'll say it. And if someone can get it, you'll be brought out. That's with anything in life, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that. But other than that, cash though. Back to the word of the day. Oh man, this is real here, you guys. The LCAOD word of the day, man. Cash, money, consisting of dollars or loose change to receive bills and coins in exchange for a check. Check, a check. Now this can relate to anything cash. You get it. You need cash for anything. I can go over how many things this can relate to. This ain't even got nothing to do with the market. Yeah, the market's, I'm in the money. We in the money market. We invest. It's a money market. We know it's all about cash in there. That's what it's all about. Your cash getting flipped for more money in exchange for a check. Do you understand? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about cash can relate to anything, right? You need cash to pay bills, right? You need cash to take care of your kids, right? You need cash to feed yourself at night, right? You need cash to put gas in your car, right? Oh, y'all ain't hearing me, y'all. I think some of y'all feeling me. I think some of y'all get it. Y'all on board. Y'all understand. You must invest. Saving is not the way. I hate to say that. I'm not being rude. Yeah, you want to save after you invest, but you don't want to save before you invest. You guys need to get on board here, everyone. I ain't forcing it. I'm just putting it out there. You'll be left behind in 10 years if you do not realize what investing is. That is a fact. You can look this up. There are 5-year-olds learning how to invest in, guys. There are 4-year-olds that have accounts already. Already got money set, ready, get it. Understand what investing is. Can tell you it's about a company. They already have the cash. They're ready for the future. Are you? The youth's ready for the future. Are you? Ask yourself that. Meta freezes hiring amid slowing growth. So Facebook's not hiring anybody. It's too much. It's slowing growth. They don't got money. They don't have cash. Meta doesn't have cash to hire anybody because they're slowing growth. Wow. Wow. LCAOD, you guys. Cash. It's all about the cash flow. You need cash for all these things, you guys. Point blank, period. Like I said, if you don't figure out how to invest in 10 years from now, you will be left behind. Because like I said, the youth's already ahead. They're richer than you now. Believe that. So it don't matter. It don't matter about how old you is. It don't matter if you're too late. It don't matter. It's about when you start. Start today. Start now. Figure it out. Try to figure it out. Ask someone who knows. Get it done. Let's move on it. It's legal. It's not illegal. Stop questioning it. Look into it. The tax part. Ask about that later with a tax preparer or someone with a financial advisor. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have time for all that. Figure it out though. But start now. Don't wait. The more you wait, you're left behind, ladies and gentlemen. Saving is not the way. You save after you invest, not before. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. You need cash for everything now. And due to inflation, you need cash for everything now. It's everything's high. They charging you for sitting in McDonald's now. You can't sit in there and get free Wi-Fi no more. You getting charged for that. It's real out here. Indices are down bad, you guys. The market is down here. This could be a discount, or this thing is coming down more. It's that simple now. Look at it just like that. But cash, ladies and gentlemen, you need cash for everything. That is the word of the day here with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break from here. We'll begin shortly when we see Jen walk to the podium. We'll be right back.
I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I start a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loves the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
Crucial 808.
Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the songs. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't love it. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick in the function. Roll up the crash, got me in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. They get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut him down. I ain't do front, yeah, bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running, till it's not run down. I don't do dubs, I do apes and nuts now. Free word, he gon' get paid when he touch down. They say I'm a dirty boy, got mud in my cut now. Pressure get glad, they quit the shutdown. Yeah, they quit the shutdown. She see him up, she wanna fuck now. Shit was depressing, it ran my trust out. If I ain't got my seat, he gon' get punched down. He did. Come caught what you need. Stay the fuck on the sidewalk, you not in the streets. I left him off on the block like some cleats. If he try to blow, I'ma up if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma up if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he try to blow, I'ma up if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma up if he up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the songs. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't love it. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick in the function. Roll up the crash, dummy in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. They get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut her down.
Crucial 808.
Somebody pass me my lighter. Freestyles all the time. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This the so sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. 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 It's that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks. School rocks. You can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, take care, take care, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn, and they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it as like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' burn. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man's. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west land. Yeah, we got it in the best land. Niggas just some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trap.
Was Mike going crazy?
Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. I keep it pulled and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap, then I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga talking, listening that. I ain't even listening to that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking the bitch. Fuck Boy, nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. I don't fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't give a fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P, I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's a B, that's a fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water judge. But niggas always running up, get party chain. Well, we don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just living Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, say this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. Boy, niggas always running their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gonna be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Several of these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill, but Lexus, enough to go around. Ain't chill, but let the tree merry go around. Get how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol. I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol. I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol. I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol. I'ma run in their house. Well, right. This busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga. Goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that fit. But that your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money and watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent, you gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real, you always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's when rap home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck, be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and saying she perfect. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and saying she perfect. I need you chicks like water. Baby girl came over, I took her panties off. She asked you going wrong. I said hell no. Pulled the magnum out and beat her till I'm soft. She said she want a child. I told her I'm not raw. I do be getting a lot of paper. You can't take it. That means you a hater. Line up the line, my flow is sharper than a razor. On the scale, she a 10, shawty slay with no makeup. I fuck her, she can't even wake up. Her pussy good, it need a flavor. She a boss, she don't need no favors. She an OT, she a slaver. I put in her wallet, sailor. Sorry, you call her later. Cause when I'm in the box, I'm swinging and jabbing, it's going down like Frazier. Chicks need me and I need them for all that good pleasure. If she eat Pisces, then she water, you might wanna save her. Had one, but she moved to Houston, you know I had to replace her. Now I got massive chicks moving slowly like glaciers. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and saying she perfect. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and saying she perfect. I need you chicks like water.
It's fucking DJ Goldie.
Shots, baby. Drop that shit for these.
We from the Bay. We from the Bay. It's very scary. Niggas dying very scary. Hey, we from the Bay. If you call her very scary, keep that pistol on you, baby. Hey, this nigga off you very scary. Hey, I'm from the Barrett, nigga, came up in the streets. I remember days when niggas try to move down. Think they gon' set a pack up in my town. You better check in, nigga, before you even touch down. Let me know what you doing before you set up. Cause I had them young niggas, they'll come and wet you up. Probably come up in your shit, probably get all your shit. And no probably, nigga, I need that shit, we serving it. Now you work for me and shit. You want some like, come check with me, and I know where the plug be.
I know where the plug be. Shut your mouth, bitch, cause I might be the plug, bitch. You don't even know. Stop asking questions and judge me. You don't even know. Get on your knees and make it ugly. Bitch, I make it glow in the night cause I be muddy. Hold up on that phone. And I don't give a fuck, I'm in the phone. Yeah, if you talk me, you already know that's how it goes. I ain't gotta tell you now. I'm not telling you no more. Cause niggas say I'm snitching, but they's lying. Niggas ain't on shit, but my tongue. Really, they just walk the pack, and you know I keep it coming. Gotta keep it running. Yeah, I keep it running, and I know these niggas plotting. If they fucking plotting, I know they pocket watching. I just double up my pockets and keep that fucking rocket. And you already know I'm plugged, they fuck a socket, and you already know I'm from the fold. Stop it. You don't want nothing, ho. If you wanna fuck my homies, then you can do it, girl. I just fuck your girlfriends. Yeah, that's real shit. From the bay. Yeah. Well, you like and so it's obvious that we have yeah, well, it gets scary. Yeah, it ain't no telling it. Unsolved murders. Yeah, this is the berry. And kids will be kids. They get themselves into things, and we can say, well, parents should do better, and we all should do better. But they get themselves into this gang-affiliated stuff, not knowing what it entails. Leonard P. D. Pluto. LCLD. Tired of all this war. All we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. Well, the only thing I can tell you is my team eat, my whole family eat. That's what we gon' do. You gotta eat to survive. I know somebody told you. If you don't know my crew, long green flags we reppin'. We ain't no gang, we a brothers and we steppin'. When anybody tryna put us up, then we test them. And we don't give a fuck, yeah, we shovel them, dig them. They dead, if they dissing, they lame. If they ain't getting no money or no bitches, and that's just the real shit. I count up my riches and thank the Lord that I get it. Tired of all this war, yeah, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot, they wanna like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat.
Yeah, I got it out the mud. Got it out the streets, and then I jump back in the streets. I say the streets just in me. I just love the chase of money and how it make me feel. I wanna wake up, nigga, and count 100 mil. And I've been really being patient. My niggas really getting it. Didn't give up, keep caking. That's all we know is make it. No failures around me. My niggas wanna make it. We kings, let us king. Niggas hating just to be hating. Why you mad? Cause I'm shining now. Riding in a Rari now. Probably wish a bitch the other day, she probably sucked me now. She probably let my mans hit, we probably laughed about it. I probably got on cam, but I ain't gon' never show nobody.
Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us high and boiling like grease. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash, cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash, cowing on repeat. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us high and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash, cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash, cowing on repeat. Yeah, we been getting money, cash, cowing on repeat.
Through their grief and at times anger, tonight the Salisbury community still has its questions after the officer involved shooting Thursday that left 22-year-old Ferguson Laurent dead.
Would a person just let somebody come in their house, kick their door down without saying who they are, knowing that they have a right to defend themselves under law?
All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We back from the break here. The market is about to close in about 10 minutes. And boy, some people are just ready for the close. Like, oh my gosh, just can't wait to get out of this shit, man. This is crazy. It ain't even Friday yet. Tomorrow's Friday. Remember that. Remember that. Let's see. Chances back. Hey, where a day, guys? What a day. Looks like the stock's getting a little pop here, a little rig. 10-minute rig possibly here towards the end. Let's close out everything. So. See, we are about to close here. That gray area means we are heading to the closing bell. And looks like the market's going to close it in the deep red territory. Not going to be able to just power pump us here today at the end. So you do see the momentum has shifted and went right back to the bears. But it's ugly, you guys. That pump yesterday, that FOMC statement, Fed pump, basically, that was what you like to call a false breakout, you guys. It's confirmed. That was a false breakout. So from here now is what to expect next is, I mean, hey, do you guys think the Bulls can show strength to at least possibly retest 420 maybe? That's the question. If they can't get to 420, this thing is going to retest 405 before you know it. And that's just making lower lows here. So keep that in mind. We do got some earnings after the bell. About 7 minutes. We'll stick around for a couple of them. I don't think we got that many today. Let's check. see who got to go. Okay, we got Block and Fubo TV, Lucid, Cloudflare, Open Door, Wish, DoorDash, Virgin Galactic, DraftKings. Some nice ones. We got some nice ones. So we'll stick around a little bit for Block and DoorDash. Market about to close, y'all. Market about to close. Stocks plunge, wiping out Wednesday's gains. We already knew that. Market about to close here. SPY made it back to VWAP here, almost. A little short, but they almost there. Nice little bounce there at the close. But it's about to close. It's over with. It's closing ugly. It is closing ugly here today. All right, ding, 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 ding. Market is closed, you guys. We're going to just check the earnings after hours. Couple of them. Nah, we ain't entered nothing. We chilling. I'm straight. The market kind of got clients, you know, a little bit out of their groove. So, company straight. We ain't got time for all that. You know? You just want to, you feel me? You in or you're not. You got to be knowing these things before I ask you. Or, you feel me? Like, the company's in control. You got to understand that. You can't be trying to anticipate off the company what the company's going to do. Whatever the company's saying, yes, whoever you work for out, hear the company out, hear it out. You know, they probably just trying to help you. But the decisions, you guys, you got to make your own choice. If you sound confused, then I suggest you hold. That's my best breakdown on that. But other than that, man, the market is closed here. We're going to check out Block's earnings and DoorDash and see how they move here for a little bit. Then we're going to wrap it up here, man. Go ahead outside, get outside, enjoy this Cinco de Mayo. Oh, Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo. So we're going to see, man. We're going to see what these companies can do, what they can really move about. It really looks bearish there, man. How was that even off? We're going to see. We're going to see. Got DoorDash. Yeah, look like DoorDash getting started. That's a little bit of something. That ain't nothing yet. That ain't nothing yet. Let's see what's Block doing. Sure. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Looks like Block's getting started. A little bit of movement over there. Blocked up about $3 right now. DoorDash is down about $1 right now. Looks like Block is holding this $2.70 so far. Look, getting started again, getting warmed up. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. This is the after hours, ladies and gentlemen. And stocks plunge, wiping out Wednesday's gains. The NASDAQ closed down 4.99%. The Dow closed 3.12%. The S&P 500 closed 3.56%. So this is ugly. We closed bad, down. Back to those lows last week and the beginning of the week. Yeah, back to those lows of last week. Yeah. It looks like DoorDash earnings is getting started. They just popped up about $4 here, so let's see what's going on over there at DoorDash. Just could be getting started here. This might actually be the real move over here at DoorDash. I'm sensing now. They're up about $5, $6 here. They're really going. DoorDash is up about $8 right now. I think this is a real move over there. Let's check in with DoorDash earnings. I think they're getting started before Block. So that's a real move. Yeah, we got a good candle over there. So they're getting started over here. They're getting counted up over there. I just saw 81. They took it back. But we'll see. We'll see. See if it holds, you guys. These are some good value, stocks, but they can turn into growth if that makes sense. But they're value stocks, but they can turn into growth. So that's what this type of situation is. DoorDash is up $9, you guys. They're up $83. They're up to $83, up 14%, up $10 now. So DoorDash looks like they have the bag, possibly, if this can hold. Got to hold it all the way till tomorrow morning, too, obviously. But we're just watching a little bit. Watching the show a little bit here. We'll stick around for Block, see what they're going to move out to. Then we're going to wrap it up here. But DoorDash looking good so far, up about $8 after hours. You guys up 11%. Block still hasn't got started yet. We're waiting. Oh, Block. 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 Block, 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 block. Block, block. Dow stocks, Dow tumbles 1,000 points for the worst day since 2020. NASDAQ drops 5%. Stocks suffered their worst day of the year on Thursday, pulling back sharply and completely erasing the rally from the prior session in a stunning reversal that deepened the markets. Losses for 2022. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 1,120 points, or 3.3%. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ Composite fell 3.7% and 5.2%, respectively. The moves come after a major rally for the stocks on Wednesday. The Dow surged 932 points, or 2.81%, and the S&P 500 gained 2.99% for their biggest gain since 2020. The NASDAQ Composite jumped 3.19%. Those gains had all been erased before noon in New York on Thursday, you guys. So that is the after hours description there of the day, how the day went. And the market's closed, you guys. That's just how the day was, man. I'll be posting it on my Snapchat, you guys. If you could follow me add me on Snapchat at BooBooDP. You can catch that post there. I'll have that post there. What I just read out. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD after hours. And we are about to wrap it up here. We're just waiting on Block to report earnings. It looks like DoorDash is reporting here. It looks like, let's see, the report might be out. They're getting a lot more movement than Block is. So I know Block hasn't done anything yet. DoorDash is, I think their report is out. I'm about to pull it up here. Give me 1 second. Okay, the report is out for DoorDash. It is out. It says here reports Q1 revenue, for revenue versus. So it looks like they beat a little bit, but it was kind of a little bit over what Wall Street expected by a little bit. So that's kind of why they probably ain't going no higher than what you see. So that might not even hold. It might pick up more here after hours. Got a long time to tell, so that's good for DoorDash though. It looks like they did beat. It just depends on how the market gonna take it now though. So they do basically saying they got the bag, but it's up to the market now to say if they gonna add to the bag basically. Take something out, you know how it works. But yeah, it looks like we're waiting on Block now though. That's good for DoorDash. Looks like they might hold these gains right now anyway. We'll see tomorrow. So we're in a bear market. Ain't nobody holding no gains to the upside right now. It's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, Block ain't got started yet. Oh, what is that? Oh man. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo, my amigos. And for you right now, I take shot for you. Since we are closed, I can take shot legally now. I don't like to drink on the job. I don't like to drink on the job. But right for now, for you, I take a shot. We are in the after hours, ladies and gentlemen. We're sitting here waiting on Block earnings. No, we are not playing it. We're just enjoying the stock market action here. We did have some hits today. We did have some hitters today. A little small too high. A little 15% gains here today in LCLD portfolio. After just literally paying itself out here. And 5 days ago, it was a new month. So every month LCLD likes to pay itself. And then 5 days ago it was April. And now 5 days ago it's May. And we have almost those numbers back we had in April. Looking pretty good here. So we're just waiting on the Block now. Whoa! Block is getting to it now. Here we go. We got some action going. Block down $4, down 4%. Uh-oh. The Spaghetti-O. They better hold something here. Because you don't want to see red in this type of market. I just saw all the bears turn their head to the left and the right. And they was like, is that blood we smell? Because they better get it together. They must not have been saying what's been going on. They better figure it out. It might be just a lot of volatility with these type of names here, but yeah, I don't know. They better figure it out. They've been warned. The Bears are heading their way now, right now. They saw that blood. They smelled it. Oh, here come the Bulls. Like, oh, no, let me get up. Nope, I was just kidding, you guys. I'm just kidding. Oh. So we're going to see. We're going to see. A lot of action over here at Square. AKA Block. Okay, Block's back to the upside. Oh, Bull's picking up on Block. Whoa, Bull stepped in like, hell no, you will not call me today. Oh, Bull. Bull just stepped up there right there. Whoa. Oh, now we're getting some earnings momentum set off here. Looks like we got the earnings report out too, you guys. I think they might be out. Getting some movement here. Getting a little bit of movement here. A little bit of action, paction. A little bit of action, Jackson here. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Woo. Well, I do know now IV's crushed on that Block there. That just went up and down. That's IV crushed. White both sides. Wouldn't no need to play that, you guys. Would have been mad. Unless you got time, you put some time on these things. Things might really turn out your way still. But it looks like now over here, the DoorDash, it looks like you just needed calls. You just needed calls, and hopefully it holds over there. But Block is white. That's IV crush. I just saw up, down, up. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up. So, I don't know, though. By the end of the night, if it has one direction, it will not be IV crush. So, as of right now, it just was. I'm just calling it out as of right now. But, yeah, you guys, we're about to wrap it up here, man. It's been a good day. I hope you guys enjoy your evening. We're going to check back with Block and DoorDash in the morning and see where they end up at. Hopefully, they can hold one direction and not IV crush everybody that's putting their hard-earned money into this, man. This stuff sucks right now with inflation. It's getting frustrating. Block's on the high alert. You want to break out, you guys. Back at 99. Block it back at 100. They back Huncho gang. Oh, Block 101. Oh, Block's picking up here. Oh, man. So that looks good here now. We're starting to get momentum to the upside on Block and DoorDash. So if that sticks, then there won't be an IV crush now just because it's going up higher now a little bit. But it has to keep going up if you want that to pay out pretty decent. That's how earnings work, you guys. So we'll see. We'll see how it opens up tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. That's all it's going to matter. Like I said, block up. Everything's up. We'll figure out where they're going to land tomorrow. If it sticks up or down, we don't know. We'll figure it out. It is Friday tomorrow. Today's Cinco de Mayo. And this is and was the Stock Market Live with LCALD. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. I hope you're out there learning something. I hope you're out there earning something. But in the meantime, between time, we will see y'all tomorrow. Be sure, and be tuned in to tomorrow's live stream at 9:30 a.m. Let cash accumulate over days. We are live in the morning. See y'all tomorrow. LCAOD.